What's up, everyone? Aaron Nagler here, Cheesehead TV, live on the YouTube channel. It's the NFL Draft, the 2020 edition, the strangest, most unusual, most unique version of the NFL Draft we will probably ever experience, including me sitting in my room surrounded by computers and a big-ass television, and joining you fine folks here on the Cheesehead TV YouTube channel as we watch and wait and wait and wait for the Green Bay Packers to be on the clock at 30 or perhaps earlier if early pre-draft scuttlebutt is to be believed. NFL Network reporting that the Packers are one of 3 or 4 teams looking to make a move up. As I said on Twitter, you have to think the Packers are most likely targeting somebody above the Philadelphia Eagles, as the Eagles have very similar needs. I don't know who that target would be. Maybe Justin Jefferson, maybe Kenneth Murray. But you have to think the most possible trade partner for the Packers, if that is to be the case, is the Oakland Raiders with the 19th pick overall. That would get them ahead of Philly and the Jaguars. Who knows? It's all speculation at this point. We could end up the Packers getting on the clock at 30 and then trading the pick, and we all sit here not having to wait another day. But Joel, thank you so much for the super chat. After getting pushed around versus the 49ers, I want O-line or D-line, please. Well, remember, Joel, and thank you very much for the super chat. Just because they don't get somebody tonight doesn't mean they won't be getting more bodies as the weekend goes on. The draft is 7 rounds, not just 1. So whatever happens tonight, remember, a lot of ball game left, regardless. And hello to everybody in the chat. It's great to see you all. Good to be here. First timer. Well, thank you. Welcome to Cheesehead TV. Welcome to the draft. Welcome to all the nonsense. I will be joined by Charlie Barons in about 10 minutes or so. He's going to join us live from the great state of Wisconsin. We're going to bullshit, talk some Packers, talk some Wisconsin, basically just, wait for the draft to start a little bit. And then at 8 o'clock, when the draft starts, I'll be joined by Emory Hunt from Football Gameplan. We'll break down what we see as far as both what's happening live and what we expect to see happen throughout the first round. And then probably 8:15, 8:30, we'll go live to our Zoom call, which let me tell you, this is going to be a bit of chaos, but I think pretty fun as well. We're going to have a ton of Cheesehead TV folks, both writers, podcasters, YouTubers, etc. We'll be having Patreon members. If you are a member of Patreon, I know a lot of you were trying to get in earlier because Corey set the start time for 6 o'clock for some reason. I have really no idea why he did that, but that will be open. It should be open now if he's a man of his word. Should have opened about 5 minutes ago, but if you were in before and you couldn't get in, please try again. You should be good to go. There'll be a ton of people hanging out on that Zoom call. We may have a few surprise guests stopping by at some point this evening. And that's pretty much the game plan for the evening. And then we'll go live on the Zoom, probably until the Packers pick, and then we'll see what happens. And if they jump up, if they drop down, we'll be here to cover it all and make sure you are watching Cheesehead TV, both the website and the YouTube channel, for all the latest on whoever the Packers end up taking. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Will you join the riots if they pick Cole Kmet at 30? No, I won't. Not at all. If that's who they deem the best player available and they think the 30th overall pick is the place to do it, they feel he's an additional weapon for Aaron Rodgers in the offense, I'm fine with it. I really wouldn't have a problem. I certainly wouldn't riot. But thank you so much for the super chat. So many receivers in this class. We need defensive line or O-line in the first round. I mean, need is a subjective thing, right? And if there's somebody there as far as the wide receiver talent that they deem is a lot better on their board than an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, they will take it. You want to get the best players at a position of need. Both of those, offensive and defensive line, definite needs. Wide receiver, absolutely a definite need. If you have someone much higher rated, you don't just take that offensive or defensive lineman at 30 because you need one and you got pushed around in one game or 2 games if you call them both against the 49ers. That's reaching. You want to get the best talent available. And if that's a wide receiver, so be it. Now, I'm with you. I tend to think they probably will look at big bodies first prior to selecting a wide receiver, perhaps waiting all the way until the late second round to select a wide receiver. But again, if their evaluation of a prospect is above board and way above whatever's on offer, offensive or defensive lineman wise, then they'll most likely take that wide receiver. Thank you, Nags. Just because it's a deep wide receiver class, you don't pass up the player if they're the highest rated player on the board. I mean, Jimmy, what's funny is you can look at Packers draft history to see examples of both happening. When they took B.J. Raji, Michael Crabtree was the highest rated player on their board. He was the number one player on their board. But they took Raji because they were transitioning to a 3-4 and they needed a big body in the middle. So, they've done it both ways. No doubt about it. Uncultured Barbarian, thanks so much for the super chat. Hope tonight is entertaining, Nags. Also, what brand of New York pastrami do you recommend? I'm thinking of ordering from Gold Belly. I don't have a particular brand. I usually get the Boar's Head anything when it's meat. But the pastrami, man, there used to be a place in Times Square that I get pastrami sandwiches from all the time, but it closed down like 15 years ago, which is a damn shame. There is a lot going on. I got a million notifications. I got DMs. I got emails. Crazy. Look, am I using, they are the same. I got people asking me questions and DMs. Look at that. Chad, thanks so much for the super chat. Chance Lane Taylor is bundled in a trade this weekend. Chad, I think there's a chance. I don't know how good it is, but I think certainly given the poor state of offensive line play around the league, a guy with a lot of starting experience like Lane has, and a reasonable contract, I don't think it's untoward. I think there's a chance he could be in a package. I don't think they'll be actively looking to move him. But if someone calls and says, hey, what about Lane Taylor next? Yeah, they'll listen. No doubt about it. Do you think Jones will ask for Christian McCaffrey money? No, I don't. David, that's an interesting way to go about it. Thank you for the super chat. I don't think he'll ask for Christian McCaffrey money. I think there's mutual interest on both sides to making that extension happen. And I think it'll be something that definitely is good for the player, but it protects the team. That's my sense anyway. Evan, thanks so much for the super chat. What's your reaction if Murray is there at 30, we trade back and somebody else snags him? I mean, I'm ready for it. I've resigned myself to it. Can't be any worse than, Miles Jack being there. The Packers are ready to pick him, literally ready to pick him. And then they change their mind halfway through and take Kenny Clark, which is great. Love Kenny. He's my boy. But I'm used to the pain. I'm used to the heartache. It doesn't faze me at this point. Sorry about that. Just figured it out. Sorry. Oh, no, David. No worries, man. Thank you for the super chat. It was awesome. Ayuk or Mims? Personally, I like Ayuk. I like his run after the catch ability. I don't love him at 30. Feels a bit rich for my blood, but again, it's very much an eye of the beholder kind of thing. Hey, Aaron. Odds Gutekunst trades back at 4 a.m. here in the UK and into the second, Brian. Oh, I feel for the international fans. I really do. Is there a chance? I'd be lying if I said there was no chance, that's for sure. But I tend to think he'll make a pick tonight. That's my gut feeling. But Lord knows Nagler's never right. Christian, thanks so much for the super chat. You think the talk of the Packers moving up is false? No, not at all. I don't think they're dead set on it, and I don't think anything's in stone. That's what makes the draft so exciting, is that it is real time. These negotiations, the trade offers, the back and forth between teams, that is all happening in real time. So a lot of teams will call ahead and say, hey, if X, Y, or Z happens, or if this prospect falls, etc., we may call you, we may try to make something happen, etc. So they're trying to lay the groundwork. They probably have spoken about a week out already, maybe 10 days earlier, to say, hey, this is a framework or something we might want to try and do on draft night. But then draft night happens and everything goes to hell and you got to adjust. But I don't think it's false in the sense that I think, I trust Rappaport's report that the Packers have talked to teams about moving up. Now, a lot has to fall, right, in certain ways for them to want to move up. So just because if the Packers don't move up, it doesn't mean that they weren't talking to people about it or the report was false. It just means it didn't materialize. Ooh, oh, David, it's like Sophie's choice over here. If you had your choice between Kenneth Murray or Justin Jefferson, see, this is where I'm stuck, because I went on this whole tirade about it's time to give Aaron Rodgers some weapons, because Lord knows that they've selected nothing but defensive players in the first round forever. I think the last offensive player, let alone an attempt at trying to get him a weapon, offensive player they took in the first round was, Derek Sherrod? Come on. I mean, you've got 10 years of defensive selections outside of that. So I want to say Justin Jefferson, and I love him as a prospect. But then it's my boy Kenneth Murray. It's my boy Kenneth Murray, my number one draft crush. It's Sophie's choice, man. I don't know. Don't ask me these tough questions before I'm drunk. It's too hard. Tron God 714. What would you consider a success? Thanks for the super chat. Very kind of you. Do you mean tonight or over the weekend? Selecting players and hopefully they fill a few needs and they bring some guys into their program. But success can't be measured this weekend, and anyone who tells you it can be safely ignored. There are going to be teams that kill it, so to speak, within the draft media who think they killed and were awesome, blah, blah, blah. And there are going to be teams that are graded as losers or, they didn't fill any needs or whatever. And then you look back 3 years from now and some will be correct. Some of those adjudications of said drafts will be correct and right, whatever. But a lot of them will be wrong. More than 50% of them probably will be wrong. Nobody knows anything. It's all fun. We have a great time, no doubt about it. But judging the draft as a success or failure is a fool's errand, 100%. Odds a draft gets hacked. Oh, Shane, I pray the Vikings get hacked. That would be brilliant. Oh boy, it never fails that I get texts during live streams. Sorry, guys. Hold on 2 seconds. Thanks. Why didn't Abderus work out? He didn't have a ton of athletic upside. I liked him as a player. I thought he was dependable. Thought he was great as a depth guy, but certainly not a guy that was a frontline player in the NFL. Skull equals still keeps on losing. I like it. Nags, in what round would you select Grossi? Oh, first round, baby. First round, all the time, every time. No doubt about it. He's a first round prospect. I tell you that. No doubt. Beer fridge cam. I asked Gutekunst if there was going to be one. Doesn't sound like we'll be getting a peek inside the beer fridge at Casa del. Oh boy, hold on. Casa del Gutekunst. Sorry, guys, give me 2 seconds. Okay, Charlie, if you're watching this, you got to switch to Chrome, buddy. Sorry, guys. Hold on 2 seconds. Switch to Chrome. The shot is choppy. Would you try to get 2 picks in the first round? Woo! I don't know about that, Brett. That would probably be a tad expensive. I doubt it. How many people will us non-Patreons be able to see? You'll be able to see everybody, Shane. You just won't be able to participate in the Zoom call. But if you're just hanging out here on the YouTube channel, you'll see everybody. Well, everybody that fits on the screen. And depending on how many people we get, that could be a lot. But we'll see. Ooh, what could the Packers get for a trade for Kevin King? I think they could get a day 2 pick, probably. Maybe early day 3. I'd be shocked if they moved him, though. He's in the last year of his deal. I know the idea is trying to recoup something, but he's cheap because of that. I would definitely play him, especially considering their lack of depth at corner. I'll be in bed by 30. Christopher, I'm sure lots of other people will be too. Will Corey be on? Yes, Corey will be on the Zoom in 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds. Like 8:15 or 8:30. Lisa, that's my producer. So you guys hear me talking to Lisa. That's our producer who's producing this from another house in somewhere here in New York. And Corey's at the studio in Manhattan. We're all spread out here in New York because we're socially distancing, as is readily apparent. But Lisa, he said he's switching to Chrome, so it should be momentary. Merck 1987, thank you so much for the super chat. What would you think to an automatic sit-down year for all draftees to get them acclimated to the NFL from college? Would this also help fans take a longer look at prospects and their ability? I mean, I don't love the idea. I get why you would want to do that as far as developmentally or what have you. But yeah, these guys want to play and they want to get to the league. And I understand if they were sat down, they'd still be getting paid. So that is a big reason why they want to, they want to, they want to jump to the pros. But oh god, hold on, sorry guys. All right. Long-time fan, first-time patron, Wonderfunk. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Tons going on. Seems like his Wi-Fi is bad, but we'll see what he can do. Hopefully it'll hold out. Yeah, Lisa, just let him go. Let's do it. I'm good. Let's bring it in. Let's bring in Charlie Barons, live from Wisconsin. Let's see if it works.
Is that Charlie? Look at that.
Look at him.
That's my filter.
You're looking good, buddy.
Thanks. Good talking to you. Yeah, I don't know if it's this corner of my house or what's happening here. What are you drinking?
This is a beverage that I never give the answer of which brand it is. Because, if someone wants to pay me to talk about what beer I'm drinking, I'm gladly take their check and I'll,
I see how it is. That's smart.
But, until that happens, this is
you did. It's
an empty vessel.
It's like a billboard that says you can sponsor here. Call this number or something. Yeah, that's perfect. That's great.
What are you drinking over there?
I'm drinking. Yeah. Well, the celery should be a tip off. This Bloody Mary, and I ate. Now look at this celery. This a pretty nice, pretty girthy piece of celery. If I don't mind saying so myself. I ate the other garnishes while waiting. Sorry, I had brought technical difficulties to the table, didn't I?
It's quite all right. It is quite.
Am I still grainy for you?
Yeah, you look fine to me. What's that on your shirt? I can't help but notice. What you got there?
Yeah, sorry. It says "Go Packers" and DF for the Bears. Okay, and that's honestly a pretty. Actually, today is frankly, this is where it all begins for the Bears, okay? For the Packers, actually, because the Bears find a way to F up their draft every single year, and I'm anxious to see how they're going to do it this year. So
they most certainly will. There's no doubt about it. I love the idea that they might. Well, they traded away for Khalil Mack, right? And they gave Oakland their pick at 19. The Packers could move up to 19 and take a guy and continue to beat the Bears with him with their own pick. That would be lovely. Oh no, did we lose him? There he is.
Oh, you lose me?
No, we got you.
You got me? Sorry, this is going to be painful because I need to pay more for Wi-Fi apparently. No, I'll be honest with you. I don't get the mathematics or the strategy in a lot of the drafting stuff. I do like making fun of teams after the fact, though. Like after nothing. I like to pretend like I knew it all along.
Right, of course.
Yeah, really, I'm just good at reading articles in 2 weeks and then saying I knew it back then. That's kind of how I do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. All right, buddy. Well, we're going to have to jump. I can't thank you enough for joining me here. I'll shoot you the Zoom info. Come on our Zoom later. It'll be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun. Good chit-chatting. All right, be good.
Good chatting. Go Packers. Fuck the Bears.
Go Packers, dear guy.
I'll talk to you later. Hey, Lisa, I need to call an audible. Can we tell Corey we need to go to the Zoom like now? Hold on a second. Let's get the Zoom up here. I'm going to join it. I'm going to let Corey know. Sorry, guys. Hold on 2 seconds. All right, I gotta switch my headsets here. Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Oh boy, it's exciting stuff. Here we go. Oh, Corey Banky, he's got to let me in the room. Let Corey knows he knows everything, Nags. That's what I hear. Oh. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
I just muted him. That's funny. Sorry, I muted you. Sorry.
Oh,
Nagler.
that's probably good. Hey, Corey, I have a bit of a family issue that I need to go take care of real quick. Can you hold the fort for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got it. Am I on YouTube right? Oh, I see.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, you are. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's talk to Jersey Al. Trying to unmute you, Jersey Al. Don't fight me. All right. Jersey Al, you're on YouTube.
Sir,
What's going on, buddy?
I wasn't muted.
Yeah, I unmuted you. I have the power like that. Jersey Al, you're on YouTube.
On YouTube. Wasn't muted. We got some.
So who do you think?
Here.
Yeah, what do you think we should do? Yeah, you're on YouTube. You got to turn YouTube off, Al. It's all right. Oh, adding some people. Yeah, what do you think we should do? Yeah, you're on YouTube. You got to turn YouTube
Yeah,
off.
I'm about to do that.
Sorry.
Okay.
What do you think we should do? All right, I'll go to the
Okay,
gallery view.
sorry
Al
about
wasn't
that.
ready for that. No, you're fine. You're
Well,
the guinea pig for YouTube.
I've been saying wide receiver all along. Today I came out and went with Dallas because I was just shocked that they didn't pick somebody else. There were so many good defensive linemen available in free agency that weren't expensive. Came out and went with Dallas because I was just shocked.
Hold on, Al. I muted you. Sorry. Hold on. Technical difficulties. People are like very loud, so I muted some people. So hold on. I'm gonna unmute Al. Hold on, Al. I muted you. Sorry. Hold on. All right. Who's listening to YouTube? If you're listening to YouTube, mute yourself. I can't find him now. All right. Al, I unmuted you. Okay, go ahead. So, Jersey Al, what do you think about the draft? Jersey Al left. All right, I'm going to start myself. Hold on. All right. So, I am going to talk on YouTube because people are probably like, this is hilarious. I didn't know Nagler was going to throw this to me, so I'm just going to go ahead and do some talking. I don't know who we're going to pick, people. I have no idea. I feel like we're going to trade down. Perry, what do you think?
I think that we're not going to stay at 30. We're either going to jump up to get someone we like, or we're going to trade back. I just don't see us staying at 30 at all.
Okay. Tyler is joining us. I'm going to go to speaker view. Tyler runs our social for those of you that don't know. He is the voice of Nagler. So, Tyler, what do you think about life?
Well, I don't tweet for Nagler, but I tweet Cheesehead.
Yeah, you tweet Cheesehead TV.
Yeah. So Cheesehead, if you see it on there, it's usually me. But yeah, draft wise, I mean, I'm thinking, gosh, we've seen a lot of tweets today about people wanting to trade up. So maybe we trade up and try to get a receiver. But if he's gone, then I don't know. I think they're going to try and build the trenches. So hopefully we stick to that a little bit. You know, again, a lot of people, you know, you either decide, do you draft for need or do you draft for the future? I don't know. So we'll see. The only thing I'm scared of is if they're taking a quarterback. If they take a quarterback, I am not in any way, shape, or form emotionally ready for that.
I think that's the consensus right now. I think the consensus is nobody wants to see a quarterback in round 1. I want to see a quarterback in the draft. I'd like to see us pick a quarterback. I think everybody knows my thoughts about that. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Thanks for the super chat, guys, on the YouTube. And also, if you're watching right now on the Zoom, you are watching people that make a difference and help support Cheesehead TV. So we have our social team, we have Perry on, we have Al, we have my grandfather, my cousin, and also you have the Patreons of Cheesehead TV. So what you're looking at is a very special crowd of people that help support the site, help support the mural we made, help support all the video we do, help support my terrible Zoom bombing. I'm actually Zoom bombing myself. That's how bad I am. But again, I'm just going to scroll through the people. I really appreciate it. We've never done this before. I decided to do this on a Tuesday. That was this last Tuesday. That was 2 days ago. And here we are. So sorry for the technical stuff, but I think we're doing okay. I mean, you know, I've only muted Al a couple times. Other than that, it's all right.
Oh, Andy wants to join.
What's that, Perry?
Andy Herman's going to join us.
Yay, Andy Herman. Andy Herman will tell us some things.
What's up, Andy?
Andy Herman. Let me find him.
Andy.
It's like it takes a while for it to set up the audio
There
thing.
he is.
There he is. Good Lord.
Oh,
What? Did you watch the fiasco that was me doing Zoom?
No. God, what
Oh.
happened? Do I want to know?
Nothing. Nah, I just muted Jersey Al like 3 times. It was great.
Well, that's good.
I'm trying to find Andy. Where's Andy at?
he's on page 2 for me.
Hey, Lisa, are you there? Lisa?
She's on Slack.
Oh, wait.
This isn't where I parked my car.
Is that Grossi?
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Lord.
Oh, no.
Oh, crap. I hit the wrong. This is not
This guy
YouTube.
in? Oh, jeez.
I thought this was
Louise.
YouTube.
Oh, no. Where is
Oh,
I can't even
oh,
find him. I
I'm
just
definitely
hear him.
going now.
I hear his voice, but
Oh,
I can't
jeez.
even find him.
I can't.
Oh,
I
there's
can't.
Andy.
I can't show on camera because I'm already streaming with my webcam, so it can't do 2 at once.
Oh, so
that's-
you're a phone call? That's the worst.
Well, I mean,
A Grossi
I'm
phone
using
call.
like yeah. Oh, yes, that's 100%.
Oh, Lord. The
Ask my
Tom
father, yes.
Grossi phone call. Great.
Yeah.
I don't even have an on the phone animation for you. That's how
No,
terrible.
it's
this-
terrible. Hold on, guys. I'm.
You only have one webcam?
Yeah. Oh, technically, I have 2, but I don't
Bro.
know. Leave me alone, Corey. So
I guess Grossi's gone, people. I'm sure he's gonna Zoom bomb us later. All right, wait. I saw Andy Herman. Andy Herman he keeps running away on the Zoom. I can't find him.
I see him.
Right here, Corey.
Andy! All right, I'm pinning you, buddy. Spotlight video. What are we doing, bud?
What are we doing? Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. The mock drafts today have 16 different scenarios that you can find. So choose your own damn adventure. Who the hell knows? Wide receiver. Why the hell not?
Wide receiver.
Go
Oh,
with it.
snap. What is going on in the world today?
I have no idea. No, Josh Jones seems like a valid option. If they're moving up, Justin Jefferson seems like a valid option. Seriously, like, would legitimately anything shock anyone at this point? Like,
No,
nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I agree.
There isn't a name that could be called today outside of like Jalen Hurts that my jaw would drop. Like everything would be like make total sense.
I mean, what do you think the percentage? What do you think the likelihood is that he trades down? I think it's like 60%, right?
I think he's going to try to be aggressive first. I don't doubt at all that, Rappaport's report today that they want to move up and be aggressive. If he sees one of those top 4 receivers or top 4 offensive tackles get to that 20-ish area, I expect him to try something aggressive to get one of those 8 guys. If not, then I think you're very, very likely to see him potentially try to move down, get value for one of those wide receivers or inside linebackers early on day 2, where the difference between 30 and 38 is negligible.
All right. That's what we don't pay Andy to give us that awesome insight. Anybody?
Oh, that's sad. You're making
No,
us
we do.
sad.
He's
We do.
amazing. He's just, he's got to make us, like everyone in this Cheesehead TV world. We all got to make our money somewhere else, right?
Cheesehead TV will always be my home.
Oh yeah, baby, definitely. Long as I'm part of this thing, that's for sure. I hope we have training camp again. That was so much fun. Like I miss it so much.
Yep.
Oh man, August in Wisconsin, man, I am definitely. I don't want to get depressed, people. I don't want to get depressed. Wait, so did Grossi leave? Did he just come in and like bomb with some phone calls and then leave? What a weirdo.
That way.
Where did Nagler go? He just left me.
He popped back in and disappeared again.
He's like, oh, I was doing a draft show. Now you're doing a draft show.
Corey, what position do you want? What would be your ideal tie in the sky position, first pick?
Not punter.
We know that.
I don't know. I don't think there's a quarterback that's in the first round where we're going to pick that really is valuable, right? So
Right.
I don't see that happening. I hate to be annoying, but we always need defensive backs. It's really a non-sexy pick. I don't know who's there, but I always feel good when we take defense in the first round. It's just kind of how I roll. I just feel like there's always that wide receiver or tight end. If you don't take that number one tight end, right? That remember that year San Francisco had they took Crabtree, right? If you don't have that like Crabtree type tight end at first round, like if it's not a first round pick, don't reach. And you're going to find that value in wide receiver in the second and third round. I just feel like, unless there's that, it's just where we're picking sucks, it's just like, I don't know. Do you feel like there's a lot of value I feel like there's a lot of value where we're picking, but I don't think there's anybody, I don't know. We'll see who falls to us, right? Maybe somebody falls. Who do you think could fall to us? Like if this person fell to us, we talked about this earlier. If this person fell to us, who would that be? Who would be like, oh my God, that person fell to us. I can't believe it.
I mean, it has to be Justin Jefferson, right? Like that's the dream.
That's
So
what I said.
you get a slot receiver like Justin Jefferson that can go and plug and play in there right away. That seems like the dream scenario. What about you, Jersey?
Yeah, that's what I said as well. So we're on the same page there. Maybe one of the offensive tackles, but I don't think that's happening. One of the top ones.
Cool. I mean, that would be nice, but what's the likelihood of that, right?
Yeah, not
great.
Virgo.
I thought I saw Maggie Looney joined. Where's she at? Oh, there she is. Yeah.
Maggie's here.
Hey, everybody.
Love it.
Hey.
What's up? You're on
Yes, she
YouTube.
Hey, everybody.
Smile.
Look at that, from Zoom to YouTube.
I'm living the dream.
There he is.
Can you
What's
hear
up,
me?
man? I got you.
Nothing
You
much.
got me?
Yep.
Awesome. Let's do this. Lisa, let me know when we're live, if we're not already. Cool. What's up? How you doing, Emory?
Doing fine. Ready to get this draft going. It's been the anticipation leading up to it, and now it's ready to kick off.
Should we boo Goodell here first? Boo! There we go. I had to get it out. Goodell's on my screen, so I had to give him a boo. Now, obviously, Burrow is the one and only kind of known, right? The draft moment that we're like, okay, it's kind of been a foregone conclusion of what's going to happen at number one. Do you think we see any surprises at 2, 3, or 4?
Not at 2. I think it's going to go pretty much chalk when you look at Chase Young being added to that Redskins defensive front 7, and I think the draft really starts at 3 because you look at the Lions, they can take the player that they want right there at 3, or they can move down a couple of spots, not too many spots, maybe 2 spots, and still get the guy that they want while accumulating more picks. So I think the draft really starts at 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think about the Lions? Do you think, obviously, a division rival for the Packers, they can get out of Matt Stafford's contract after this season? So do you think they might either surprise everyone and take a quarterback, or drop down and take a quarterback, or do you think they trying to get Stafford some more weapons, or keep
I
building
can
on
see
that
both
defense?
sides of it. I can see
Right.
both sides of it, because if you're looking to have a successor after Stafford, then drafting a guy like Tua, who I think ideally would sit for a year just to make sure he's fully healthy,
Exactly. Right.
would be perfect behind Stafford. Or
I agree.
if you want to maybe trade down to a team that wants a quarterback at 3, let's say the Dolphins want to move up to 3 and you move back to 5. Now you
Right.
still get your defensive player or your weapon for Stafford, while also accumulating more picks to build around that football team, because they were playing solid ball prior to
They were
Stafford
playing.
getting hurt.
People forget how well Stafford was playing and how the team was playing before he got hurt. No doubt about it.
And if for me, they need a running back, and I think they need someone that's a game breaker. They got a bunch of guys that are productive,
Right.
but they don't have a threat. And I think that could ultimately help out their passing game, help out that tight end they drafted in the top 8 last year, or top 10.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, right. So I just think that if they take the quarterback, it has to be somebody that you're comfortable with not playing, going the Carson Palmer route, just letting him just sit on the side for a full year, so you can get yourself out that contract. Because again, why take a guy that's going to put pressure on Stafford to go out there and play? There would be no pressure if it was a guy like Tua. But if it was someone to help Stafford, they can go in a variety of ways. They can go O-line, they can go corner, they can go linebacker, Isaiah Simmons. So they have a lot of choices at 3. That's why I think the draft really starts at 3. I mean, it could start at 1 if the Bengals were thinking
if they traded out,
globally.
right?
No. If let's say the Bengals decided, you know what, we're gonna
You
go
think they might not
draft Chase
take?
Young.
They might not take Burrow?
No. I'm just saying, like, if it was a scenario where it was not known that they were probably gonna go Burrow, if they signed Cam Newton and then drafted Chase Young, chaos could happen. Which would be
Chaos
ideal.
reigns.
Or what I would do is, knowing that how teams really blow the draft, knowing that I can get the quarterback that I believe can help me win games, that's battle tested, that's savvy, that also makes it an 11-on-11 game. I can take Chase Young number 1, and then I know at pick 33 I can get Jalen Hurts, and I'll come out with the best defensive player in the draft and a quarterback that can help me
And
win.
a quarterback to groom.
Have him
And
my cake
hey,
and eat it too.
You're right. And maybe not even at 33. Maybe you jump back up into the late first round to get a 5th-year option on that quarterback. That's a possibility.
Bingo.
I like it. Look at you.
And
You're playing little 3D chess over there.
You have to, and you still got Andy Dalton under contract for at least one more season.
Yeah, but they're gonna. You don't think he gets moved tonight or this weekend?
I thought that would have happened already. It should have happened to Chicago, if anything. Chicago should have. If we go back, Chicago probably should have drafted Mahomes or Watson.
Yeah, probably.
Or they should have signed PJ Walker from the XFL, or they should have signed Teddy Bridgewater, but instead they took option D and went to Nick Foles. And so him
That's
going
more
to
option Q, I think.
Right. And why haven't they signed Cam Newton? Why haven't they signed Jameis Winston?
Well, and the scuttlebutt was they couldn't get it. They couldn't get a good. They weren't satisfied with the type of medical they could get on him. The problem with not seeing him totally close up because of our current situation, not being able to get an examination of him in general, because the guy has taken a bunch of punishment in the last 5 years or so.
So
but even a banged up Cam Newton, to me, is worlds better than Nick Foles.
I was about to say 61% Cam Newton is better than 100% Trubisky. So
it's so true.
Cam Newton breaking the huddle is better than Mitch Trubisky. Shout out to Mr. Trubisky,
Cam Newton
getting that money.
Oh, it's so true. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know you were really pining to see the Harry Connick Jr. performance tonight, but unfortunately, here we are talking actual football. See, this is why we do this, because the NFL, they finally have a chance to just have a draft. Just select the players, let us know who the players are, and get on with our lives. But no, the NFL has some opening thing from the commissioner. They have some ridiculous patriotism thing, and then they go to Harry Connick, and it's like, come on. man, I'm not here to like get the wind beneath my wings. I'm here to find out who the teams are picking. And that's why
Right.
we talk to people like you.
But I mean, I wish I remember when things started when they say they were going to start. So like,
Right.
growing up, if it said draft starts at 8, I knew I could
The draft
turn on the
started at
TV
8.
at 8. Exactly. Now we got, I don't know what's going on the TV feed. I'm pretty sure they've already sang
You're
the Star
lucky.
Spangled
Right now
Banner.
it's Dr. Fauci talking to us.
Okay, cool. And then, so Bengals are still on the clock with 13 minutes after the top of the hour. Like, make the pick and let's
go.
eliminate
Exactly.
eliminate what could potentially be a lot of technical issues. Make this thing go as fast as possible.
It's Lord. That was their golden opportunity this year, and they've already blown.
Yeah,
they've already
just get started.
I just can't wait. There's going to be like some announcing a pick from on top of a mountain somewhere. There's going to be announcing a pick from your basement.
PPE. Right.
Exactly. Like it's gonna like just make the picks and go. But
they could have put all the extra stuff on ESPN Plus and let everybody else watch the actual pick on the major networks.
That's genius. I love it. But instead, we got to pump everything up and make it a million miles long. Apparently, I don't know why.
Right.
But so a lot of noise around the Packers today. There's always a lot of noise, prior to the draft, but especially the day of the draft. Reports that the Packers are one of a handful of teams looking to move up. Do you think a guy like Justin Jefferson is worth it in a draft where there are a lot of wide receivers? There's a lot of depth at that position. Would you, if you are Brian Gutekunst, if you're looking at a wide receiver room that definitely needs an infusion of talent, but do you think it's worth, say, a day 2 and maybe even a day 3 pick coupled together to move up to say 19 to get Justin Jefferson?
I don't think so. And I like the draft because I like the ability to make multiple picks and infuse my roster with talent. So
right.
I'm not going to reach to lose 2 opportunities to pick good players to reach for a guy that is going to be my third receiver, so to speak. Especially when you look at that position, let's say a slot position. Okay, if we can't get Justin Jefferson, there's Lynn Bowden there. That's Bowden from Kentucky. It's a good slot receiver, sort of Randall Cobb like. You can get him on day 2.
Right.
You can also look at someone like James Prochet out of SMU. Probably get him late day 2. You can look at Van Jefferson, whose dad was.
I like Van Jefferson.
Yeah,
that's someone
real good receiver coach. So it's like there's no need to go up and get Justin Jefferson if you're the Packers because you have opportunity again. Let's say you trade up to get him and you miss the opportunity to get 2 other guys. You can get 2 guys instead of getting the one that are I think are comparable talents in making that move.
Okay, I'm going to say the NFL did just show a bunch of fans individually together on like a Zoom call, and they all got together and booed Goodell in his basement. That was pretty funny. That's pretty good. I'll take that because you got to have the boos.
He's actually, yeah. He looks to be a pretty cool guy, man. Like honestly, like
I'll tell you what. Back in the day when the lockout was about to happen, and they had the draft before the lockout, he actually came on our show via a phone call while he was walking to Radio City Music Hall for like a rehearsal. He talked to Corey and I live on the show, and I met him at the draft the following year. He was, as nice as can be. Now, obviously, that's his job. He's an ambassador for the game, etc. He's a bit of an empty suit, but the fact that he's kind of gone out of his way this year to make himself the butt of the joke, knowing he always gets booed. And I will say, I missed the draft at Radio City because, man, the Jets fans would, everybody would boo him, but the Jets fans really let him have it, and that was a lot of fun.
I miss it at Radio City because it was local. I feel like
being able to take the subway to the draft was awesome, no doubt.
And just going in and coming right back is fine.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, the best place for the draft was when it was at the Madison Square Garden Theater, way
Oh,
back in
wow.
the day, before Javits Center. Like the basement of of Madison Square Garden, it was a small theater. Most people probably remember the clip where Donovan McNabb got selected and the Eagles fans lost their minds. But that's the room where it was at. It was so great. That was great. Lisa, what was that? Sorry. All right. Well, Emory, I'm going to jump. Hit up our Zoom call. I'll shoot you the information if I haven't already. We've got a special guest over on the Zoom call. So I'm going to take that.
So far, otherwise, we're just like you said, we're happy to be able to spend so much time with them, especially the off season.
So I know a little bit. I know your wife got cast in a show.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm like bumming out that I can't get to see that because is that postponed right now? Is that like the NFL season? Like what's going on here?
I don't know I don't know the official update for that, so I can't speak to that. But I do know it is at least postponed. It's obviously not happening because I think the show was supposed to happen a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it's at least postponed. Could be canceled. Can't speak to it, but I forget what it was called. It was some spelling bee, the Putnam County Spelling Bee. It was kind of a funny show. She had me.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hilarious.
She-
All right,
she had me-
apparently we're on. Hold on, we're apparently on YouTube. We got Corey Lindsley on YouTube. Sorry, I just did that to you,
No,
so
no,
you
no.
were in the middle of it. Sorry, we're running and gunning here.
Yeah.
So everybody, we're talking to Corey Lindsley, starting center of the Green Bay Packers, graciously coming on to our Zoom, our Patreon Zoom at Cheesehead TV. I personally know Corey. He's amazing. His family is amazing. Thank you so much for coming on. We've been talking about family stuff, so that's good because that was kind of private on our Zoom, and now we can talk publicly. So, Corey, are we trading down? Are we trading up? What's going on in the first round?
I wish I knew. I just hope we're not taking the center. That's the only thing I'm hoping for. I don't know, man. It'll be interesting. Goody's kind of done some moves here in the past couple of years, so we'll see if he makes a spark or whatever. But I don't know. It's a good question. I hope he moves up so we can go to bed soon.
How are you feeling about, everybody's depressed about quarantine, everybody's talking junk about like, hey, are we going to have the NFL season? I know you don't know anything. How are you doing personally? And what are some of the things that you're doing to kind of keep your mental game on? Because everybody, I'll tell you, me personally, every other day between me and my girlfriend, it's hard living out there and everybody's got a lot of crazy stuff going on. How do you keep it together with, play, at some point you're gonna have to play at a high level. How do you keep that going?
Right. Honestly, I was to get my running in, I was sneaking into a few places and some turf fields, and then I kind of they got nixed because they put up roadblocks, and like apparently other people had the same idea. But other than that, I know a lot of players have had to buy a lot of home gym gear and strength training equipment like right on the spot. I think I built a home gym in a week, and had everything that I needed to have. So I guess that's the biggest thing that we've had to overcome, and just finding a place to run. You can go to any grass field and get your running in and stay in shape. But the only trouble I think that some people are going to come into, and it'll help because we have this virtual off-season program, which we talked about. It's basically like this, like Zoom calls, and they mailed out our iPads, so we have film to watch, and they'll put film on and tutorials and different like meeting sessions or whatever on there. So, but the ability for guys to talk to rookies and talk to young guys and explain, the playbook, and maybe explain it in a different fashion that a coach wouldn't be able to. That's kind of going to be the toughest part of all this, because with most of us, we understand the system, and I guess with the new coaches and new teams, that's going to be a hurdle that they're going to have to clear. But other than that, man, it's just I'm just kind of waiting this thing out. Everybody's working hard, getting their workouts in and doing what they need to, because I can't imagine a guy would let himself coming to camp out of shape, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Surprised me before.
I mean, man, just listening to you talk about football, okay, I'm gonna get a little bit weepy. Like we miss you so much. Like I
It's all of
can't.
it.
Oh man, it's like we just miss like Packer football. Like it's like 10 times what I normally feel in this moment. You know what I'm saying?
Right. This past week would have been the week that everybody was back in Green Bay and doing the off-season program and getting back into the swing of things and guys going golfing together and their downtime and so it's, even though everybody's kind of bummed that football's starting and their free time is over, it's kind of a nice little get back together with the boys session and
Yeah.
so definitely we're missing each other too, for sure.
Yeah. What are you most excited? Okay, so let's say the season starts, we're gonna be okay. Maybe there's no fans. Okay, throw all that crap out of the way.
Yeah.
What, like, from last year to this year, what are you most excited about specifically the offensive line and the offense? Because I feel like the team kind of got, me personally, and I feel this way. I feel like you guys did not get the credit really that was due, because it took some time to click with the offense. But when you guys got going, like the team, just the full team unity was something you hadn't seen in Green Bay for a little while. What are you most excited about, considering if when the season finally starts?
Right. I think you kind of touched on it for sure, that their offense and the way that it's coached, our offense, excuse me, but like that, when I say they, I mean like, the Shanahan type, Mike Shanahan type zone scheme, it's a very particular way that they want it coached. And it kind of deviates from your typical, or at least what we've been used to, zone offense. So I think the biggest leap that we're going to see from year one to year two is just understanding the system. Not necessarily, we know what our assignment is. We know how to do it. That's day one stuff. But just everybody being on the same page and understanding exactly what we need to do and why we need to do it. I think that's the biggest. That's going to be the biggest leap, and you're going to see us. Because I mean, as much as it pains me to say, the 49ers. They were pretty good last year, and you saw though the leaps that they took from year to year, especially running the ball, that they turned into a very, I mean, they were really good at running the ball. They were probably the best in the NFL, and save Baltimore maybe and a couple other teams maybe, but regardless, you saw the leaps that they took, and I think that's what we're expecting our team to take, those same leaps, especially in the offensive line room.
That's a really good point. I never really thought of, but they did. It seemed like they took this big jump from year to year. That's exciting.
For sure. And I mean, some of that is getting a solid quarterback in there with Jimmy G, but I think most of that really is understanding the system. Even when you watch just the offensive line, when you watch them from year to year to year, how all the guys, you could tell that they understood the system different than they understood at year one, different than they understood at year two to year three. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty, it's if we're going to take that step, this is the year to do it.
Well, I can say this for Packer fans. I miss you. I miss football. I miss Packers football. I love that you're the starting center of our team. You're one of my favorite players. And I really appreciate you coming on Cheesehead TV and all the love as usual.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Corey.
Hey, Corey, it's Aaron Nagler in New York. I just wanted to say thanks for coming on, and all that stuff I said about, hey, it won't be an interview and you can just hang out and bullshit. I'm sorry, Corey, you just like completely blew that up.
Man. It's all good. This is a great time.
I'm literally telling Lindsley like an hour ago, no, just come hang out. It won't be about you. You can just chill. And Corey's like, all right, you
can chill. Okay, you can chill. It's fine.
No, I'm just kidding. No, it was all good. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely.
Hey, man.
Thanks, Corey,
we love
man.
you, so appreciate you.
Stay safe. Say hi to the wife and kid for us.
Will do. See you guys.
Later.
You don't have to leave, but we'll.
He's got to watch with his buddies. Ohio State buddies are watching
All
the draft
right.
together. So
Corey Lindsley,
let the man
people.
chill.
So if you ever said that Patreon gets you nothing, it gets you stuff.
Could have got him.
Gets you Corey Lindsley.
Yeah.
I love me some Corey. I just want to do a Zoom with Corey Lindsley and me. That's all I want to do right now.
Well, that kind of was.
Oh, that would happen. Sorry, I missed that.
You kind of wanted it. It is what happened. Wait. Okay. So how many people we got here now?
We have 52 people in the Zoom right now.
52 people hanging out.
Peter Doherty just joined. Who
Is there
that?
a Pete Doherty in the house?
Peter. Wait, it's gonna take his audio. Hold on. Oh,
Wait.
I see him.
Is there a Pete Doherty here?
Oh my goodness!
What
the
is
man
up,
himself.
Pete Doherty from his house. Oh no, he's probably muted. He can't even hear us.
There,
He's
he
like,
can hear us now.
you guys.
Oh wait, hold on, Pete. I gotta unmute you.
Corey's got to
That's my
unmute
bad.
you. Corey doesn't know how to work any of this.
Corey,
Yeah, I'm terrible.
I'm on the unmuting, okay?
Perry, thank you.
Perry,
God,
thank
so at
you.
least
You're the
somebody
best.
knows what the hell is going on around here.
You're the best, Perry. Hey, Pete, how's it going, bud?
Good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Great.
Is this an okay time to join you? Or?
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, this is awesome.
You settling in for the long wait?
Yeah, I was just sitting there on the big recliner with a dog in my lap in my pajamas, just wait.
Dude, I almost snurfed.
A long wait for the Packers pick, but
That's great.
So, Pete, what are we gonna do? What is the consensus? We gonna trade down? Trade down, right?
I think there's a pretty decent chance. I thought Aaron sketched out a pretty good scenario with his pick and taking Brooks. That's a possibility. Taking a receiver and moving back. I don't have anything concrete on this, but just from talking with other scouts and putting things together, I just get the feeling if Murray or Queen gets within striking distance, which I'm thinking is 26, 27,
right?
That he would trade up, use a 4 to go up and get whichever one it is. I don't know if they'll make it that far. I have my doubts, but a couple of scouts I talked to thought chances were not bad. One of them said no way, but 3 or 4 others said, yeah, there's, that's not a bad chance. So I went with it, but if those two guys aren't there and they're at 30, they got to be looking to trade back, right?
I think so. Unfortunately for us sitting here tonight, but yeah, I just can't imagine. This is what I keep coming back to. We've talked a lot on the chats and we've talked about it on Twitter, etc. I just, if they get to 30, right, and we've heard all about the depth of this wide receiver class, and you've heard about the depth at pretty much every position they need, other than maybe defensive tackle. I gotta think there's a good chance that all those guys are going to be clustered on their board. And if Gutekunst gets a call from somebody looking to secure a 5th-year option on maybe a quarterback or somebody that they really love, I gotta think they drop back.
Yeah, and as you suggest there, that probably means there'd be, if they move from 30 to 36 like they did the year they took Jordy Nelson, there could be 6 or 7
so many more
guys on the board there.
Right.
Then they move back that far. They got a 4 the last time. Again this time, and you move up from 62 or from there was it 94 or whatever they're picking
somewhere on there. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's funny because you talked about the possibility of jumping up. I mean, the Seahawks are there. Obviously, that's been their trade partner the last 2 years. The Seahawks are always looking to trade down because they always trade away their picks during the season. They're like that guy in your fantasy league who does all the trades. But it's interesting. You look at that NFL Network report about the possibility of the Packers wanting to move up, like to maybe target somebody. I can't imagine that that's a look at a Kenneth Murray or a Queen. I think that's a Justin Jefferson scenario because if they're going to jump up in front of somebody, the Seahawks isn't going to get in front of anybody, really. They've got to get up in front of the Eagles, who pretty much have the same needs they have.
So what gets them there? Does a 3 get them there?
Probably, and I know that's going to be really rich for a lot of people.
That's a stiff.
It is
place.
To get to 19 though. That's what it's going to take.
Yeah, that's why
I mean, I wouldn't do it, but if that's what they're going for, you have to think that 19 is where they got to get.
So are the reports true? You think? I mean,
I think they're definitely calling. I've heard pretty reliably that they really like Jefferson. I don't know what Gutekunst's stomach is going to be for making a move that far up, especially in a class where the wide receiving group is so deep.
Yeah, they better be awful sure if they do
Right.
make a move,
Exactly.
they better be awful sure that this guy is a cut above the rest of these guys, because there's always errors, and scouting's hard. It's impossible.
Yeah. It's not that hard. Come on. I read a few mocks. I
That's
read
why
your
moving-
I read
that's
your
why
stuff in
moving
the
back
Press
is so
Gazette.
attractive. Yeah,
Good to
right.
go.
That's why moving back is so attractive, though, is you get
Yes, more swings,
bites
definitely.
at it. So, I mean, if you would ask me, I would have said, well, there's no way the one thing I know they won't do is trade up for a receiver, and now it's looking like that's not out of the realm.
Well, what's your deadline tonight? Writing for the paper. What time you got to file?
We're already shot by the newspaper deadline, so I just
Crazy.
and I think they want it in by midnight. I have to look again, but I think it's around midnight.
That's great. Sorry, I'm getting texts from people. I love the internet. The internet's amazing.
Are you, Pete? Are you doing okay as far as like the newspaper stuff? I mean, not to get too personal, but we care about you here.
No, Corey, yeah, things are good here. I'm living Groundhog's Day like many people. I mean, basically all I do every day is get up and walk the dogs and go for an hour bike ride and work and watch TV. I'm sick of Amazon, and I mean, I'm not on anymore now. I've watched everything. So I think this draft is a kind of a godsend in this way.
I mean, seriously, right?
Yeah.
The idea of actually having something of substance. It's not actual competition or sports, although it is competitive.
Yeah.
To have sports of consequence in any way, shape, or form, I'll take it.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but the ratings are going to be off the charts, right?
I can't even imagine. I mean, especially if they keep doing fun things like having Harry Connick Jr. play the piano. What? Come on, Like I know we're all together and it's all this stuff, but like, I just want to know who they pick.
Yeah, you knew they were going to be maudlin to start things.
Yes, that is See, that's why you're a writer. That's why you do get the big bucks. That's why you're the columnist. Yes. You use 50-cent words like maudlin. That's good.
Maudlin, great one.
That is perfect.
So how are you guys doing? How are things in the big city?
It's the city.
Nagler is at his apartment, and what's hilarious is we do Cheesehead TV trivia every night, and then we also have a show that Lisa, who's producing this show, she's actually in Long Island. And then we are operating as essential business. So today we actually did Axios's live 2 shows for them. And then also we work for Columbia Medical University, all the commencements, which I'm very proud of, you guys. We do all of their online commencements. These kids basically graduate and then they go on the front lines and fight this thing. So that's pretty amazing.
That is amazing. Yeah.
And so I'm proud that streaming kind of is like, we've accelerated, like you met me a long time ago, back, it's 2010, 2009, and it's just amazing where streaming's gotten, I think it's great. And we all realize how much of an essential service it is. And even this, like bringing all these people together, like you look on this chat right now, and what you're looking at is all of the people who support Cheesehead TV monetarily, right? Like that's who all the people are on right now, and all the people on YouTube, and it's just great. It's just like we need
Corey,
sports back.
Speaking of which, let's open up the floor for a few people to ask Pete some questions.
Yeah. Anybody want to ask Pete some questions? We'll just volunteer him for that. So,
should I call the chat? Should I click on the chat, or do you guys?
No. Well, people should be able to just if Corey just unmutes the group, because Corey has absolute power. Corey or Perry.
I'm allowing participants to unmute themselves. Please, if you have a question for Pete, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Be a gentleman and ask it correctly, because I know no lady would come forth in an uncouth manner. But if there are no questions, we'll let Pete go because he's a busy man.
I got a question for Pete.
There you go.
Hey, Pete, have you heard anything about the Packers possibly giving Billy Turner some competition this year?
I haven't. I would, they still haven't cut Lane Taylor. Still thinking maybe they're looking to trade him this weekend, because that's an expensive, 6th or 7th lineman after the way Lucas Patrick played pretty well when he played last year. So maybe they think Taylor could do it. They'll draft somebody in there, to give him some competition. But I know Bob McGinn was really harsh on him in his, I don't know if you saw that or not, his post after season thing.
Oh yeah. Hey,
But,
for good reason.
I do a post game a day after analysis with Eric Baranchek every week on tape. And I think Eric is great. And the one thing where he really, really knows his stuff is the offensive defensive lines. He was a defensive lineman at UW Lacrosse when they were winning for national championships. He really knows his stuff. And he said, yeah, the guy had his he had his problems, Turner, but he was still an upgrade over what they had last year. And he was still okay. And he does bring some things to it. LaFleur, I talked to him one-on-one last year, fairly early in the season, and we were talking about other stuff. And we just started talking for a minute or two after the interview was over. And without prompting, he was naming guys who he really liked in the locker room. And Turner was like the second guy he named. So I think the coach really likes him too and thinks he makes a difference in there. But specifically straight to your question, no, it sure looks to me like, they're still expecting him to likely be their starter.
The Detroit Lions just took a corner at 3, by the way. The eternal quest goes on to try and fix their defense. I think they've taken a corner. It feels like they take a corner every year in the first round, if it's not taking a tight end in the top 10. But, yeah, they just took a corner. So there you go. Carry on. Do with that as you will.
I do have a question. This in terms of when the Miami Dolphins take Tua, what do you think it would take to get Rosen?
Ooh, good one. What do you think, Pete?
4?
4, you think?
4? I don't know if you'd have to go 3. I mean,
it depends. It determines the value is probably in the fact that he's still got a number of years on his contract, including a control of a 5th year.
Yeah.
So I could understand Miami maybe trying to play a little hardball.
So the implication being, you wonder if the Packers should go after him as a possible number 2 and success.
I tell you what, I really like him. I like him. I think he's been put in really crappy positions his first 2 years in the league.
And if I remember correctly, didn't he also work with Aaron Rodgers?
He did indeed. They did a documentary together in the lead up to the draft. That's right. That was when it kind of came about that Rodgers let it be known that one of the things he wants to do after he retires is get into documentary filmmaking. And this was his way of dipping his toe into the water. And can I just say, I'm sorry, what is your name?
I'm Sean Kilpatrick.
Sean?
Yes.
The hat, the jersey, and the fact that you just took a fucking pull off a spotted cow, you are so Wisconsin, and I am fucking loving it. I am loving it. That's what I am talking about. That is
and
a
Patreon to boot.
And Patreon, of course.
There you go.
The most important aspect.
I love it.
Thank you guys for doing this.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for joining in.
Pete Doherty is responsible for one of the greatest moments in my life. He started it. He had last year, he had to decide he was going to write an article. I'm sure someone else decided, but he had to be like, okay, I'm going to write the 100 top Packer players of all time.
Oh no.
And one of the greatest moments I've ever had. And, Wildy wasn't there, so he's never going to know what that experience is like. Rob Domofsky, Pete Doherty, Wes Hodkiewicz, Aaron Nagler, myself, a fly on the wall. Thank God Nagler did a podcast recording of it. That was one of my favorite moments in life. And my second favorite moments are also Pete Doherty moments, where Pete would just show up at my house and we'd put a ladder, and my grandfather, who's sleeping right now, are you sleeping? Oh no, Robert Bruner, you can see him. Somebody said on YouTube he was already sleeping. And my grandfather so Pete and Nagler would come out and they would be doing the pregame on Facebook. And Nagler would put the phone on my ladder.
It was an iPad, sir. It was an iPad.
Oh yeah,
Thank you very much.
And my grandfather would be like, those two guys are talking to an iPad, to a ladder. He's like, I never thought I'd ever see two guys talking to a ladder.
And I still miss you, Aaron. That was it was just,
I miss you, buddy.
It was so easy to do. All I had to do was show up, set that thing up in about 15 seconds, and we did a roll. and no prep time, and you just thing like you've been hosting these things all your life, and it was just it was as easy could be, and just talking football and answering questions. I really enjoyed that.
It was a ton of fun, and the best
And of
was
course
like
Corey's hospitality too. That was
well,
You're
naturally.
such a pro, Doherty. You're such a pro. You are like Green Bay deserves to have you because like it's the greatest football town and you are one of the top pros there. So kudos, sir. I drink a beer to you.
Well, you're too kind. And it's funny because I was did a radio interview a couple weeks ago where they have all this time to kill now.
Hey, Pete!
Oh boy.
We talked for like a half hour, and they were asking me what I liked about being here. And one is I love the city almost immediately after moving here. Made a lot of friends right away. But covering this team is it's a special thing. There's nothing like it in the country. There's no franchise like it in pro sports anywhere else in North America.
It's true.
Damn right. Damn right. Oh God, the Giants made a pick. Who'd they pick? Who the Giants get? Oh my gosh. Oh, they're on the clock. All right. Good Lord. Can they draw this out anymore? Oh, watch the Giants. Watch the Giants.
So on YouTube, Andy, they're giving you kudos. They're saying we should have had another stream just run by you with analysts talking about the actual picks, because us the Corey Bankies of the world that don't really care about the draft. Like I care. Who did we pick? Did we pick them? I love them. Right? We picked them. I love them. Let's
Wait,
move on with our lives.
are we a Packers website? Are we a Packers brand?
Are we?
I don't know. I'm trying to discern.
Nagler.
Dude, I have this. I have that.
Oh,
Look at
you
that.
have some swag. I can't
Look
believe
at
you
that.
have any swag.
Look at that.
Wait, how do I get that? How do I get that?
It is impossible
old
to
school.
get.
It's
It is
impossible.
impossible to get.
Everything's for sale. Everything's got a price.
That's a smart man right there. It's not for sale at the moment, but maybe eventually. But yeah, this is old school. It's one of the first merch items that Corey and I ever made.
So
We used to give those away. We used to just give those away. At
Used to
Left
throw
Field,
them. Yeah.
trying to convince people to go to Cheesehead TV.
Corey, do you have any preference on what they do in round one?
I was
Oh,
saying that.
Oh, this should be good.
I was saying I always think the unsexy things are good in the first round, especially at the value pick at 30. So typically like defensive back, offensive lineman, defensive lineman, that's what's there. And you take the value and you move on with your life and do some exciting things in 2 and 3.
My favorite was Brandy on the chat earlier. Before we went live, she said, as long as Corey hates the pick, we'll be good.
Pretty much. I never hate the pick, though. I never hate the pick.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Pete,
It's interesting, Aaron. I wanted to ask you about this. We started. It was for sure to me tackle, inside linebacker, receiver, the three biggest things by far. The more I've thought about it in the last 2 or 3, corner is a really big need too.
It is. We've talked a lot about that. I mean, especially with Kevin King going into the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't re-signed Tremont. I know Gutekunst talked about possibly bringing him back after the draft. We'll see how it lays out this weekend. But yeah, I think corner is a sneaky need. I think that you liked what you saw from Chandon Sullivan, and you do wonder what they have in Kadar Holman. I really liked him last summer, but then he couldn't get on the field to save his life during the season. But yeah, I think corner, and I had Chad Reuter on my podcast last week. He had them trading up to get a corner at 23, which, I mean, I'm not going to dismiss it. It's a total possibility. But yeah, I think corner is definitely.
They don't want to go into the season with Sullivan as their nickel, right? I mean, I can't.
I would be shocked. I mean, he played well. I'm not going to dismiss it. He played well, but yeah, it is what I call a sneaky need. No doubt about it. No question. Anybody else got anything for Pete? Let him go on his merry way.
I got something. This is
There you
Alex in
go.
Buffalo.
Alex, what's up, man?
Hey, Corey Linsley was on a little bit earlier, and he mentioned, kind of jokingly, hope that they don't get a center. But with him being one of the many free agents coming up this year for the Packers, how likely do you see the Packers holding on to him? How much do they like him within the organization moving forward?
From what I hear, they like him a lot. They think he's a really good player. The center quarterback bond matters to some people in this league quite a bit, that they function well together. My guess is they'll find a way to pay him, but, February to February, as we now know, lots can happen, in those 8 months or whatever it is. So Nothing's in stone. If I had to just bet right now, I would bet they'd resign him, and it won't. You're right. I mean, it won't be cheap.
I guess following up on that, what do you see kind of the pecking order of all the free agents? Who are the biggest priorities, and who are the ones who you think may end up walking?
They got to extend Bakhtiari. Those left tackles are so hard to find, right? I still think
Kenny Clark too.
Yeah, well, Clark. Yeah, Clark's actually he'll be number one priority. You're right there. I would still argue, even though there's evidence to say don't do it, to sign Jones to a longer term deal. Now, we're talking 7.5 mil, something like that. We're not talking 10 or 11. And you might be able to get him to bite because he knows he has an injury history too. And he knows the open market may not treat him any better. So if you bird in the hand, if you offer him something, during the season and take some of the injury risk off of him, maybe you can get him at a price that you'd consider palatable, which I'm thinking like $7.5 million a year would be palatable.
Thanks, Pete.
Hey, Pete, what about what I call the curious case of Jared Veldier? Could have sworn that the Packers would try to bring him back. What's going on with that? Any insight?
I was talking with an offensive line coach. This is actually late in the season with another team, and he worked for a different team a couple of years before, and he had worked out Veldier, and he said even then that his body was just breaking down, and he's not gonna be able to practice a lot. His chance of getting hurt are real high. He said he'd be fine for a backup, but you don't want him starting for more than a couple, maybe 3 weeks in a row.
Okay.
And after that, and you're really pushing it, and he's missing practice, so he's not going to be as sharp, and he's still likely to get hurt. And he'd be really worried about using him as a starter or a guy who would end up having to play a lot. And the guy played really well last year when he came in. So
absolutely,
they don't draft a tackle very high, then I could see them maybe signing him as a.
I was going to say he's going to be on speed dial.
Yeah,
right? He's got to be on their call list.
He could be a 3, and you just hold your breath that he doesn't have to play like 7 or 8 games.
Speaking of tackles, the Giants took Andrew Thomas out of Georgia. Man, Gettleman, it's like he wants to be fired. I swear to God. Like I get the game is one in the trenches,
idiot.
and you want to control the line of scrimmage and blah. He loves the hog mollies or whatever, but Thomas at 4. All right, we'll see.
But Daniel Jones, he's got 3 more years left. He bought himself 3 more years.
Yeah, right, by drafting a quarterback. Exactly. I agree. I very much agree. And plus, the Giants have shown, if nothing else, they're just not mine in the store at this point. I think, they won their Super Bowls with Coughlin, and as things have deteriorated the last 5 years, it is clear it's just a moneymaker at this point. I mean, I don't want to say they're the Jets, because I would never cast those kind of aspersions, but they're on their way.
Oh, nice green screen, dude.
They're paying for clinging on to Eli Manning too long.
Yeah, they are.
Amongst other things.
A cautionary tale, perhaps, for the Green Bay Packers.
Very much.
Hey, Pete, I got a question that actually goes back to last year's draft, and it's the basis of something that Aaron's talked about a lot previously. So he's shared how Green Bay's interest in Drew Lock kind of got out there, and the Broncos jumped up and traded for him. Did you or Aaron, you two, did either of you guys hear anything about their interest in Devin Bush? Because we saw Pittsburgh make a big jump up in front of them to get him, and obviously, I feel like having a guy like
I didn't hear anything as far as either from anybody I know or even read or in Scuttlebutt reported interest, etc. All I ever saw was connections made in the media. But I don't know, Pete. Maybe you know something I don't.
No, I did not. But that's the guy who, I make prediction pick every year the day of the draft, and that's the guy I had.
I mean, we'll see. It's funny because I liked him. I didn't love him. I understand why people did, and I understand why he was connected to Green Bay. But again, I didn't hear anything real connecting the Packers or supposed interest with Bush at all.
Rashawn Gary bashing aside.
Exactly. Precisely. Where did Banky go? He just left. Like, I try to give a heads up when I leave,
I'm
but
right
Banky just
here.
takes off.
I'm
just
actually listen, people. I have figured out a really cool Zoom view, and I was utilizing it. And I got Pete, and like people were talking, and I had other people, and then I was trying to figure out. This was fun. You know what? I just want to give a shout out to Pete Doherty. Thank you for coming on. You know, most people that are in your position, they're afraid of Packer fans. So you, sir, are a legend.
No, and no, I mean, all joking aside, no, the honor's mine. I love you guys. So thanks for asking.
We love you, Pete. You're the man.
Thank you, Pete.
I mean, this is great. Nobody does this. Come on. This is awesome.
It's going to be like, this whole stream is just going to be 3 hours of Banky going, this is awesome. Like,
I just miss football.
I love you guys.
Okay?
I know, man.
Doesn't everybody miss
Hey,
football?
Banky, guess what? Some of us talk about it every day. You should check out something called Extra Cheese. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, you're on YouTube?
Every day.
How does that work?
Talking football. Just like this. It's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, whose idea was Cheesehead TV trivia?
That was you, baby. Hey,
That's
where's
right.
Perry? Speaking of Cheesehead
I
TV
love
trivia,
how
where's
Perry's
Perry?
Perry's like, oh, I'm not going to put video on. Screw
Perry,
you guys."
literally says co-host.
Oh, there she
Co-host
is.
my ass.
like,
She's not even on
co-host.
video.
Psych! Oh, we have to unmute her. Hold on.
I'm here. I can unmute
She can
myself.
unmute herself. She's a co-host.
I was
Check
just
out that
taking a nice-
sweatshirt.
After having a nice chat, I was just taking.
Wait a
break.
second. Wait a second. After all the shit that Banky gave you about your background
Yeah,
and your
look at that
camera
camera
angle,
and angle.
what are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't know what you want from me. You have a blank wall. At least I have something behind me.
I have, at least it's eye level.
I can't help it.
Ah.
Okay?
Oh, at least you have a blank wall. Okay, hey, how's this? Oh, yeah? How's that? How about that? There we go.
Why don't you put that
There
on the wall, Nagler? Nagler.
Hey, come on now.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Because, I don't want to put holes in my wall for this.
Look at Tyler Herrick. He's got it going on. Here, let me go to gallery view. He's got the
Go to gallery
draft.
view, if you will.
Also, we had Cheeseheads. Hey, Cheeseheads, are you still around?
Waiting. We're still waiting.
Look at
for
these
the
guys.
Dolphins
These
pick.
guys got it going on right here. Cheeseheads.
What do we got?
They got when they drink a beer,
They
they
got a-
disappear. It's great.
Oh.
Watch. He'll drink a beer and his background will disappear.
All I see is you, Corey. What's going
So when
on?
do you think this starts getting interesting if you're looking at it from a Packers view?
I think the turning point is, honestly, unfortunately, I think it's at 19.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I think that's where the turn is.
What are we at right now? 1?
5.
5.
The Dolphins took Tua. Where's Maggie? Maggie. They
Oh,
took
Maggie.
Tua. There you go. They took Tua. I love Tua. I hope he kills it down there.
We've been holding Maggie back. Maggie's been in our back pocket right now. We gotta bring her out.
For what?
Look at that background. That
He's
is
got the best background.
opposite of Nagler.
Look, yeah, exactly.
Just put her
Harry's
on full view.
background, Maggie's
Please don't.
background.
The Raji wall.
Yeah.
Stop.
Maggie.
Maggie.
This is awful. I hate this.
That's what Cheesehead TV is all about. Come write for us, podcast for us, and be ridiculed on air. That's what it's all about. That's how we roll.
That's journalism, man.
Exactly, Pete.
Middle school prepared me for the constant bullying, so I'm ready to go.
Middle school prepared you for Cheesehead TV. I'm putting
Yep.
that on a T-shirt. I like
Yep.
it. I like
So
it.
Maggie, what do you think about the what do you think? We're gonna trade down? What are we gonna do?
I want them to trade up.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Ooh, that's
Tell
not
me
even
more.
a hot take. Everybody wants them to trade up.
Not everybody.
Everybody.
Not this guy.
Trade down.
They're not picking at 30.
There you go.
That's how I feel.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Either up or down. They're not staying.
No way they
That's-
stay at 30.
Right.
Y'all are crazy. They're gonna stay at 30. They're gonna pick like an
Fix the middle
offensive.
defense.
They're gonna pick an offensive tackle, and everyone's gonna be bored. And everyone's gonna go to sleep.
Got to fix the middle of that defense.
Blacklock.
Man, I love Blacklock. Blacklock's
Hey, Aaron,
Maggie's
can we
boy.
still do questions for Peter?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Fire away.
So I saw a lot today about Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech, middle linebacker. I heard nothing
yeah.
about it this entire draft, and now they're talking about him being a first-round draft talent. Obviously, I'd be very content with going defensive tackle, Blaylock from TCU with Maggie. I get it. Maybe not him, maybe Jordan Elliott. But I mean, I hear everything about Jordan Brooks. What are y'all's take on that?
He's the real deal.
What's up, Bailey?
Sorry, I'm gonna chime in there because I covered him at Texas Tech and I really liked him. He's like the glue to their defense that was really non-existent for the so many years I covered them.
Bailey, what is you just like lurking in the shadows over there?
No, we were talking to her earlier. She's awesome.
Uh-huh. All right. I see how it is. Pete, what's funny is that like the buzz. I mean, well, I'm sorry. Who asked the question? What was the name? I missed it.
Joseph.
Joseph. It's funny that there was a report. I think it was yesterday. I can't remember what his name is again, but all of a sudden his name picked up all sorts of steam, and I think it was Andy Herman. Somebody put together a collection of tweets, like 4 or 5 tweets, where all of a sudden his name was everywhere.
Yeah.
But he is a
Andy's
guy
like,
that.
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there he is. But that is somebody that I know the Packers do like. Now, do they like him at 30? That feels a bit rich. But if you love a guy and you want your guy and you can't get someone to move, because that's the thing. People talk about move up, move down. Oh, they're going to do that. They're going to do this. It takes another GM to say yes. And if they can't move and they absolutely love the guy, maybe they take him. I'd be very surprised because like I said, I think that's a little rich, but stranger things have happened. What do you think, Pete?
Scout told me, pretty high up guy who knows his stuff, told me he thought he was a poor man's Murray. Thinks
that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Thought early mid 2 is where he should go. If he went late 1, it wouldn't be a shocker.
Well, there you go.
He's an every down guy.
Yeah, well, it's just funny because sorry, go ahead.
I have a question as far as how high do you think the Packers would be willing to trade up to? Like what position?
Like you mean which pick?
Yeah, I mean, what's reasonable for them to trade away to jump up?
I think 19 is your ceiling, and I'd be shocked if they did that. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, I think 3's too much with all their needs and everything. That just strikes me as way too rich. I don't see him starting to trade away next year's picks to get more picks this year either. I wouldn't think. They've never done that. So
they've never done that. But here's where I keep coming back with Gutekunst, right? Is like you've got all this history with the franchise, and he's clearly been there with Wolf, with Ted. Clearly, the way he's operated in the draft, for the most part, not across the board, but for the most part, has been akin to how Ted operated. Now, you then turn around and look at the big spending spree last offseason in free agency, very un-Ted-like. Obviously, they needed it. They needed an infusion of talent. And he went and he got it. So, to my mind, I don't discount the idea of him saying, there's this guy that I love, that I think is going to be a huge boon for Aaron Rodgers, for our offense, for our defense, if it's an inside backer. If there's someone he absolutely loves, I think there's enough evidence on the table that suggests, yeah, if he'll make the move. But I'm with Pete. I'm like, that's really rich. And for a team that, yes, it wants to swing right now because Aaron Rodgers only has, say, 3 or 4 years left, you get in trouble depth-wise real quickly trading those picks away to move up for one person.
What position do you think it would be that would be the biggest jump?
I think it's even at inside backer or wide receiver. I'd be shocked if it's inside backer, though. I think if they do trade up, it's for somebody that they absolutely love at wide receiver. I can't fathom them trading up to take an inside backer, given how much they've discounted that position for over a decade. And that's not just Brian, Ted, whoever. That's just institutionally in Green Bay. Trading up to take an inside backer.
Hey, Brock Ron down in Oklahoma. Lincoln Riley tweeted out Packer #future a couple days ago. Do you think CD is at all in the picture?
I don't know. I mean,
didn't I see that it was who was it? Was it the linebacker? The guy was a rookie last year. Why was his name is escaping me all of a sudden? Who was knee in camp from Oklahoma?
Oh, Bolton. Yeah.
I thought I saw where he had a son And that's what it was a reference to.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that's what it was about.
I thought I saw that somebody referenced that on Twitter. I didn't.
He never clarified it himself, though.
He does have a kid on the way.
It was a very
that.
vague tweet.
What's that, Bailey?
He does have a kid on the way that's due pretty soon.
Right.
So that could be it.
What is the shot of the city here? This is beautiful.
Yeah, I want to see that. Andrew Schmidt. Here, I'll pin him. Spotlight video. What is that?
So this is Chicago right now.
Chicago right now.
Oh, sorry. Was that out loud? I'm sorry. Did that just escape me?
We love Chicago, though. Chicago City, sister city. Yeah, love you. But Chicago Bears.
Hey, Soldier Field is right over here on the other side. So I've got to battle against them every Sunday.
I tell you what, being a Packers fan in Chicago, I did that for 3 years. That is gold, man, especially when the Packers are good. That is a fun time.
All right. Thank you for that. I'm going to cancel that spotlight now that I know that Chicago.
The Chargers went with Herbert. We go back-to-back quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas.
Pushing down players the Packers want. That's fine.
They would have been nuts to not take Herbert there.
I mean, given the fact that they don't have a quarterback, that's it makes
They have
sense. I don't.
Taylor.
It's either that or it's either Tyrod Taylor.
Herbert's a bust.
Joke.
Corey, can you mute whoever just said the words Tyrod and Taylor together?
Yeah, I'm okay. Everybody, I'm muting everybody. Hold on. All right. I think I'm the only person unmuted. And then now I can unmute Nagler. But do I really want to do that? Do I?
Not.
Do I? Yeah, Perry, you have the conch. See, I told you. I told you it was going to be power. It's going to be powerful.
That, like, when
All right, we'll unmute Nagler. Nagler, you can come back. And wait, I
Hey,
should have
Lisa,
unmuted.
Lisa, can we go back to my one box? Thanks.
I should have unmuted Pete before Nagler. So Pete, I'm sorry.
See,
about
he's
that.
got the ultimate power in the Zoom, but I have the ultimate power over the stream, kids.
That's true.
Although
That's true.
that's not true because Corey pays Lisa's salary. So Lisa's like, I'm not messing with Corey.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's all
right. Yeah, we got to take back control, people. Bally.
Old fashioned. I agree with you. I think I don't know if there's a report out there, but Carolina taking Simmons makes a world of sense. That makes a world of sense.
Okay.
I just don't
Patreon-
like Herbert as a prospect. I just think like look at these highlights. If you're watching the television, every highlight is like, oh, look at this great protection I have to make me survey the field for 5 seconds before I have to escape the pocket. It's like that happens in 3 seconds, in 1 second in the NFL. I just don't love him. But we'll see.
A good shot there of a Wisconsin Badger hitting him after he's 10 yards into the end zone in the Rose Bowl.
Well, he deserved it. That's right. My stream's a little behind because I'm streaming, not on TV. And you're local. You get it all.
Andy Herman. I want to bring Andy Herman into this because you know what? Besides Pete Doherty, Andy Herman probably knows more about the Packers draft right now than anybody else. Andy,
I love TJ Lang is literally tweeting, should I join Cheesehead TV? Yeah, just join, dude.
Yeah, why is he
Tweet it
asking?
out.
So I want to
don't
talk shit
know.
about the Lions.
Yeah, seriously.
Andy, you and Pete, you got anything for Pete? You got anything you want to know? You got anything you guys want to talk about?
I'd love to talk to Pete.
Andy watches all the tape, man. He's got all that stuff down.
Yeah, I'm curious, Pete. The big thing that I think happened in these last couple picks, if there was one team that seemed to really be in on Jordan Love, it was the Miami Dolphins. Maybe with that later pick, if they weren't going to use something at 5. So for the people concerned about Jordan Love at pick 30, where does he slot in now is my question. What team is going to take Jordan Love between now and 30 that would cause some Packer fans a little less angst when that pick is on the clock?
I'm not sure. I'm talking with one of the guys. I've talked about 5 guys in the last couple of days, and the last one I talked to said, because I was asking him, what do you think about taking him at 30? Would you do it? And he said, they're not going to have to make that decision. Somebody's going to trade up. If he makes it past into the 20s, somebody will trade up and get him.
That makes sense.
I don't know if the Colts have any interest in him, for instance.
That could
Raiders,
be
the Raiders, you never know what they're going to do.
You never know with Gruden. It could be anything.
He's a quarterback collector.
Exactly. And then a quarterback hater as soon as he gets them in the room.
Talks behind their back. Yeah.
Dude, I'll never forget my first week with Chris Sims at Bleacher Report. He told some of the funniest, awfulest stories about Gruden I've ever heard. Like, just about what a terrible, just the way he was treated. I mean, that guy was awful to all his young quarterbacks, not just Chris.
The other thing you guys were talking about earlier.
Brett Favre's quarterbacks coach.
Ooh, Corey, nice shot.
That move up to 19, depending on what trade value chart you use, that's a second round pick for most, exactly the second round pick that the Packers have by most trade charts. So if the third is rich, the second's even more rich, obviously.
I don't know what you think, Andy. I just think even a 3 would be too rich for me. But I don't know if you agree or not. But
hey, Corey, unmute Jersey Al. I want to get his take here. I want to hear what he has to say.
Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, Jersey. I meant to unmute. I unmuted Bally and Maggie and Perry and Tyler, so then they could just it got a little unruly, so I got to shut it down.
Corey has no idea what he's doing. Corey has no idea what he's doing.
What? I'm doing it. Hey, I'm doing this. I'm controlling this. I am the dungeon master, people.
I know you are. That's the best part.
I miss the NFL. I love that Corey Lindsley's on. I love that Pete Doherty's on. I love that we have our Patreons on. Nagler, I can live without you. That's fine. Everybody else.
That's a fair evaluation.
Everyone else, I love you. Thank you for coming on. It's fucking amazing. We need football in our lives, people.
I agree, Corey.
So what do you think, Andy? Is 3 too rich for you? 2 too rich? Both?
It really depends. So there's 8 players that I would say, well, there were 8 players that I think are premium positions and premium players that they would potentially have value in moving up for. The 4 top offensive tackles and the 4 top wide receivers. If any of those 4 top offensive tackles or 4 top wide receivers are there in that 20-ish range, and Brian Gutekunst and friends are in love with those type of players, then I could see using a second or third to move up to get a premium player at a premium position at an area of need. I could buy the value with that. If it's not one of those 8 guys, I think it's a really, really tough sell. And even if it is a Henry Ruggs or someone like that, like we've talked about all along, the depth is very strong at wide receiver. You're probably better off taking wide receiver at 32 and 64 than you are packaging both up to get Henry Ruggs.
That's what I was thinking when I saw the reports about Jefferson. I just thought, that's a lot in a draft where you can get. It sounds like there are really good prospects into the 3rd round. It just seems you're putting an awful lot into thinking that you're 100% going to be right, and there's just too much luck involved in drafting.
I'm with you on that.
I'm with you.
I really think there's too many good players that you can pick up in the 3rd round. I am not a proponent of trading up at all. I think you're on the money with that.
This is one of my favorite drafts from like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th round standpoint in a really long time. I mean, if not ever. There are really, really talented players through top 100, 150 in this draft.
Who'd you like better, Murray or Queen?
Are you asking Al?
Careful how you answer. Careful how you answer, sir.
I'm asking Andy.
I know, and I want him to be careful how he answers.
Why am I being careful here?
Because I have a draft crush. And if I
gotcha.
hear the wrong name come out of your mouth, you're going to get muted forever.
My higher on my board, Aaron, is Kenneth Murray. I do love his athleticism. He's a freak athlete. And I think if we go back to Blake Martinez's comments about, not having a specific gap that he was responsible for, true or not, whatever you want to buy in it. If I have somebody that I need to play that crazy maniac role that can be in 2 spots at once and get sideline to sideline, give me Kenneth Murray, because he's a freak enough to do it. And even if he picks a wrong gap from time to time, I trust Darnell Savage and Adrian Amos behind him. I'm okay with it. I'll live with it. Give me the freak athlete. Give me the attacker. Give me Kenneth Murray.
Word. That's what I'm talking about. Corey, you can keep him unmuted.
Andy.
Well done.
We love you, Andy. Good job.
You live to fight another day.
Pete, love the work you do too, by the way. I haven't really got to talk to you in person too much, but I really appreciate you coming on and really appreciate everything you do.
What the hell?
Hey, Pete, have you had a chance to maybe talk to somebody about the wide receiver that the Packers picked up, the Canadian kid, Reggie Begelton?
I haven't. All I know about him is
Yeah, he's like a mystery man.
stuff I read online. I looked up his 40 time, all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he's not young, so it's now or never for him. You know, it's all the guy worth a shot, but they'd be lucky if he's a guy who makes the roster, I would think.
Okay.
Camp Body, party of one. Camp Body.
What's camp going to be like?
There's going to be a camp?
Yeah, I mean.
That's an assumption.
It's just the worst, man. It's just the worst. The best time of year is training camp, man. That is the best.
I'm thinking I'm guessing like one of the options will be closed to the public. Media's allowed in. You got to, at minimum, have your temperature taken or maybe do a COVID test.
Right. You got to do some kind of.
They can bang it out in a couple minutes. And everybody who's in there has to have a test, something like that. I wonder if that's how it'll end up going.
The Panthers take Derek Brown, the defensive tackle out of Auburn. Arizona Cardinals pick is in. We don't know who it is yet. We're moving, people. We're moving.
So wait, Nagler, should I open it back up now? Do people think they could be more civil?
People are civil.
Who was
People
being
are fine.
uncivil?
No one was being uncivil.
I got to go get a beer. So if I allow people to unmute themselves,
we've got Perry. Perry is here. She can take control.
No, I know, but I'm gonna allow people to unmute themselves. But you got to mute yourself if you're not asking a question. This is Zoom, people. New world we're living in. Okay, I'm gonna click the button, Nagler. Don't make me regret this, Nagler.
Too late.
I regret it. All right, it's open for questions, people. I see Corey Jennerjohn. I want to see Corey Jennerjohn's. I gotta find
his
him.
video. The video of Corey Jennerjohn.
Love the Cheesehead, Jordan. Love the Cheesehead. Love it, love it, love it. Let's show gallery view.
What's going on, Banky? How are you doing?
If you're gonna have a Cheesehead TV video, you need some. What's up, Corey? Tim Bax.
Cheesehead.
Love. What is that? A cheese shark? The hell is that?
So this is Cheesehead. The very first time I ever went to Lambeau Field was November 2000, the game against the Vikings on Monday night. I was like,
oh my God. What?
Yeah.
That was your first game?
That was my first
at
game.
Lambeau?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's amazing.
And I was like 13 years old. I know, sorry to make you feel old. But these were
yeah.
They were giving these out. Yeah, they were giving these out at the game. And I still have, a couple of them. And
they were giving those out. Wait a second. Do they have a sponsor on them? Who was the sponsor?
I don't know. There's nothing like. Oh wait, here we go.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's Shopko. Here we go on the back.
There you go. Yeah. Wow. They spent some money on that, son.
Yeah. So they were giving these out to everyone, and I just remember seeing like a dude with the Vikings helmet with the horns, like having like 3 through each horn, like just crushing them. But yeah, it was. That's awesome. That was a hell of a first game. That's for sure.
Cool, man. Those are cool. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a Patreon. Appreciate you.
Corey.
Yes.
I'm actually a writer and contributor to the draft.
I know. I'm talking about Corey Jennerjohn. I want to make something clear right here about Corey Jennerjohn right now. I'm gonna spotlight some Corey Jennerjohn. Okay, everybody who follows Cheesehead TV, everybody thinks this is the guy who writes all the crazy shit on Cheesehead TV. I'm the guy who writes the good stuff, right, Corey? Right?
Yes, and you are also the one that spells your name correctly. So I bow to you.
No, Tim and Corey, thank you for being writers here. I'm just giving you shit, Tim. You know that.
Thanks for the platform. Thanks for this. This is super awesome.
No, this is fun, you guys. We got Pete, we got Tim, we got Corey, we got Maggie, we got Jersey Al. So Corey, what's your hot take? What do you think for the draft?
I agree with what Maggie was saying before. I really think the Packers are going to move up. The question is, like what Andy was saying before, I'm not really sure how high that is. I really think they can make 20. Anything north of that is really going to be a stretch.
You think they're going to trade down?
I think they'll go up. I think they'll go up. Yeah.
Wow. People.
I don't believe it. Unless I think the draft has to fall in a very particular way for that to happen. And the odds of that happening are not great, but it could. I mean, it's obviously possible.
If Jefferson is still on the board at 18, 19.
15, yeah. That's when the calls will start happening. zero doubt.
Yeah, because you definitely got to leapfrog. The Saints, the Vikes. You got to get in front of all those teams, for sure.
No doubt about it.
Like
He's
is
traded up every year.
deep. The draft is so deep at their areas of need that like, if they're going to move up for someone, it has to be someone that they're like completely in love with.
In love with. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah,
dude. The Cardinals just took Isaiah Simmons. They are having a fucking offseason. Holy cow, dude. That kid is awesome.
So
Sorry,
Tim, what do you think? No, so Tim, what do you think? You're gonna trade down?
I've been saying either they trade down, or if one of those receivers that they really like falls to them, I think they take that. But I think trade down is the most likely thing. Like they might have a preference, but is it like, oh, we like this guy like 5% more than this guy, or is it like this is one person that we absolutely have to have and we're completely in love with? I just with their positions of need in the draft, as deep as it is in those positions, I just don't see why they would give up the capital to move up when they can it just wouldn't make sense to me.
See,
Tim,
okay. But
you're
wait,
speaking my language, Tim. You're speaking my language.
Wait a second.
Oh, Nagler.
Well, allow me to retort. No, but the thing is like, yes, everything you said just makes perfect sense. And theoretically, totally agree. But we don't know what they know. And we don't have the evaluations that they have. And is there, in our eyes, a very deep wide receiver class? No doubt. You talk to anybody, in or out of the league, media or otherwise, everyone agrees. Very deep. But this is where the rubber meets the road, and this is where why they get paid the big bucks, to make these determinations of where these guys project. And that's what it's about. It's not about what they did in college. It's not about their athleticism. It's about where they think they're going. And if they project that this guy is going to be special, much more so than any of his other colleagues that are around the same area, talent-wise, then that's why they would make the determination to trade up. I agree that in a vacuum, it makes no sense to trade up. But if they feel the guy is special, and I know you said that, so I know you get what I'm saying. I'm just kind of reinforcing the point of, if they do make the move, it is because they have an insane, or at least Brian Gutekunst and whatever area scout brought this kid up, they have an insane kind of feeling about the prospect, which would make it exciting for me.
All it really takes is you falling in love with the guy, and that's it. But you're right. I mean, ultimately, whoever it is, I'm going to trust that they know way more than I do, because I'm just, some schmuck sitting here in Milwaukee. These are the people who get paid.
But you have a fucking fire team photo behind you.
Nagler, I think there's something wrong with your mic, so you might want to plug it in or something.
Good.
Yeah, what about, I've got the '96 Packers team photo up here. We got Clay Matthews, Paul Hornung, Jim Taylor over there somewhere. So yeah.
Love it. I love it. Good stuff. You know what? That's inspiring me, Tim. I think we should let's go to who is on the Zoom that has the best Packer stuff. Okay. So we've already gone to Maggie. We got Tim. All right. Let me see it, people. Oh, Matt.
Hey, Corey.
Yes.
I probably need to roll and get my game face on here pretty quick.
Oh, here we go.
Got a couple calls to make and all that, so I probably need to sign off here.
Thank you so much, Pete.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Pete.
you coming on.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. This is a lot of fun, and you guys. So thanks.
Thank you.
Always great
Pete
talking
Doherty.
to you, Pete.
Thanks, talk to you soon.
Thanks, Pete.
Thanks.
Thanks, Pete.
All right. Pete's like, before we get into the Packer crap, let me get off here real quick. Andy's like, you know what? I don't have any Packer stuff behind me, so I don't really care about this. Jersey Al's in Jersey. What do you got, Jersey Al?
Let's see. It's going to be hard for you to see, but.
Oh, I see a wine bottle. That's a what is that? Manolo? That's a Manolo wine. You got the Star 15, Jersey Al. So already you're winning. Jersey Al.
Here's the good one. Favre and Star together.
You see this? Okay, people over here, you see in my feed here, I'm going to spotlight my feed. The reason why my feed looks the way it does, okay? Because over here, you got the man himself right here. I know he's in the corner. You also got Nitschke down there with Lombardi. So, but Star's over there. That's a very, very, very important corner.
I have a Thomas Lang who wants to join.
Okay. Who's Thomas Lang? Who's that?
TJ Lang.
Did we
TJ Lang.
Wait, what happened? I don't see him though. Where is he at?
He's joining.
Oh, there he is. TJ Lang in the Cheesehead TV.
Hello.
Zoom room.
What's up,
What's
TJ?
up?
Who's
What's
that?
going on,
Corey
buddy?
Bank? Is that Corey Banky?
Yeah, we met each other. We finally
Hey, buddy.
we got to meet each other. How's you doing, bud?
Yeah, went to the house, man. It's a nice setup you got over there. What's up,
Thank
Packer
you.
fans? Where's Nags at? I don't see Nags.
His mic was kind of broken, so we decided. Oh, Will Blackman, I guess, is joining too, a former Packer.
Nice.
Looks like he's in. Oh, Nagler's like. Oh, I think he's texting me right now. Oh yeah, he's like TJ Lang is trying to get in. He's texting me, bro.
Nagler,
So you're in.
he seems like the type of guy that would really go cheap on the internet.
About time y'all let me in this thing.
Yeah, he heard you were coming, TJ.
What's up, Packers fans? Calvin, Aaron, Joe, Jeff, Mike.
That's
Steve,
crazy, right?
Kyle,
Crazy.
Alex.
So everybody,
Jersey Al.
everybody's. Yeah, they're either writers of Cheesehead TV or Patreon subscribers. So they
there we
actually
go.
pay to watch Cheesehead TV. Can you believe that?
You got them all muted, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Corey,
well,
can we
ask
a
question
to CJ Lang? Is that okay?
Yeah, TJ, you want to take questions?
Yeah,
I can
got
mute
about,
everybody if you want me to.
I probably got about 5-10 minutes. So yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Quick question for you, if you don't mind. Who's your favorite offensive lineman in the draft? If there's someone that we could take it, pick number 30. There's a few that I like. Obviously, Josh Jones, maybe as a Cleveland. But who are you feeling? Yeah, I think Josh Jones is a good prospect out of Houston. I don't know though. I think Cleveland might take a tackle here. I'm guessing. Who else is already off the board? I know the Giants took Thomas, right?
I think he's the only tackle that's been taken.
Is he the only tackle that's been taken? Yeah, I don't know. I think outside of the top 5 or 6 guys with Becton, with Thomas, with Wirfs, I think out of that probably top 5 group, the next 5 are probably pretty interchangeable to me. I think after watching some film on them. I don't know. I think there's a lot of guys in this draft that I kind of question if they've got decent versatility. The one guy I really like is a guy from Temple, Matt Hennessy, but he played center, but he's a big body, 6'4", 315, really athletic dude, the type of dude that Green Bay loves to bring in that can play all 5 positions. I don't know if he's going to be a first-round talent. He might be there in the second. I don't know, though. I think with what we've seen out of Goody the last couple of years, he's not afraid to make trades. He might move down if there's somebody not there. He might move up. He might move up for a linebacker. He might move up for an offensive lineman. I wouldn't be surprised if Green Bay comes out of this draft with at least 3 linemen. I think you look at some guys that they've lost with Balaga. You look at some guys whose contracts are expiring. There's going to be some holes that are going to need to be filled there in the next couple of years.
Wow.
Thanks,
So,
TJ.
good job
Thanks, Corey.
broadcasting,
Appreciate it.
TJ is dialed in.
What's everybody drinking on today? I got a little yellow cup of my special mixture.
Yeah, so TJ, wait, what did you like better? You had the Bloody Mary and the Old Fashioned. So what was your favorite drink of the 2 at the Lambeau House?
Corey, I got to tell you, I'm a 100% old-fashioned guy.
Yeah,
Bloody
baby.
Marys, Bloody Marys have never really tickled me underneath there. It doesn't really do a lot for me. I hate tomatoes unless it's some sort of pasta sauce or ketchup.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
Bloody
I
Marys
understand.
just don't. Your Bloody Mary was awesome. I got to tell you though. But I'm a whiskey guy through and through, as Irish as you can possibly get, man. You made a hell of an old fashioned. I can't wait to come back next year.
Yeah, man. It was great to have you. It was amazing. The Cheesehead TV house has become an offensive lineman. We had Corey Lindsley on earlier, and we're definitely appreciative of the Packers O-line. That's the heart and soul of everything that's gotta move.
I
So
love my O-line buddies, but for you to kind of lump us in with Corey Linsley, I don't really enjoy that much. 'Cause he's kind of a different cat. I don't know. We don't. I don't think he really exemplifies the heart and the passion that many of us shared, especially from that
Oh, really?
2014
Really?
group. Well, he was just a
All
rookie
right.
back then, But Corey's
Gotcha.
a good dude. He's a dad
Yeah.
now, so he's changed a little bit.
Yeah, we were talking to him earlier, and we broke bread, and I love his he's like the most cerebral person I've ever met. Almost.
He's a very intellectual fella.
Yeah, and he's like, he's a great dude to talk to.
He's a deep
yeah, I
thinker
was
for
asking,
sure.
how are you doing? Physically, how are you doing in this time as far as like what you got to do to kind of keep your head on straight?
Well, as you can tell, my hair's starting to fall out a little bit. I shaved it for the first time ever about a month ago, and it's not growing back, so I'm getting a little concerned. No, physically, I think I'm about on par with other 10-year veterans who played in the NFL. I mean, I don't have, I'm not completely healthy, but at the same time, I don't have a ton of traumatic injuries that I have to rehab and worry about every single day. I think the biggest thing for me was towards the end of my career when I came to Detroit was a couple really nasty concussions. The last one took me quite a bit of time to get over, and ended up, kind of got coupled up with a neck injury and ended my season, ultimately ended my career. I wouldn't say it ended my career because I felt like I was going to retire after that season anyways. But yeah, I feel pretty good. I think when you play 10 years in NFL, you expect some sort of wear and tear and some aches on the body. So I guess everything's kind of lived up to my expectations. I don't have any nagging injuries. I mean, other than, some back tightness, shoulders obviously get a little beat up, hips get a little beat up from all the bending and punching and nonstop contact you go through being an offensive lineman. But I'd say we're probably pretty average for a 10-year vet. No worse, no better.
You sound like you're ready to broadcast sports. I ask you the draft question, and you're like on it, dude. You're like ready to go. Are you ready to be that analyst? Is broadcasting in your future?
I don't know. I think I had some interesting discussions going on earlier this winter about joining some different teams and kind of getting linked up. And obviously, I played majority of my career in Green Bay, but I'm from Detroit. I live in Detroit. My wife's from Detroit. My family's in Detroit, and this is where we really call home now. And obviously, playing a couple years in Detroit gave me a good relationship with a lot of great people around the city. I'm hoping to try to join something, maybe like a John Kuhn role. Maybe it's doing sideline, maybe it's doing some.
I
in-house
literally was
writing.
about to say Kuhn. That's exactly what I said. I said, "Are you going to follow in the footsteps of Kuhn?"
Yeah, and I think it's not a team preference. It's not like I'm choosing Detroit over Green Bay. It's just this is where I live. This is where it's convenient for me to work. This is where it's convenient for me to stay around the game of football. And if Kuhn was a guy who lived in New Orleans, I'm sure he would be doing stuff for the Saints. I'm no different. I obviously love my time in Green Bay, but being back home, this is where I want to be. This is kind of central location for me, and it's the best opportunity for me to stay around the game, football, and obviously help out with the Detroit media market a little bit. And I don't want to be hands-on though. I don't want to be a coach. I don't want to be in the building every single day. If I could help out and do some things that John's doing, whether it's some sideline broadcasting or doing some weekly show, kind of showcasing the players' personalities a little bit. That's something that I've had a lot of fun with the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, you're good at it. Like you're just, you're natural.
Hey, you're good at it too, Corey.
No, you got to give that. You got to give that love. I mean, you need more O line. Like even Kuhn, Kuhn on the sideline was like fun this year. It was like it's something different.
Kuhn was kind of a adopted offensive lineman, I guess you could say, especially towards the end of his career when he was pushing about 270. I think he was. He was one of us.
Well, and what's funny is you're going to be in Detroit. So you got the Twitter account on fucking lockdown. So it's like basically Packer fans, it's hard because we want to talk shit about you because you played for the Lions, and then it's like you're in the Lions den, as it were, but then you got the Packer cred, so it's like hard, you know what I mean? It's like, oh.
No, yeah, I get it, and I think
it's hard to hate on the Lions if you're a Packers fan. That's the reality, right? It's
well,
just hard.
It's hard because, let's be honest, I'm not trying to bash the Lions here, but there hasn't been much of a rivalry there, recently.
Well,
I think
they have the history. They have this
The
long
Lions
history.
beat the Packers for 4 years in a row.
Oh, look who
Nagler. Nagler decided to
back.
show up.
Hey, Nagler, guess somebody left when somebody left Green Bay, all of a sudden they lost 4 straight games of the Lions. Who was that? I don't know. Anybody?
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. I'm just busting balls.
TJ gave me so much shit about that.
Take it easy.
No,
Hey, we got
I
Will
enjoyed it.
Blackman
I
also
enjoyed it.
Will Blackman on our
No,
Zoom right now.
don't let Will steal my fucking thunder here. Got like 2 minutes left, all right?
You want to start a little
Will can wait.
competition?
He came with the helmet.
He's got the helmet. He's got the footballs.
He's got the footballs. He's not even playing. He's
Will,
like,
how many pads did you take out of that helmet for that to fit? There's no way.
I'm the same size.
Yeah, but those pads get so hard when you let them sit for a couple years.
Oh, listen, I'm good, man. So what's up, dog?
What's
What's
up,
up,
Will?
brother?
Wait, okay, Will. I have one question I wanted to ask you before anything gets away from us.
Are you hiding?
I need to know the story that you let loose on Twitter about McCarthy keeping you guys in worse and worse hotels when you were on a losing streak.
Wow, everyone just went to their screen immediately. No, so that okay. Wait, well, I'm trying to think. I need the schedule. Anyhow, we were getting thumped that year, right? And so we just noticed that we're staying in bad hotels, and we're like, dude, what is this? We were just in the NFC Championship game the previous year, right? And we were so used to going to the best hotels wherever we were. And so next thing you know, like we're starting to notice a trend. And so when we go to Jacksonville, I mean, it was like a scene from First 48. I was like, dude, what are we doing here? And I remember we had a meeting and we talked to Mike, like, yo, what's up? He goes, listen, if y'all want a nice hotel, fucking win. He said win, and we'll get it done. And we were like, all right. We ended up losing that game to Jacksonville, I think, but he eventually, I think, we went to Chicago, and I think we stayed at the W. He took care of us. I love Mike.
Will, you and TJ, were you guys surprised that Mike went to Dallas?
Absolutely not.
No, I wasn't.
No, dude, you go to Green Bay, story organization, you go to Dallas. He's smart. He's a businessman. He's smart.
Yeah, I agree with Will. I think not only everything around the organization, right? I mean, I think when you think of Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay Packers, you think of 2 of the best organizations in all of sports, not only football. But no, secondly, I think you look at the veteran team that they have. I don't think Mike was the type of guy at that point of his career that was going to kind of want to jump into a young team with a rookie quarterback. I think he had been there. He had done that. I think he felt like he was more accomplished than kind of starting over at that role. So I think, it was no surprise at all to see him go to Dallas, veteran offense. Who knows what's going to happen with Dak? I don't know. They're probably going to sign him. But especially you look at their offensive line and the running game, I think that's something that, although we don't really see a lot of it in Green Bay until kind of later in the months, in the season when it got cold running the ball, I think Mike
I wanted to ask you
offensive line guy.
Ryan Grant said on our watch party 2 years ago, when he went to Washington, they practiced the run game more in 1 week than they did for like a month in Green Bay. Did you find that with Detroit? Like you got added emphasis on the run game that wasn't prevalent in Green Bay?
I think I did when it got down to the individual part of practice. Individual in Green Bay, it was like you'd have probably an hour as an offensive line to work on offensive line drills, and about 55 minutes of that was pass protection, and about 5 was run blocking. And I think when I got to Detroit, we were hitting the sled for like 45 straight minutes, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't know how to do this, you know.
What is going on?
But I don't attribute that to anything other than we had Aaron Rodgers in his prime, and
right,
it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Obviously, he's a guy you want to put the ball in his hands as many times as possible. But when you kind of look at the trend over my 8 years there, and I think it was kind of Mike's philosophy was, yeah, he wanted to save a lot of the run game for later in the season. He wanted to save it for those home games in 10-degree weather when teams really don't want to tackle. You know, the defensive linemen are coming off the ball a little bit slower. I think he wanted that. That's when you saw us really start pounding the rock. And especially I look to that, 2013 season, 2014 season with Eddie Lacy when he was a young pup. I mean, you look at the couple of playoff games we had there. I mean, we're just pounding the rock. You know, you look at 14 against Dallas. I mean, the first series was like the first 10 plays were 9 runs.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that was kind of Mike's philosophy.
I want to go back really quick, Tej, when you mentioned about McCarthy didn't want to go to a team to rebuild, but even when he signed with the Packers the same year I was drafted in 2006, and that was a turnkey situation. You know, you already got your quarterback, Brett Favre. We had Amon Green, Henderson, Donald Driver. We drafted Greg, Bubba Franks. Our whole line was Chad Clifton, College, Scott Wells, Spitz, Tauscher. I mean, it was
veteran group.
You go to defense,
Bubba
right?
Franks.
Big Bubba.
I just jizzed.
And then defense, right? We signed Charles that year. We already had Al. We already had Nick Young. You know, Corey Williams, Campman, Pickett, Kabir. Like we had. Like I said, we went to the championship game the following year. So
wait,
again,
Will,
it was a smart situation.
I've always wanted to ask you this: how long did you practice the Dion before you busted it out on that return?
Oh, I did it my whole life. I just couldn't do it legally. I would get penalized in high school. I would get penalized in college. I'm like, I remember once I broke through the wave in Minnesota, I looked around. I was like, oh shit,
all alone.
This is it. I can do it. And it was like, oh, yes. I couldn't wait. And then, so what they don't show is I did that, and then I remember Charlie Pepper tackled me, and then I jumped into the Minnesota stands, and they threw beer on me, and I was drinking the beer, which I can't find anywhere.
Oh, that's
Dags. I got time for one more question. That I got to jump on with the Lions because they pay the bills. Not you.
Oh, the Lions. The Lions. TJ.
Just get the fuck out.
I'm unemployed, man. I gotta, I know. I gotta collect.
Hey, I just want to say, hey, I don't know. We'll maybe take a question, but I just want to say thank you so much for taking even 5 seconds, man. It's really, you came over pregame this year. It was awesome. You're an absolute legend and an ambassador for the Packers, even with your Lions affiliation. You're the man.
Why can't I be both, man? Why can't I be
both?
Fine.
I'm saying
NFC North. The North is not enough, people. The North is not enough.
No, I hear you guys. I got to tell you though, before I leave, that trip I made back to Lambeau this past year for the Redskins game was absolutely epic. I think being there with Josh Sitton, a lot of other guys were actually in town because it was Aaron Rodgers' birthday weekend. So Jordy Nelson, AJ Hawk, a lot of guys were back in town. It was legitimate nostalgia, kind of just thinking back of the memories I had with those guys from 2009 all the way up to 2016. And such a great time. Lambeau Place, Green Bay, Wisconsin will always hold a very, very special place in my heart. It's where 2 of my 3 kids were born. Raised a family there. It's where I grew up as a 21-year-old kid into a 30-year-old man. It's a very special place. When I got to come back there, I got to tell you, man, I had goosebumps the entire 3 days I was there. And Corey, Aaron, you guys were nice enough to let me come have a pregame drink with you guys, and I hope we can do that again this year.
Always,
Absolutely,
man. You're a legend.
No question. TJ, thanks so much for joining us, man.
All right,
Thank you, TJ.
Thanks, TJ. Thanks, TJ. Much respect.
See you, Will.
What? You kicking me out? All right. Oh, later, Tej.
Oh, you stay. TJ's leaving.
Yeah, Will stay here.
Will's just like, what? I'm out.
I want to know who Will wants the Packers to pick.
Okay, hold on. I gotta mute.
I have no
Hold on.
loyalty to any organization.
You have no
Okay.
look. There's not a player you think would fit really well with the pack in the first round?
Well, obviously they need some action outside besides, Devontae. That's what I like.
There you go. But who? Who?
I don't know. Raiders took Ruggs.
The Raiders took Ruggs. I mean, what I kept hearing that, Ruggs might fall. I'm like,
dude,
Mark Davis is his father's son.
Athletically, he's off the charts. Like, it's obviously super fast, but watching him the way he plays, and then watch him as a basketball player, that's a big deal. I mean, he's unbelievable athletically. So
yeah, we'll see. I mean, I would love them to get Jefferson if he falls. I think that's one of the names that people glom onto because it's an actual possibility.
It is a possibility.
But I hear you.
A friend who wants to join us, Aaron Nagler.
Oh,
Who's that?
no. We're going to start chugging some beer. The one, the only, David Bakhtiari looks like.
All right, hang on, David.
Boy.
I'm going to go hang out by the pool. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to brag, but.
Oh, it's all good, man. You do what you got to do. Thanks for joining us, Will.
Oh, my goodness. Will Blackman, thank you so much.
Dave. What's up?
Oh, no. Look at this gentleman.
Am I on?
What's up?
You're on,
baby.
You're on.
You're on
What's
YouTube.
up, brother?
You're
No,
everywhere.
nobody can hear you.
Oh, hold on. I got to unmute you. Oh, no, you're unmuted.
Geez.
You're ready, Corey.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
You are unmuted, so don't
All
say
right.
anything stupid.
I don't even know how technology works. Who's the idiot who just talked?
Some guy. Some dude. Wait, you pulled the hair back for this appearance?
I hope Aaron's.
Come on, I wanted a full flip.
I hope Aaron's feelings are at an all-time high right now, since he always feels like I always end up abandoning him.
Oh no! This gentleman here.
Dude, it is O-line town up in here. We are
It really
Cheesehead
is.
TV.
You just missed TJ.
Dude.
Was TJ on here?
Yeah, like
TJ
5
just
seconds
left.
ago.
Oh, bro. Man, I missed him. Oh, all right, I gotta go. I'll see you later.
Dude, no. Dude, do you remember?
I want to get back, at least enjoying this a little bit with my family and my friends before I gotta do a couple other things. But I want to make you happy, all right? Since
yeah.
How's New York, by the way? Is that good?
It's locked down, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I have barely left a 3-block radius in a month. So it
How
is
you
New
doing?
York.
Nothing's changed that much for you then. Other than I've been in quarantine. I got all my jokes ready to go. I haven't been able to serve.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it.
My sister and her husband, so I got to start serving people.
Hey, Buck, are we gonna get a beer chug?
Beer chug.
Oh, people want.
I can't do it in front of the camera.
Hold on. Everybody's gonna get muted for 1 second. Just hold on, because I gotta mute everybody because we got Bakhtiari on, and I can't do it. I can't let everybody have the power. Okay, hold on, David. I gotta unmute you now. Hold on. All right. Now I gotta unmute Nagler. All right, it's just the three of us now. Okay.
All right, we're hanging out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to do this because I'm the ultimate Packer fan. Okay, David, I just want to say thank you for 1 second because I will never forget. It was the 6th or 7th week of the season, and I was standing on my porch in Green Bay, and you were in a truck, and you were hanging out the side, and we had a fucking amazing win. And you said, "Hey, buddy!" It was literally one of the most amazing times of my life, all time. Okay, and
I told Corey it's because he couldn't remember your name.
No,
I know it's Brandon. What are you talking about?
Right, exactly. Fair point.
Exactly. Dude, that was fucking awesome. Last year was awesome. And look, everybody tonight is just feeling the football love. Okay. And we're missing you guys. Corey Lindsey was on earlier, and that's what I said. We just miss you guys so much.
I mean, I think the feeling is definitely mutual. I think a lot of people are getting cabin fever. Play on the player side included. I think I've talked to a couple of players, and just kind of even hearing them, even guys I wouldn't even expect. This is going to sound terrible. I'm not saying every player doesn't enjoy like football or, not saying they don't miss it, but some guys, they get annoyed with it. It is nice to get away and to hear from a couple of teammates of mine genuinely like kind of missing with the thought of, not having it around and not going back to OTAs. And as much as, guys hate to OTAs, just the camaraderie and, run, like just the chance we get to run all the sprints together, lift all the weights, play the golf, bust each other's chops all the time. Not having that, it gets it definitely gets to you a little bit, and it kind of makes you realize how much you do appreciate those times that you did have.
Well, that's the thing too. You talk to people who have who retire and move on, even a couple years removed, and they talk about that's the thing they miss, right? Like you're running gassers or whatever you're doing, but you're doing it together. And maybe you're back in the locker room or maybe later that weekend on the golf course or whatever, but you're all together. And then when you're not playing the game anymore, you're not with a team or, you're living your life. But that's the thing. You're not missing playing on Sundays. You're missing being with the guys.
Oh yeah.
During the meetings, during the times, whatever.
The locker room is literally the best. And that's why it's like so sacred and the players still trying to keep it as,
not media friendly as possible.
Yeah, and keep it like media and coaches out and let it just be the players, because that environment, especially at the professional level, you just don't get that anymore. And it's so special to get those times. And frankly, just all the bitching, like I love it. Like you just get to complain, and like when you look around, everyone agrees with the complaining. Right. But like we're all doing, I'm gonna start swearing. I hope you guys don't mind. We're all in this shit.
Hey, do it, man.
I don't know if this is how friendly, friendly like environment if this is, but like
go off, son. Go off.
It's just fun to just like have other people that go through the same thing, because I mean football season is tough. No one truly understands like what we have to go through.
Well, that's the thing too. I was going to ask, like, how special is it to be around people? There are a finite number of you on this earth who know what it's like. You know what I mean? Like, there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of guys who play college football. But there are only a very 1% of a 1% that have played NFL football, been in an NFL locker room, know what it's like, know what the grind is like. And I got to think, especially given everything that's going on in the world, to not have that connection in the middle of your career has got to be surreal.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's like, I don't want to like act like woe is me, but I mean, a lot of people are, probably even dealing with a lot worse. It's just, it's nice to have a little bit of reflection, so you do appreciate at times things that you didn't, because you took it for granted. And not to get like too, heartfelt. Hopefully we can change subjects and have a little more fun after this. But
I know what you're talking about.
I mean. There was like a really good quote I remember. I think Aaron brought it up to me. It was like from The Office, and it's like, I wish there was a machine or a way to find out when is the good old days. So you
right.
So I'm gonna butcher the quote.
So you know that you're in them. No, but you know that you're in them. Yeah,
like a certain way to find out when you are in the good old days, so you can appreciate it more than just reflecting on it after the fact.
Absolutely.
Well, all and right, I want to say, no, hold on. I want to say something to that where, I've always been the fan, David, where I look at history and then I basically put us, so like last season for me was a gift. You guys gave us a gift, and a lot of people on Twitter and social media didn't necessarily see it that way. And honestly, as a Packer fan growing up in the 80s, I knew the gift that last season was, right? And a lot of people my age know that. And it was a fucking beautiful season. Oh my God, it was so beautiful. And like talking to Corey Lindsley today, one of the things he pointed out to me, he was like, look at San Francisco. They made jumps. And what I'm kind of interested in is like, from your perspective, like, I feel like, okay, screw all the Corona, all the crap, like back to football.
Like, I feel like you guys are ready as an offense to make this huge jump. And when you look at San Francisco on kind of the same plateau, it's like infections of coronavirus. Like, it's going to fucking hockey stick, right?
I certainly hope so. And I do believe, you know, the more we get comfortable, because I do trust the weapons that we have. I mean, you'd be foolish to say that the Packers don't have a good roster. And I see a bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, I follow Aaron on Twitter, and honestly, the funny thing is I get most of my information from all the media outlets. Like I feel like, well, what's going on with the team? I'm like, I don't know. Look at our, like, go follow like Aaron and like Rob and whoever the hell. I don't even know most of the guys' media names, like Wildy, and like I find out what's going on even in my own job. Like if I would get cut, I probably would look on Twitter and people blow me up, and they would tell me, I'd be like, oh shit, I just got cut.
I've been cut.
Like I never know like what's even going on in the world. It's just, I don't even know where I was going with that, but yeah.
No, but okay, back to the offense. Where do you think you're going to be?
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, so like the offense, like once everyone, like we're exposed to it for like less than a year, so like we have so many awesome weapons. Once like you truly master and understand it and like internalize what the offense is, I'd even say, like, I look at my own career for an example. The more comfortable I got with the guys I was playing with, understanding Aaron, the guy to the right of me, the guy to the left of me, the playbook, the checks, I didn't think as much anymore. So I was able to play faster. I understand. So like at certain points, like I really didn't even, in away games, like I don't even need to see or hear Aaron, because more times than not, I can't even understand him. But if he is checking or doing something, or the fact that I can pick up more knowledge of the playbook, like knowing the nonverbal things that he's signaling to wide receivers, I can put together what we're doing now. So that now I'm thinking less and I'm playing faster and able to manipulate my defender even more. And there's so much more of an extra mind game. And that's what makes the good players, the great players, and so on and so forth. But like, that's where this offense will go, taking from my career to the whole team. And once we grab a greater understanding, we're playing faster and we're not thinking as much. Whereas there were times we weren't able to play. We weren't able to play as quick because, again, this is brand new.
Yeah.
I got a question.
That's what Corey
Have
was
the Packers talked to you about an
Nagler.
extension?
Nagler, why you got a fucking reporter this
Hey. He wanted to switch subjects. I'm just acquiescing to his demands.
It has been good. I appreciate you guys having me on.
No, David, before Nagler gets off. No, Nagler, go away. I'm going to mute you. I'm muting him. I muted Nagler. I own this chat. Okay, so David, okay, it's just you and me now, and YouTube. There's like 1,300 people on concurrence.
Oh, nice. I see a couple faces. I want me to give a couple shouts to a couple people I see. Maggie.
Yeah.
I don't know how to.
Yeah,
read.
Maggie's on there. Well, we have. Yeah. Yep.
Kyle,
my grandfather, he fell asleep and then
beer. Yep. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Bailey.
So Bailey, yeah, Bailey's on. She's a reporter for Green Bay. She's awesome. She was eating some rustique pizza from Green Bay.
Awesome.
Hey, what do you think you're gonna do to top what you did last year as far as chugging beer? Are you thinking about it? Are you planning?
The more the merrier. I don't know. I mean,
is it going to be 3?
You just, I guess, because I mean, chugging beer is very childish at the end of the day. It's a very college thing to do. Because like, when do you learn how to chug beer? College, even some could say high school. But you know, I didn't start drinking until I was 21, I think. Can't remember. It's too long ago. But I mean, the age-old rule is you kind of drink till you throw up. So I don't know. I just keep seeing how many beers I can go till I puke. And then finally it's like, okay, it's not fun anymore. And now it's kind of an issue. And then I just kind of fade away.
All right. I'm going to unmute Nagler now. Do you agree or disagree?
Sure. I'm going to stay on. I'm going to give it time slot. We got till we got 4 more minutes. I'll give us 4 more minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna allow him to ask you some non-fan questions because like I'm a fan, so I just want to care. I only care about what you care about. And here's the thing, dude. That video that the Packers made of you recently, I think it was 5 days ago, they posted on social media, and then at the end you do the hair whip. That is fucking gold, okay? That's just from me to you. That is
Again,
gold.
another thing talking about media, I remember doing the interview with Larry. I didn't even know it got out there until I got tweeted and saw Aaron's tweet about like, oh, what a good job they did. And then I looked like, oh, it's out here.
Dude, it's so good though, because like they don't really spotlight you. You know what I'm saying? No, seriously, like I know, but like I watched that video like 4 times on loop. I'm just gonna tell you right now. All right, I'm gonna unmute Nagler. So we'll unmute him. But if you don't like him, then I can mute him at any time. So you just let me know. Okay, Nagler, ask away, buddy.
Banky, I say this from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you. All right, David. The only reason I asked about an extension, if Banky would have allowed me.
Wow, he's still going back to it. He's still.
No, I'm not going to tell. No, the extension is out. The extension's out. This is your last year in Green Bay. I get it. So when you sign with whoever and they give you gobs of money, will you buy the new FIFA so I can kick your ass?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even buy an Xbox. I didn't even have. Okay, so this can
buy an Xbox.
This is a long-winded answer. I didn't even buy an Xbox. I refuse to buy one because I have one. I'm just not in my house currently. So I'm like, I don't want to buy another Xbox. There's no point.
You know, Amazon exists. Best Buy delivers.
There's no point. Do you have 2 Xboxes?
Not yet. But I will if it'll make you happy.
You see what I'm saying? So there's no point in me getting a second one. So I refuse to.
There's an absolute point.
But for somehow, some way, the gods want us to play it because I didn't even ask for one. Right. And someone just like, yo, I'm sending you a free Xbox, by the way. I'm like, what?
Now, you know, how are you going to turn this into a free Xbox?
My Instagram was yesterday. Like, hey, you need to post this.
Beyond the pale.
Like,
Beyond the pale, sir.
You need to post this. So now the issue is like, now how do I get FIFA? I'm already on I'm on this high right now. I'm like, all right, I didn't pay for the Xbox, but how do I not pay for FIFA? Then we can do something more special. The art of the deal. It's the art of the deal. People can appreciate a good deal. I can appreciate a good deal.
Really hope that extension is great, buddy. Hey, Corey, why don't you see if there are a Patreon member or two that want to ask David something?
Maggie has a very important question for David that I think let her ask.
Well,
all right, David.
Harry Goldstein.
Hi, David.
Hello, Harry.
David, the ladies at Pax What She Said have a really important question for you.
Pax What She Said is a very great podcast at Cheesehead TV that you should check out.
Oh, yeah, if you ever want to come on it, man, let us know. Yeah. Let us know, and we would be happy to have you on. But that's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, do you have a favorite Wisconsin beer? I feel like the chat would like to know that.
Yeah, but
they don't pay you money.
Is it? Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's a classy, perfect Wisconsin answer.
It's just honestly, that's what I was chugging at the games. I was
we know. We all know.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a solid beer.
Wait, Perry, did you have the same question?
Well, I just knew that Maggie wanted to ask that, so I had to make sure I got in there for her.
Let's
get like 2 or 3 questions.
I do want to know, actually, because I'm going to ask everyone that comes on. I want to know, is there anybody today that you would love to have on the team?
Drafted?
Yeah.
Someone that can help us win a Super Bowl? I mean, I'm not
a diplomatic answer.
I don't study film of like college guys that are coming in. I remember I used to really be invested on who they drafted. I mean, I'm going to my 8th year. Like at this point, I got so many other things I got to worry about. Just, like, whoever they bring in, like that's why our scouts and our GM, that's why they have a job, is to do that and to spend the countless hours doing that. Like if you were to ask me, I mean, I might pick someone that'd be an absolute just fuck up. So I defer to the professionals when it comes to that job. So just give me someone that can add to our team. That's all I care about. Even if it means literally, if it means me going like hell, then hopefully that'll get me just whatever. I just want to win. That's my number one thing. I always want to win.
All right.
Want to win.
So David, I'm gonna open this up to the Patreon chat so people can unmute themselves. Okay, I'm just letting you know if at any time you need me to mute, I will do it. Okay, you just let me know.
You'd be like one. I don't even how many people are on. Whoa, there's like 3 different pages. Yeah, let's just.
Yeah.
not have.
I'm gonna allow people to unmute themselves, but they're pretty good. They pay to be here, so they're gonna be a little bit. Here we go. Anybody has a question, let me know. And then, but if David wants me to mute, I'm gonna mute. Here we go.
Hey, David, I got a quick question. Obviously, the first year of LaFleur's offense, if you had a preference on scheme, specifically for the run game, would you have preferred what McCarthy ran previously, or do you prefer what Matt's doing right now with the team?
That's a really good question, Joseph. They're similar but different, so that's tough. Because there are certain things I enjoyed in the old scheme, and then but I don't want to freaking be politically correct. I mean, you pay the good money to be on here. I should give you the honest answer.
Or maybe if I can make it easier for you, which scheme suits your skill set the best?
I mean, shit, I could do any scheme. I'll probably say Matt's, just because he lets me get out. Like, I really just kind of use my athleticism, get out in space, and that's. I mean, I like to run, I like to move around, and any chance I get on a corner or a DB or a safety, I mean, I absolutely lick my chops for those moments, because those guys talk the most. They're literally chihuahuas. They talk the most, and they like the least.
Nice,
David,
nice
who
answer.
is the best defensive end you've had to go up against?
That's tough, man. I am not kidding. I get this question so much. I'm like, I've played like 4 Hall of Famers in my career already, at least 4. Like, I don't know. It's more matchups for me. Honestly, this is the person I think that one person who continuously comes to my head is, if I had to play Julius Peppers when he was anywhere in his 20s, that is frightening. Because I'm not gonna lie, I actually saw him 6 weeks ago, retired. He's a freak. He is a freak of nature. That dude came in and worked out with us. I'm like, it's unfair. The guy
was such a good player.
Oh, no, that guy I have the utmost respect for. He was ahead of his time. He's ahead of his time. And he was
so good at Carolina. Nagler and I were in Carolina, actually, because I'm from, like, my family lives there, and he's so good. He was so good.
Back when I used to play Madden, like when I was a little kid, I was a Carolina fan because of their jerseys, and I just remember always playing franchise mode and being Julius Peppers. So I remember when I got in the league and like I had to start blocking him against Chicago, like the first thing I thought about, I'm like, I used to play this dude in Madden. Like, I would purposely find my way to go either trade for him if I chose another team, or I would make sure to beat him every play when I was on defense. I'm like, now I gotta block this guy. All right,
that's amazing.
Let's go.
All right. Well, David is graciously asking for questions. I think he could probably take 1 or 2. Anybody got a question for David while he's here?
Hey, David, I got one. How about, since you're a University of Colorado buff, what about Laviska Shenault? How well do you know him, and how well do you think that he'd be able to fit in the Packers offense if you guys selected him?
I'm biased, so if you're a Boulder guy, I'm definitely going to like you a little more than everyone else. I think it would be great. The kid's big. He's strong. I know he's had some injuries, and people are scared of that. And hell, if that benefits us at all to getting him in the draft, I'll take it. I don't think the Packers have. I don't know if there has been a bad Colorado Buffalo on their roster. I think everyone that's come from the University of Colorado to the Packers has contributed pretty well.
David, you've got a new member of your offensive line unit over on the right tackle. What do you know about Rick, and how do you feel about all that?
Hate the guy. Can't even stand him. No, we have the same agent, and we actually trained together.
You know him? Yeah.
Coming out, Ricky, I can definitely tell you he's a really good dude off the field. That was the first thing that stood out. Like, we were training together, both tackles coming out in the draft. And there's a little bit of like a competitive nature that should be there, especially in like amongst the guys you're training with. And from day one, he was so just gracious, a good dude. like willing to just. I mean, he just seemed like he just was just like he's like the guy you hope to be your neighbor type person. And
is he part of that group that you always train with out in California every
No,
offseason?
no.
That you always do the picture.
So he was when I signed with my agency, Athletes First. They put us in Irvine, and they put us with the draft class, and that was just the draft class we were with. So I was with him, Travis Fredericks, another offensive lineman. It was Khaled Holmes, Braxton Cave. These are two centers, or three centers actually, and then there were the two tackles. But yeah, he's an awesome dude. I'm excited to work with him. But then again, it's like, well, what about Brian? Yeah, of course I'm pissed off, man. That's my day one guy, so I don't want to get into that stuff. But
no.
Notice I didn't ask you.
Opposite side, like, I mean, at least I know Ricky and I like him, which means I already get to start messing with him, which I already have. A little bit of O-line meetings. I think the first question I asked said, so how does it feel getting Brian fired to come to Green Bay? All fun and games, guys. Come on, guys get fired. Guys get fired all the time. My job, so it's okay to bring up.
It's reality.
Yeah, that's life. That's reality.
All right, last one.
Broncos took Jerry Jeudy.
Okay, last question. Last question.
Who's one player that you would like to Reggie White if you could?
Do the hump move and throw him on the ground?
Correct.
Ooh, this is good. I know the answer.
Who's your answer for me?
There's a guy from Wisconsin who you stood over. It's on tape.
Oh, I forgot about it. I was thinking about this.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
I was trying to think of guys who kind of done me wrong. I did him wrong.
Right. You did him wrong. Yeah.
He's kind of he was like a bug in the windshield type guy. So I wasn't thinking about him. Man. There's two people that come to mind. One of them's retired, Nick Fairley, just because I'm a vendetta guy, and he cheap shotted me in a pile 2013 or 2014 at home. And I remember getting up and seeing him, like, all right, I'm going to get you back. And I never got him back, so I still would like to hip toss him. And the second one, I don't know if I want to say the second one because
come on.
But I'll say
I knew that.
If you see me hip toss someone, then you'll know it's him.
You'll know it was.
Snap.
Let me know if I can help you.
David Bakhtiari, you are a fucking legend. The offensive line of the Green Bay Packers has showed up for the Packer fans tonight. It is ridiculous. You are the fucking bleeding heart of the Green Bay Packers.
I appreciate you, David. Thank you very much, Brandon. It's been awesome. No, Corey, you've been great, honestly. It's nice to meet you the few times I have. You should really thank Aaron's guilt because he's guilted me enough and played
He's relentless, bro. He's relentless.
Dude, I don't. Whatever. There's been no guilt. I just say, yo, come on the podcast, come on the video, come on whatever. You say no.
Dude.
It's fine. And then I ask you again.
Oh, it's fine?
It's totally fine. What are you talking about?
How do you think we got coach, bro? How do you think we got
You
coach?
need me to
Relentlessness.
I'll clip the DM, son.
Well, I mean, till next time. It's been fun, and let's just appreciate what we have.
We love you, man. We love you.
Everyone's been a part of it. It's been great. You guys enjoy
Thanks,
NFL.
Thanks, Dave.
Hopefully, I bring a little bit of
Thanks, David.
light to you guys' lives, and let's freaking get our lives back normal so we can all have fun, drinking some beers, watch some football game.
Yeah, man.
That, brother.
Fuck yeah.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, Dave, follow the Cheesehead TV Twitter, man, for all the latest Packers memes. The best Packers memes. Follow the Cheesehead TV Twitter.
I want you to tag me in a few, and if they're worthy of a follow based on how good they are.
Here they come. Here they come, sir. They come, sir.
I mean,
they are on their way for you.
I like someone stepping up to a challenge. Challenge is thrown out there.
Here they come. I've got a few in the drafts waiting just for you.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Later,
Thanks,
David.
Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Have a good night.
All right. So, that was very exciting.
Who the fuck was that?
Cool.
That did not suck.
That's my new favorite
Nope.
player.
Perry,
Oh,
just
yeah,
wait
it
till
is.
Jair comes on.
Okay, well, I don't know. I might go up to the floor if that
I
happens.
didn't want to say anything, but here he is. No, I'm kidding.
All right, Maggie, I'm muting.
Literally, Perry, Jair's marketing people never got back to me.
Yeah, I figured. That's okay. I'll find another way. It's fine.
I tried.
I mean,
I tried for you.
One way or
I
the
mean,
other.
here's the thing. All right, people, I'm gonna mute everybody. Okay. Remember who's
Corey,
running this
I haven't
chat,
even done anything.
Okay. All right.
Just unmute myself.
Look, I'm gonna mute everybody. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna take this over right now. All right. Let me just explain something. I have never experienced the last 2 hours of my life that I've experienced right now. Okay. So if you're a Patreon, thank you. But you just got it's insane right now. It's insane. Will Blackman, David Bakhtiari, Corey Linsley, Pete Doherty. Come on. Come on, people. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I love that. I love that. I want David Bakhtiari to do this whole thing. All right. Maybe I'm going to unmute Nagler, but first I'm going to talk to the man who knows more about the draft than anybody on this Zoom right now, and that's Andy Herman.
Hey.
Andy, how the hell are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. This is a fun night. Hey, can we get a Packers trade up with the Mike McCarthy Cowboys to go get CeeDee Lamb? How awesome would that?
Oh,
How
drop
awesome would
that.
draft night be?
Should we hear? Okay, so I have to 10-1, okay? So I'm going to let you and Nagler, so some people understand what 10-1 means. I'm going to let Perry take this over, but before I unmute Nagler, okay? I just need. I just need, look at him, David spading me right now. If everybody could see this, oh, they can see it. That's a great Tommy Boy reference. That's a great one. All right, I'm gonna let Nagler and Andy and Perry and Maggie take this away. And Al, here you guys go. You have the conch. Nagler.
I was trying to tell Lisa, our producer, to take me and just cut off Corey's speech about how much he loves life, whatever. But apparently she didn't get the memo.
Cool and uplifting, and I enjoyed that.
I don't know. Hey, Reese Wolf on the super chat. Thank you so much. Salute. Andy Herman.
Hey,
Aaron. The hell, man.
What the hell?
Exactly.
This has been an interesting
my thoughts
draft.
exactly.
The 49ers passing on Jerry Jeudy to get Javon Kinlaw. Thoughts there?
Not surprised because they're smart. I do not doubt for a moment that they explored every avenue possible to trade out of that pick, because all the reports and a couple other things suggest that they wanted more picks. But probably the best player on their board, and they took him.
Well, after trading Buckner away too, needed obviously some help across the defensive line. Makes
No
sense.
doubt.
But man, that offense with Debo and Judy or Lamb or whatever would be disgusting.
I mean, literally, they got to the Super Bowl last year. They're going to be okay.
Yes, they will be. That's fair.
I mean, I understand the Super Bowl hangover. The loser of the Super Bowl has not returned and blah, blah, blah. The playoffs even. Yada, yada. But, yeah, I think they'll be all right. I just want to know who the Cowboys pick. It'd be hilarious if, they traded this away.
You never know with Jerry Jones.
Exactly. He's home alone.
Hey, Mike McCarthy's on our screen right now. There's
Michael Irvin's on my screen. Wait, what?
Who's got the most up-to-date stream is what I want to know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm lagging.
I am too.
Jason,
my TV literally
thank you so
died
much for the super chat. Only at Cheesehead TV. Amazing content. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much. Oh, I got Mike McCarthy now.
Maggie.
You know what?
I just got McCarthy.
I just got him. But can I just say,
Oh, Mike.
I think anybody who's followed me on Twitter, been privy to my chats here on Cheesehead TV, knows I have been fair, probably to a fault, when it comes to Mike McCarthy. That dude straight up big time me at the combine. I'll never forgive him for that. That's all I have to say.
Well, do you want to hear about Maggie and my bet that we made?
Yes.
I forgot about this.
Oh, what is it?
So we did on the podcast 2020 opponents mock where we picked players for all of the opponents, and we said whoever got the most right won, and the loser would have to chug a beer and tape it and post on Twitter. And I don't know, Maggie, have you, if any of our picks have been right?
I'm winning. I'm pretty sure I'm winning. So
I'm pretty sure I'm winning. Maggie.
I don't want to lose.
Throwing it down.
No, because Perry didn't have the Lions taking Jeff Okudah. So I already have one above in the list of.
There you go.
So chug away, Perry.
That's sound of a beverage opening. Sorry. I'm pouring it
Dude,
down.
when David Bakhtiari was on here, my husband literally came in, took my empty, and brought me a fresh one. So shout out to my husband for being a damn champion.
You know what, Maggie? You found a good one.
Oh yeah. I don't know if anybody had just heard him yell "Heyo," but he did. So I don't know if that picked up on my mic, but
It didn't. I mean, not here, possibly. Mike McCarthy is enveloping my television screen right now. Amazing.
UM is still on the board.
Mike McCarthy, Cowboys head coach. What the fuck is going
Aaron,
on?
it's like anything.
Correct. Hey, Gutekunst literally dropped a "it's like
Two of
anything"
them.
in his presser.
He did. He did.
Just wrong. Just wrong.
Maggie, I want to hear more about your Ross Blacklock love. I was literally watching tape of him while we were chatting here. I want to hear your take.
To me, I think 30 is a little rich. So Ross Blacklock is a good prospect for me if they're trading back and recouping picks in the second. But I like him because I think that he's very versatile in the middle with Kenny Clark. I think he has the ability to get after the passer, but I also think that he can develop into a two-gapping run stuffer. And I think that's what they need. I think they need somebody that doesn't just eat up blocks, but can also bring the pressure with the rest of the front seven. So that's why I like him, but he wasn't asked to do a ton for TCU in regards to pass rushing. So he does need to develop like more of his repertoire there. But I still, just the upside to me, I really like him. And I always like a big guy. Last year, my big guy was Dexter Lawrence. So it could just be that I always, in the BJ Raji jersey, like
I was
the
going
big
to
guy,
say,
literally. But
speaking from somebody who has a BJ Raji jersey behind her and on her, and a Kenny Clark jersey
Kenny's right
picture
there,
to
yeah.
her. Yeah. Makes sense. I was, as I was mentioning, I was watching him while Bakhtiari was talking, and I was watching him against Oregon State, and there's just this play. He just eats a double team, throws both guys to the side, and makes a play in the backfield. It was absolutely gorgeous.
That's
he's
my
like
guy.
freaky athletic too for being a big guy.
Yeah. No, I mean, you don't see many guys 290 with a first step like that being able to hold up the point of attack against double teams. I mean, it's Oregon State. Let's settle down a little bit, but it was still pretty damn impressive.
Expectations can be tempered slightly, but
CeeDee Lamb to
Is
the Cowboys.
Banky back? I have a Patreon member who can't get into the Zoom.
Well, I can do it.
Where is Banky?
I have the power as well.
I have the absolute power.
Hey, I think
Perry,
the chat's
do you
looking for
see
Bane, by the way.
Jason Donlinger? I will let.
Well, you know who else is still on the board? A one Kenneth Murray.
You know, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't even know about it.
What happened? What happened?
I don't want to think about Kenneth Murray still being on the board.
Hey, can you hear my audio?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
you
got
weren't hearing me before, Nagler.
Now I hear you.
Nagler! I miss football. You guys.
Off the rails.
like actually enjoying.
Oh, this isn't even close to off the rails. Please.
This is
You've seen
nothing.
Packers
This is
fans.
like professional. This is like happening, you guys.
This is like professional.
This is like professional.
This is the most amazing. This is one of the most amazing streaming times of my life, and I've been in streaming since 2004. Okay, fucking David Bakhtiari, 2 out of 5 of the offensive line of the Green Bay Packers just showed up on my fucking blog site on YouTube. Okay.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Banky?
If you would have went back to 2007 and Nagler and I are sitting doing a podcast and we were like, "Oh my God, dude, how amazing would it be if we were doing a live stream?"
Why the fuck do we have a yokel
and
southern accent?
And then the starting center and the two starting offensive linemen just showed up.
Wait, what position does David Bakhtiari play?
Left tackle.
Okay. Just making sure.
Oh, you guys got a
Important
gross
position
pussy
on the
going on.
offensive line. The most important position on the offensive line, Nagler. FYI.
You, Michael Lewis. All right, well done.
Yeah, it's the blind side.
My name's Clay Banky. Love it. Oh no, what is that?
What happened?
What
was
is
that?
no picture?
Kyle Cousineau, turn your video on, buddy. What the hell?
Is it Kyle Cousineau?
Yeah,
We
it's
have a
Kyle
Kyle?
Cousineau.
No, it's Kyle Tuffley.
Oh,
What's up,
Kyle
Kyle?
Tuffley. No, Kyle Cousineau. I see nothing. Kyle Tuffley.
I'm here too.
He's got the G alumni. Kyle Cousineau decided he doesn't have any video today.
Cousineau, the hell?
Oh, there's a Grossi right in the YouTube channel, you guys.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you know what?
Did Tom Grossi have David Bakhtiari?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you have Corey Lindsley?
No.
Do you have Will Blackman?
No.
Do you have TJ Lang?
No.
And despite all that, he's still got like 3 times our subscribers. So
Yeah, well, we got the diehards, people.
Fair point. Fair point.
I'm completely happy with being a diehard Packer fan.
As am I.
I got no regrets.
Dude.
I got no regrets.
Hey, Andy Herman.
Hey.
I want to know what you're thinking right now with how the draft is falling. What do you think?
Perry, thank you for restoring order.
Back in.
Okay, Maggie, we hear you.
But I
Just
also
relax.
have a one Andy Herman. I want to know what's on his mind, you know?
See, Perry, you're the smartest moderator, although I love Corey to death, and he makes the best drinks of the group.
Yeah,
But-
tread lightly, my friend. Tread lightly.
I am treading very lightly.
Well,
Corey,
you
I love
can mute him, but Barry can just unmute him. Oh!
No, I can unhook co-host. Come on, she knows.
Oh, shit. And then I can tell Lisa to just take me.
Lisa,
Oh,
you can't hear me, but I think we're friends.
All right, it's time for Andy. I'm going to mute myself.
No, I mean, I think everything's kind of falling according, what we expected at this point. I think CeeDee Lamb falling as far as he did was a little bit of a surprise. Justin Jefferson, the name I think that a lot of Packer fans want, but you're still going to have to probably get by Minnesota twice and the Eagles at 21 if you're hoping that he stays there. The top 4 offensive tackles are off the board now. So now it's Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland time. If you're a person who does not want Ezra Cleveland or Jordan Love, this is probably start to panic time because not a ton of picks between now and then. And those 2 guys, it seems likely that maybe one of them are on the board at least. But I think overall, this is pretty much fallen as expected so far. And until we get kind of one of those major surprises where one of those, guys that maybe Green Bay would have been considering is off the board, it's tough to draw any conclusions from it yet.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought this draft would be like, if it was going to go one way, it was going to be like on the more wild, surprising side, but it's gone actually the opposite and very expected.
Yeah, who was it that tweeted that the draft nicks in the media were going to be more wrong this year than ever about how the draft was going to go? And so far this year, it's been basically like exactly as expected.
Everyone so far too has made like really smart picks. There's always one outlier every year where you're like, why? But they needed help on the line.
Oh, come on.
I love the Andrew Thomas pick. I love the Andrew Thomas pick.
Okay.
Aaron, who did you want them to
You
take?
need to stop smoking before you come on our live stream. All right?
Listen.
No, Isaiah Simmons was the obvious pick there. They've needed. Oh my God. No.
They're going to build that team around Daniel Jones. They're going to give him everything he
get
needs.
that. I totally get it.
Yeah. I just love Andrew
Look
Thomas.
at all the tackles that. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you guys look,
Trust me.
guys, if you guys need me to mute Nagler, just let me know.
Darkness is your ally.
If I had a chance to rip Gettleman, I would take it a million times out of a million. I've hated everything that he's done. I love the Andrew Thomas pick.
We can talk about him wearing a mask when he made his selection, even though he was by himself in the basement.
Apparently, he's a former chemo patient.
Oh, well then. Okay.
And his IT person was in the house with him, so he was afraid. So we can't rip him for that either. I'm like the Dave Gettleman defender tonight. This is not fun.
Now I just look terrible.
Way to go, Maggie.
No, you don't.
Stop. Now I'm a bully.
Maggie picks on chemo patients.
Andy.
She just did. I'm just pointing out.
Maggie Loney, the Clay Travis of Cheesehead TV.
Maggie's dark side is the darkest. You know,
I'm gonna log
whoever
out.
has the sweetest persona
No,
has the
you're
darkest
not.
dark side.
Stop.
I'm gonna log out. I'm out.
Get me out of here.
Peace.
Anyone
Get
else?
me out of
What
this
the
piece.
fuck is
Where's my
Goodell
husband?
doing right now? What are you doing?
What's going on? I don't know. Is the
He's
draft
about
happening?
he's about to announce the Dolphins selection.
Got it.
Austin Jackson, another tackle. I tell you what's interesting is that
Oh,
the
that's
tackle
high.
run is on. Like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tackles taken so far. That helps Green Bay. Push that
Why?
team down, baby.
Why?
You can push because there are wide receivers available. There are inside linebackers available.
Are we okay? Wait, I'm gonna mute everybody. Okay, I'm muting everybody. I'm muting everybody.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I can't handle this. Okay. Okay, I'm taking over this right now. I'm sorry. Can we please just talk about something right now? Okay. Does anybody, and I'm going to allow Andy Herman to be the first person to speak here. Does anyone in their right mind, okay, take this Jefferson cat that we all heard about, this person that is like this nebulous ghost that's not going to be available to us in whenever the hell in the fucking desert we pick? Is there even a wide receiver or a tight end worthy of a pick in the first round? Andy Herman, I'm going to allow you to answer this question.
So you're saying if Justin Jefferson is not there?
Yes.
Okay. If Justin Jefferson is not there, I think the difference between the receiver that you would pick at 30 and trading down to 40, 45, or probably even get in the second round is negligible. So yes, there are guys there. Denzel Mims, certainly you could make an argument for. A Jalen Reagor, you could certainly make an argument for. I think you could find that guy in the second round and certainly even, potentially deeper in this draft. But
so the answer is no. So the answer is no. The answer is no. You're reaching in, you're holding on. I need a receiver.
What's up? Okay, so Corey Banke has gone off the rails. So I just wanted to restore some order and say, look, if he wants to be a dictator and mute me, that's fine. I'm going to allow him to do that. But I'm also going to take over when the adults need to take over. Because guess what? A lot of ball game left. All right, Lisa, go back to the Zoom call and Corey Banke going crazy. It's fine.
It was just Nagler. I don't know what's going on. He's on the Zoom now, so he thinks I've unmuted him so he can talk right now.
Oh, I'm back. I just took the VMix call live.
I saw you do it. Nagler.
Yeah, I know you did.
Nagler.
Just so you know. Your power trip, your power play was thwarted.
Nagler.
Thank you.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Andy Herman just told me, okay, while you were on YouTube, Andy Herman just told me some some news. Okay, he said that is his name Justin Jefferson? If Justin Jefferson is not available to us and falls to us, the gods fall him to us at the pick we are going to take. Any wide receiver at 1 is a reach. We are reaching into the reach.
That may have been slightly.
Not Jefferson.
That may have been slightly
Andy,
off
could
key.
you please translate?
Okay, so he's disagreeing right now. Nagler, do you agree or disagree? Anybody besides Justin Jefferson in the first round is a reach.
I mean, all right. I would never say that because I haven't done the work on the wide receivers that the personnel group has. There are certainly prospects that I've looked at and gone, oh yeah, I kind of like that guy. But shit, I ain't that guy, man. If Andy thinks it's a reach,
no, he thinks I'm wrong now. So Andy, clarify. Go ahead, clarify. It's okay. I can be wrong. I don't know shit. So
if Jefferson's gone, I said I think they can generally find somebody that they would at 30, whether it be Mims, a T. Higgins, a whatever wide receiver you want, Jalen Reagor that you want to put in that.
Do you
spot.
think Mims is a first round grade?
For the Packers, I think he's probably a first round grade.
But that's the thing. Isn't that a reach though? Okay. I know I'm splitting hairs right now. Go ahead. Announce it.
No, the Raiders just the first big surprise of the draft, in my opinion.
Surprise.
At 19.
Jordan, of course.
19, there it is.
Jordan.
Sure, but 19 is rich.
Okay, so 2 different issues, right? One issue is, are the Packers reaching to take a wide receiver, and is that needed, right?
Is CeeDee Lamb still on the board?
No, Mike McCarthy got him.
Yeah, he went to the
that's right.
Cowboys.
The other issue
17.
is
There you go.
so put aside what you feel about the Packers needing wide receiver, right? The real issue is, if you believe that you should take the best pick available, is there a first round wide receiver best pick available after the first pick?
I don't think there will be when the Packers are on the board at 30. I don't think the best player available, if a Josh Jones is there, potentially if one of the inside linebackers are there, Queen or Murray, I think those are better picks. And then the wide receiver would be better off waiting until the second round, potentially moving up in round 2 would be my opinion.
All right, thank you. I don't know shit, so I just want to kind of get my thing is, I got to distill this down, okay? If we're going to have strategies and we're going to have tactics as the Packers, we have to separate the tactics from the strategies, right?
Well, let's talk Packers strategy for a second, right? So in the last 16 drafts, the Packers' first pick has been used at a premium position in 13 of them. So quarterback, offensive tackle, defensive line, edge rusher, or cornerback. 13 of the 16 times they've gone with one of those positions. The only 3 outliers were A.J. Hawk, Jordy Nelson, and Clinton Dix. So every other time they've went with what I would consider to be a premium position. So that's been their strategy. Obviously, the last first-round pick at receiver was Javon Walker. The last first pick at receiver was Nelson, even though he was a second-rounder. But that has not been their MO, is to draft receivers early. It's to get those premium position players.
And you could say with Jordy Nelson, Ted believed in Jordy Nelson. Ted saw Jordy Nelson and was saw himself. He saw the eyes of God in himself in Jordy Nelson. You can literally look back on blog post after blog post.
Did you just say the eyes of God?
Yes, he did. He saw that Ted linebacker worker be gonna freaking overdo everything in Jordy Nelson, which
wait.
was.
Can I just say, Grant Toe on YouTube, thank you for the super chat. Oof, seeing McCarthy next to that star logo stung more than I expected. Packers have always felt like a big family, and I'll never forget the Super Bowl Mike helped bring us the best memories. Very much agree.
Mike McCarthy should get on this Zoom.
/ painful to watch him.
Right now, Corey.
He's a little busy.
Mike McCarthy is dead to me if he doesn't get on the Zoom. That's all I'm going to say right now.
So he's dead to you. That's good. That's good.
Basically, he's dead to me. Nagler,
I feel you.
you interrupting me makes me want to mute you. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you that out loud.
I support you, Corey, as co-host.
It's
Why
okay.
are people talking politics on the live chat? Like, you.
I want to see what Emory has to say. He's sitting here in the Zoom, and I feel like he has way more to say than I do, and he knows a lot more than me.
Yeah.
Like a shitload more than me, and I haven't even met him. Emory, how you doing, bud?
There's Emory Hunt.
Oh, hold on. I gotta unmute you. So hold on. So my bad. My
I
bad.
hear him.
That was terrible. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
We're talking about Mike McCarthy and the fact that the Cowboys are rat bastards. No, wait. No, that wasn't it.
No, he's not on the Zoom. Hold on. 'Cause
Emory,
he's taking the
you
Zoom.
just have video and not audio. We can't hear you. Check your
I
mic.
think it's because his Bluetooth's on the vMix link, Nagler.
So want me
Oh, there you go. I got you, Emory. I got you. Awesome.
Okay, Corey.
should I stop the other link because I'm getting an echo?
Oh, you're fine. Sorry. It was the switch over on the Bluetooth. Sorry, bud. I saw you there and I was like, you know way more. You and Andy know way more about the draft than we do. So I just figured like bring you in the conversation.
Yeah, and for me, it's I hear echo when I'm talking.
Oh, gotcha.
You're good. You're good.
I think it's because of the vMix call link. If you cancel the vMix call link, you'll be fine.
Okay, there we go.
Because you have the problem that Aaron has where he's on the show and he's on the Zoom. So you're on YouTube though. We got you. Everybody's watching. You're cool.
First of all, the Herbert pick was trash, but I do like Herbert is not good at all. It's like they wasted a 6th overall pick on a dude that's might not even be better than their starter. But CD Lamb is a really good receiver. I like how every time he catches the ball, he's trying to score. And you like guys that have that dog mentality about them. It's going to be interesting to see how they divvy up those targets in a passing game. Does that push out, Gallup and elevate, CD Lamb a little bit more? Or does that minimize what Zeke is going to do as a runner? And it's going to be interesting to see how they, figure that whole thing out. But I do like the pick. I think Lamb is a really good receiver. He was my number 1 flanker. For those that don't know, I break down my receivers in 4 different positions: flankers, split ends, slots, and also big inside receivers. Guys like Marcus Colston, to use an example of a bigger inside receiver. And Lamb was my number 1 flanker. So I'm a big fan of his game. I think that's going to help out their offense in a big way.
What do you think about the possibility of the Packers trading up here where Jacksonville's on the clock? They've made noise about wanting to drop down possibly from this pick. Do you think it's worth it from 30 to 20?
I don't think so. Don't drop. Don't stay where you are. As you can see by the draft and how it's gone, outside of pick number 6, this seems like it's been a scout-driven draft. And
right.
I think that's what happens when you have scouts in charge of the room. Someone said they're making smart picks. Exactly. They've studied these guys for years. And when you look at when the coaches get into the process at the combine, that's what screws everything up, because you have the coaches tying their success to the GM and vice versa. So those two are in cahoots. The scouts are like, man, we studied this guy for 2 years. We've talked to the medical people on campus. We talked to the coaches. Here's what you're going to get. And I think we're seeing that now. So I would stay put if I'm the Packers. And, with the mock drafts, I think everyone gets caught up in whoever everyone picks for the mock draft and think that's a realistic version. So I hear everyone talk about Justin Jefferson, and he's a good player, but don't get married to that pick, because there are other good receivers. Someone mentioned Rieger and, all these other targets. That's a really good way to look at it, because yes, he's a good player, but you don't want to make a move in this, draft where you're probably going to need you're going to need capital to continue to make good picks, and you can get some good players. Like Jacksonville just made a bad one right here with so now you might get the pick you want. So, but
I mean, there are a lot of good players, a lot of good picks, but Jacksonville just made a bad one.
I mean,
because you expect anything else from Jacksonville at this point?
Well, I like the first one that they made, which was a good one in the corner. But I think everyone is going to benefit from this. You see this every year with a team that wins the national championship. Everyone gets that national championship bump, and everyone talks about Kayvon chasing like he's, Javon Curse. But every time you watch, tackles are legitimately manhandling this guy, and you're like, man, I don't need my number one edge rusher get driven in the dirt. Like, yeah, if you lose a rep, that's fine, but don't get lambasted
completely
every
pancaked.
time. Exactly, and it's not something that you want to see. He's
Do
more.
you think that's driven by the
second round
fact that
pick
they want to move their edge rusher, who Ngakwe, whatever his name is, that doesn't want to play ball contractually?
Yeah, you want to move him, but you better move for somebody better. And we'll see, because everything you hear about Chason is potential and upside, and if he puts it all together, that to me sounds like a third or fourth round pick. And you want to see somebody dominate. And LSU really didn't have pass rushers like talking about when you talk about LSU. What you talked about, Stingley and Queen. You didn't talk about Chason, and so we'll see if this works.
Well, especially at LSU, where their front has been the headline for years. So if a guy isn't making a name for himself or is making waves during the college football season, you would think, all right, that's a day 2 pick.
And with the way the league is thirsty for pass rushers, if he was dominant, he would have went third behind Chase Young.
Right. I mean, it's funny because the Eagles are on the clock. They have pretty much all not the same, but similar needs to the Packers. And if the Packers were going to trade up, you would have thought they'd do it in front of the Eagles, but they haven't, and they won't. Eagles are about to make a pick, or maybe they'll trade it out. But if you look at the Packers and you look at what they need, how do you think Brian Gutekunst goes about saying, okay, separating wide receiver from inside linebacker? You look at 30. Do you think there's an obvious jump talent-wise? Like, this position clearly has prospects that are way above the other positionally.
I would probably wait on receiver. And if the draft keeps going the way it's going at 30, if that dude, Kenneth Murray, is still there, or John Brooks out of Texas Tech is there, my God, they better run up and make that pick.
Wait, Brooks, he's like, we just talked about it earlier on the stream. His name is suddenly in the mix.
Well, he
wasn't being talked about a lot a month ago.
He's my number 2 inside linebacker, with Murray being number 1. And what I liked about his film was when you're watching Texas Tech, you're watching, okay, this is probably a terrible team defensively, but it was Roderick Washington, a defensive tackle, and it was Brooks that kept making plays. And for me, I like linebackers that look to hit. He's not one of these new age peekaboo linebackers that wait and see to try to run and go make a tackle, or wants to, allow himself to get blocked and try to make a play or run around a blocker. No, he is seek and destroy, and he takes great angles to the ball. And he would fit perfectly, I think, with the Ravens, more so than Green Bay, because of how aggressive his mindset is and how they play aggressive defense. But I think he also is a little bit more savvy in zone, more so than Kenneth Murray, which why I think he would fit in Green Bay a little bit more, because Green Bay will ask him to drop in coverage, while Baltimore will ask him to see ball, go hit
Get
ball.
upfield. That makes sense.
All
hey,
right.
Corey,
All
I hear
right.
Ryan
So
Wood.
Ryan Wood, I'm going to bring
is
in
on the
Ryan
line.
Wood. I see him on. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't see you. I just saw you. I'm trying to find him right now. I just lost him. Hold on. I was going to bring him. Oh, there he is. Hold on. I've got all the power right now. It's ridiculous.
All the power. Perry,
Ryan Wood.
you usurp that power.
How's it going, buddy?
Is that Ryan Wood?
So I'm watching the draft tonight because it's my job, but
Ryan Wood.
I'm disappointed. It's been totally smooth so far. There's been no technical
right?
There's been no hiccups. I keep waiting on the edge of my seat, and it's just, I mean, it's almost like these guys are professionals.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I would like to compliment you on the banner behind you.
The orange and blue gave it away, right?
Because
when you got
let's
it,
go,
flaunt
man.
it.
Let's go,
City
Matt.
Field is literally like
Let's go,
5 minutes away from
Matt.
my home. Barry knows what's up.
Let's
5
go,
minutes away
Matt.
from my home.
That's right.
Wow.
Right.
Absolutely. LGFM.
Yes.
Wait, did you file your first story tonight?
2 so far. Yeah.
2 stories? The Packers
stories
haven't
so
even
far.
picked yet.
Nope. It's been all on just the draft, and now it's wait and see time. It's going to be interesting. You guys have a dog in the fight? You guys, someone you're hoping to see?
I mean, shit. I don't. The chat really seems to be favoring Jefferson out of LSU, but
Is he going to be available?
I mean, other than Kenneth Murray.
Well,
people. Okay, wait, Ryan. Before you answer that, because I'm going to mute everybody except for you, Ryan.
Okay.
I'm probably going to mute Nagler at some point. He's annoying me.
Please do. I need a beard.
Ryan,
So mute me.
we haven't gotten your opinion about the draft. So do you think, and I haven't read anything you've written, so I'm sorry, and
Thank you.
apologize. I apologize, okay? I have had no time as an essential business here during this craziness.
Understandable.
Billy Davis is the all-time Packers sack leader. I just want everybody to know that. I didn't announce that yet tonight. Even if the Packers will not recognize that fact in life. Ryan, do you think we will trade down or trade up, or who will we take when we take?
I had them trading down in my mock draft, but there's so many things when you're drafting 30th. It's almost like trying to find the drop of water in the ocean. There's so many things that they could do. And the fact that the Eagles just took Jalen Reagor and not Justin Jefferson, so he's out there, not hard to think that the Packers would be very intrigued with him if he continues to slide. Now he's got to get past the Vikings and some other teams to get close enough. The one guy I think that they would trade up for is Kenneth Murray. And that's based on things that I've heard over the past couple of weeks. I mean, they're very high on Kenneth Murray, and if he can get there within range, it would not surprise me at all if they traded up. Now, part of that, I think it's going to be difficult because the Baltimore Ravens feel the same way. They're at 28, so they're starting 2 picks ahead, and they can trade up too. So it's not like the Packers are the only team that's allowed to trade up in the first round. That's the issue that they run into. But there's a couple guys right now as the draft's in the early 20s that you can look at, and it wouldn't surprise me. I had him trading back with the Colts, who I'm figuring want to get back in there for the Jordan Love sweepstakes, get a quarterback. I have him trading back to 34 and drafting Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech. But if Kenneth Murray gets close, that's a guy that they really like.
Gotcha. So basically, when you wrote that we trade down and get 2 picks out of it, right?
The thing that resonated with me on the conference call that Brian Gutekunst did earlier this week is he said that he wants to get to the parts of the draft that are strong, and especially at the Packers' area of needs, receiver, inside linebacker for that matter. What is the strength of this draft? It's the depth, especially receiver. The parts of this draft that are strong is the depth. And when you have a team like the Packers that have a lot of needs, want to address a lot of things with the roster, the more picks, the better. It gives you more ammunition to be able to do that and kind of stretch out and hit different parts instead of just 2 or 3. So getting more picks, and in the mock, I had him getting 122 and 193, so that'd give him 2 in the 4th. It give them 4 in the 6th. They can trade up in the 2nd or the 3rd round if there's a guy they want to go up and get in those middle rounds. That's what I had. But the one thing that seems safe, I would be a little surprised if Ryan Gutekunst made the pick at 30. He almost was begging. And Aaron, I know you were on the conference call earlier this week. I mean, he was almost begging to make a trade. He was very ready, and he's done. He trades his first 2 years too.
Yeah. It's funny, though, because you talk about, reading the tea leaves with the press conference, whatever.
Right.
I think Brian's done a good job of – he's not Ted. He will give us something, but He knows what he's doing, right? Whereas Ted was just like, I'm not giving you nothing. And I think Brian does a much better job of, I'm going to drop these breadcrumbs in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
That's just me.
And we're still learning who he is as a public communicator too. I mean, 2 drafts is not a large sample size. So that's as the sample size increases, I'm curious to see, like, when he goes out there and says, if there's a receiver we feel like can really help us, we're not waiting. Does that mean that he's actually willing to take a receiver in the first round, or is that a breadcrumb and kind of some misdirection? We don't really know yet because we don't know Brian Gutekunst well enough. So that's part of the process of getting to know a new GM is how does what he says relay to what he does?
I mean, that's yes, exactly. Hey, when are you coming out here for a Mets game? Next year?
Not soon enough. When are the Mets going to play? That's what I'd like to know.
We'll find out.
I am starved. I am starved.
That.
This is so not like my Aprils. I mean, the draft, yes, but not having any Mets baseball to watch every single night. You know how I do too, Aaron. It's literally every night.
If you do not follow Ryan on Twitter,
wow, you are a glutton for punishment. You're almost like a Packers fan, bro.
This dude, like,
if you're a Mets fan, like I was,
I didn't even need to watch them.
I've gone to 2
I know
Mets
I'm gonna get updates on Ryan's Twitter.
I've gone to 2 Mets games at Shea Stadium, okay, and I was like, wow, this place is
which,
like,
by the way, was demolished a decade ago.
Okay, but Chase Stadium was amazing. That's respectable.
It was
not.
Okay,
it was like
true story.
Russia. It felt like it was Moscow.
This is true story. True story. Went to Shea Stadium with my oldest, who is now 19. At the time was like 3, 4.
Yeah.
It was when they first started doing the Subway Series. It was Yankees Mets, and there's this kid in front of us who started going, "Yankees suck." My oldest was like, Madeline said, "Oh, can we do that?" I was like, "Yes." That's Shea Stadium.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what's funny? And Nagler, you can attest to this. This right here looks exactly like my Lambeau Field office too.
Correct.
The poster. I mean,
we used to share an office in Lambeau.
If you've ever been,
that's exactly what it looks like.
If you've ever been on the Lambeau Field tour and you go to the media area and you see all the offices, you know which one's me. I'm the one with the Mets poster. It's gotta be
it's like the look at
random
the
thing.
So Ryan, I did not realize this.
Animals are.
Ryan, I did not realize this. So I lived in Inwood, Manhattan in 2000.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
And I remember I remember the moment very well. Mike Piazza, World Series.
Oh, boy.
Holy crap, dude. Like outside of Inwood, Manhattan, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I can remember that feeling where I felt like, Packers fans are Mets fans, like inherently. They're not Yankees fans. Like the Yankees are the evil empire. I'm sorry.
Absolutely,
okay. And so like
they are.
The Packers.
However, Vince Lombardi
was
a Yankees fan.
Nagler, don't make me mute you. Okay. Nagler, I will mute you. Okay. He's right. Lombardi. Okay. And that's the truth. You have to work for the empire to understand copyrights and trademarks and all the legal things. Like the Packers G is one of the greatest things ever that the Packers have, right? Because
Roger Goodell is doing the fucking Vikings thing. Oh my God. Shoot him into the sun.
He's skulling. He's skull-alone.
He's literally skulling.
Oh my God. Roger Goodell is dead to me. Goodell is dead to me. Okay. Ryan.
The Vikings just took Justin Jefferson.
So I guess we're not going to get we're not going to get a wide receiver, guys. We're not Andy,
not.
we need Andy to give us a hot take right now. Andy,
the hot take is that the top 4 offensive tackles and top 4 receivers are gone. Austin Jackson's gone, Jalen Reagor's gone, and Ezra Cleveland and Jordan Love are still on the board. So there's your hot take.
Emory, what do you think about that? Jefferson gone to the to the Vikings.
Well, you hope they use him because otherwise it's gonna be another excuse for Kirk Cousins.
They won't. Because they won't.
You know,
Fair point.
Oh, that was
know,
the greatest.
You hope they use him because they won't.
Because they won't, you know, and so, but you know, have no fear, Packer fans. There's a ton of receivers out there. I think offensive, and this gonna sound weird. I think it's easier to create offense than to find dogs on defense. And so while the wide receiver is a sexy pick, you know, it's you got to find dudes that we used to call them. You need gangsters on defense. You need dudes that can get out there and just ball out. You know,
Emory, wait. Tell them, where'd you used to play?
University of Louisiana, home of the Raging Cajuns. So obviously, I'm waiting for Robert Hunt, Kevin Dotson, Raymond, all those guys to get drafted. But you need dogs on defense. You know, offense you can create ways to have success, i.e. San Francisco. And I don't think the Packers are that far off offensively. They can move the ball. So receiver, especially if you talk about we need a third receiver, that's a rich person problems, right? You know,
exactly. Emory, okay, so this is where Packer fans are going, right? So so Emory, do you agree that it's a reach in the first round now, given that Jefferson is off the board for a wide receiver for the Packers?
Right.
Not at all, because here's what I say about value and all that stuff like that. If you take good players, who cares, you know, about value, and the value and all that good stuff and reaches will work themselves out. You know, at the end of the day, if you got guys that can play, it doesn't matter where you take them. You know, you just hope that you trust the scouts that you see out there every Saturday, every week that can really hammer down, hey, okay, priority, we need this guy first, more so than this guy. I think this board is probably working out better for the Packers because it's pushing a key need down to where they need to be. I think they need an inside backer in the worst way. They're like the Giants in that regard of needing someone that's just a monster on the inside. They hadn't had one in quite some time. They've been good on the edges, but not inside. And you know, sometimes you get these linebackers that rack up a lot of tackles, but they make them 17 yards down the field. Or you see the stat sheet and it's like, man, he had 200 tackles and 205 of them was assisted tackles. Like he's not making you know, so I think if they can, I'm hoping they grab Murray or Brooks. But if there's a receiver that you guys want, T. Higgins is still there. He fits the mold of what Green Bay wants. Green Bay has a type when it comes to receivers. They like these long, angular guys.
Look at Perry.
Perry is liking that. Perry is liking that.
That's his.
You know what I'm saying? Like every Packer receiver is built like Geronimo Allison. Everybody's built the same. They can have a type.
He's big. He's got a great catch radius. He's got great hands. Get him Aaron Rodgers.
Preach it, Perry. Come on now.
Emory, I have to ask you, what's your take on Raymond Kelly? Because I love him.
First of all, he's a Raging Cajun running back, so obviously, outstanding. I play running back for the Raging Cajuns. That's why I'm partial to that position. But I think Calais is a home run hitter, and he doesn't need volume, and so he can come into the game ice cold and rip off a chunk play like that. And he helps you out on special teams. You think about what he did with Louisiana, returning punts and kicks. You think about what he did at the NFLPA game. I think he had 2 touchdown returns on punt returns. And so when you're able to return punts, you just need to be quick. When you're able to return kicks, you have to be fast. He does both, so it tells you how quick and fast he is, and also can line up in the slot play receiver if need be.
He's so fun to watch as like a change of pace guy. If he gets to the outside, he is gone.
Yeah, he has legit, you know, take it to the house speed. Oh, there goes Kid and Murray because of
Aaron. Sorry,
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. No, stop. Relax.
So the Patriots traded out the first round. Wow.
I mean, come on, that's the Patriot way.
Yeah, no one talks about how bad the Patriots draft. They do a great job of scouting everybody else's talents, but look at them in the draft. They have some like legit Mendoza type swings and misses on picks. It's crazy.
Emory's a smart man. I like Emory a lot.
Correct.
You're a smart man.
No, the Patriots are terrible at drafting, and it doesn't get said enough.
They don't.
Andy, we don't let some bullshit up in here.
Nobody talks about the Patriots drafting, and you can't remember not one draft pick that you say, "Oh wow, they killed this draft." No, it's always about who they signed and who they shipped out. So that's why they trade out the first round. Saints quietly are the same way. You know, outside of maybe 3 picks, the Saints have really bumped. Now, what has helped them recently?
They got Kamara, which is their kind of
That one draft was
Kamara's
Kamara
amazing.
and Lattimore and the safety who I'm forgetting, and one other. They had like 4 starters in that one draft.
Williams.
Outside of that, it was brutal.
Yeah.
And then you think like, okay, well, they turned the corner, and then they come back the next year and get Davenport. Like, what are you doing?
Trade up for Davenport.
Two firsts for Marcus Davenport.
So I think this is, again, we're about to see how they handle the draft with the Saints, with the scouts, because Sean Payton has a type when he gets in the draft, and they do a great job undrafted free agents. Like, you look at the undrafted receivers and skill players that they've brought in, and edge rushers, they've done a great job there. But drafting, they're just like the Patriots.
Dude, Kenneth Murray going to the Chargers, that ain't right. Man, he's gonna go fucking suffer in anonymity. He's gonna be second fiddle to some LA Ram King Stadium. Come on now. I don't love that.
New Orleans
Ain't right.
though.
Ain't right.
They're taking.
Well, they obviously not going to take a quarterback because they got their quarterback of the future, right? They got Taysom Hill out there, right?
30-year-old Taysom Hill, yeah.
His best years are still ahead of him.
Best years.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm opening it up to questions. Okay, people, I'm gonna allow questions. I'm allowing people to unmute themselves.
Corey, tread lightly.
Okay, we got Ryan, we got Emory. Don't include Nagler. We got Andy.
No, not me.
I'm allowing. I want to get some people in here.
The
I want to
Vikings
get
have another-
Bailey.
This is
Bailey. Is Bailey still here? I want to get her in here. She's been on the whole entire time. I think she left maybe. I want to get yeah, she's like, oh, you guys are nerds. Later.
Corey, I have a
Later.
question for Emory.
Go ahead.
Emory, you mentioned
What's up?
Robert Hunt before. He's my sleeper offensive tackle, but everybody's got him moving to guard. What do you think?
I like him. I hate moving guys, for the sake of moving guys. I think, and I spoke with him at the combine, and he eloquently said in a nice PC way, he's played tackle. He can play left tackle if he needs to, but he's grown as a player as a tackle. He, was able to thrive as a tackle. So he can play tackle at the pro level if a coach wants him to. That was his way of saying, I'm not moving the guard. I'm pretty sure some teams are saying like, hey, man, we probably like you inside. He'll do it, but I think he really wants to stay at tackle. The right guard for the Cajuns, I think, is the better of the two. And Kevin Dotson, he was just dominant on film and was also dominant down at the East-West Shrine Bowl this year. I'm talking. There was one play, in particular, one rep it was a 9-on-7 period, so it was a run-on-run period, and he took the defensive tackle and turned him into a free safety. That's how far back he drove him from off the ball. And he's been working with Duke Manyweather, who does a great job with offensive linemen. So
love Duke. Duke is the man.
You see the body transformation that has happened from January to mid-March. It's phenomenal. So this dude is like the athletic marvel of a guard. But Hunt is a really good player too. And when I'm talking about Dotson was the first AP All-American in our program history. So he's a fantastic prospect that I think is going to go on day 2, maybe 3rd round. But Hunt is another one. And the thing what kept Hunt out of the first round, in my opinion, was he didn't play in he got hurt. He didn't play in the Senior Bowl, and he didn't work out at the combine. Was holding off until the pro day, which is supposed to be March 23rd, I believe. And obviously, we know that didn't happen. So teams probably are skeptical on the medicals and wondering how far along he is in his recovery, because otherwise he probably would have flirted with being a first-round pick.
a general question for everybody is how much is this draft really being impacted by the whole coronavirus situation? You're talking about how it's been a scout heavy, draft or scout driven draft, I guess is what you were saying, Emory. Like, is that a product of people not really being able to go to what they want to do and do all that activity post draft, or I'm sorry, post combine pre draft? I mean, I'm not really sure, but how much of that
so.
taking a play into?
I think so because when you get, like I said, you get scouts are there 2 years, right? Like working on a prospect, and the coach first time jumping in because they're dealing with free agency and the outgoing interviews, like your exit interviews, and so they come in at the combine, and their first exposure to these players are how they work out. Then they watch a little film, then they see them on a pro day, then they get them into the building. So a lot of it was formed by, oh wow, this guy, has a strong handshake, or this guy look good running. I can coach him up. That coach's ego of, oh, I can coach this guy up. I can teach him how to catch. Like, no, you can't. He had done it for 2 years. And so now, because he hadn't had that exposure, they're now giving the scouts, I believe, the leeway to say, hey, tell me about this guy. How is he on campus? What was you able to gather from the coaches, position coaches, the medical staff there? So the scouts now are, I think, running the show. This is why I think this draft there's no real bad picks outside of number 6 that, the scouts have really handled this thing well, I think. I think that's what happened.
Hey, what's up, Emory? With Kenneth Murray going, and also obviously it's rough with Justin Jefferson. I'm a big fan of taking a defensive lineman in the first round. Say for Blacklock, which we've seen a lot of narrative on thus far with Maggie Looney and everyone else. Obviously, I like him. What other defensive lineman do you see falling to us at 30?
I think Blacklock would be good. You want guys that I think ideally you want 2-3 techs up front, because you want guys that are quick off the ball, that can disrupt, that can really push the pressure. You can play the run on the way to the quarterback. And I think when you have 2-3 techs, you can do that. And so Blacklock is a guy that I see as a 3 tech. I think he is ideally what you want, because he works his hands really well. He's got great ball get off. That's something you can't teach. So getting him, and I know Marlon Davidson is a good one because he's versatile. He can play up front. But if I had a choice, I would rather take the guy that I think can pressure quicker and get into the backfield, and that now would be Blacklock.
Thanks, man.
Who is this the Saints took?
Cesar Ruiz.
So the Saints just drafted. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the Saints drafted Eric McCoy, a center, last year.
He's a good center.
They're like, hey, Sean Payton, the Saints need to be able to cover. The Saints need to be able to find someone opposite of Michael Thomas. I know you got Emmanuel Sanders. Saints probably need a game breaker at running back. They got a good back in Kamara. Need a game breaker. You know what? We're going to take another center. I just don't. I don't get it.
I got a question, guys. What do you guys think it would take to jump up and take Queen at this point?
Why? Why jump up?
That's where I'm at.
Because I'm not sure. I'm not convinced he's gonna. I'm not sure.
I don't get that.
I'm not convinced he's gonna drop past Balti, and I think we really need a 3-down backer more than a lot of things right now.
I feel you. The need at the position, but there's nothing in the institutional history of the franchise of the Packers, because Gutekunst has come out of the tree of Ted, Ron, everybody in that group. I can't imagine that they're going to trade up for an inside backer. Since they've moved to a 3-4, not one human has been deemed worthy of investment. Sure, they'll get a Martinez in the 4th round. Yeah, if someone's AJ Hawk was drafted when they were in a 4-3.
But AJ Hawk sucked. All right, here's the thing. I'm muting everybody. All right, hold on a second.
Don't do that.
All right, here's the thing. I'm muting everyone but Emory, because Emory, holy shit, you are fucking amazing. Okay? Let me just say that right now. I don't know. I just listened to you, and it's like it hypnotized me. It was amazing. Like, how do you not have like an ESPN like career right now? It's crazy to me.
Might be my
This
it
is
might be my New Orleans accent. It might be my New Orleans.
no. It's so great. Holy crap. I love, dude. Yes. More Emory in my life. I need it. All right, I'm gonna unmute Nagler.
Thank you.
Thank you. I literally tried to hire Emory when I was a bleacher.
Emory, holy crap. He is like, dude, I could just listen to
boy.
him. I just love it. I love his voice and his like everything he's saying. I love it. All right, so I'm gonna unmute some people. I opened that up for a while. I know. Oh, Calvin wants to ask Emory about Jordan Love. Emory, what do you think about Jordan Love?
Don't take this the wrong way, because I don't mean it as a knock. But Jordan Love reminds me a lot of DeShone Kizer. And let me bring it back. You know, I like DeShone Kizer as a prospect coming out of Notre Dame. And I think DeShone Kizer's highs were a lot better than Jordan Love's highs. We saw DeShone Kizer play better in the bigger games. I was at the game Halloween night where they played Temple, and that was a great contest going back and forth where he drove down the field through the game with a touchdown. But I compare him to DeShone Kizer that we saw in Cleveland. You know, you see the talent, you see the upside, you see the potential, you see the athleticism, you see the arm, but it's so inconsistent. Now, I wanted to give Kizer another year in Cleveland to see if they could build around him, but that didn't happen. You guys got to see Kizer up close and personal in Green Bay, and I thought he played a little bit better than he played in Cleveland. But when you're playing preseason ball, you're trying to win a Super Bowl on every rep, and that causes you not to play well. I had the same back and forth with Colts fans when I was telling them, like, hey, PJ Walker is a legit good quarterback, but it's like, oh, he played terrible in the preseason, or he did this. He goes to the XFL as the established starter, wins the MVP of that league. So I think when you look at Jordan Love, he would be the type, yeah, you could play him now, but it's probably going to look like Kizer in Cleveland. But if you let him develop and work through some of the mechanical issues, like his footwork when he's trying to throw the intermediate ball or when he's trying to hit the layups, those are the things that he misses. You need him to hit those. And you wait to year 2, I think he could be exactly what you want him to be moving forward. So I like him as a prospect. He was my, I think, 5th quarterback. So I think that's a guy that needs to sit a year. Green Bay would be a great situation for him to do that, where he's not pressured to get out there. So long-winded way of saying I like him, but I do think you have to be patient with him.
The 49ers are on the clock. They traded with the Vikings, and their pick is in. So we'll see who they take.
The Vikings.
Oh, John Lynch. John Lynch is there in his home. If you are in the conversation for Pro Football Fame before we were Butler, it's ridiculous.
Oh, Perry's back. Perry, nice to join us. Hi, how's it
Perry.
going, co-host?
All right.
Perry,
Really
how are you
quickly-
feeling about the draft? Sorry, Andy. Sorry.
No, you're good.
My bad.
No, I feel like at this point I kind of want them to just trade back.
Wow.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Perry.
there's my girl.
Ted
There's
Thompson
my
like.
girl.
Ted
There it
Thompson
is.
like.
There's no one that I love that's left really that I think I would like at 30.
Maggie, how you feeling?
I'm good. I still like a couple people on the board, but I feel like at this point I also would trade back with Perry. But that's not, I don't think that's like a hot take.
It's like we raised some Ted Thompson
You
people.
goes to the 49ers, and they traded up for him.
Andy, how you feeling, buddy? How you
Yeah,
feeling?
Corey, we've definitely reached wide receiver not probably being super valuable at 30 anymore, the way things have gone. Maybe Mims, but not looking great.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Give me, we need another Josh Jones. The first one worked out so well. How can you pass on a second Josh Jones?
No, Queen is still around.
Patrick Queen's still there. I love AJ Epinesa.
Not at 30.
Thank you, Andy.
I love AJ Epinesa.
AJ
Just
Epinesa.
feed me AJ Epinesa.
Andy,
There it
you know
is.
what I was reminded
Another
of?
edge.
Do you remember 1 year ago tonight? It was like the
I don't wanna
three of
talk
us.
about
It was
it.
like me, you, and Nagler. Me, you, and Nagler on Packer Transplants Live, I believe, right?
Yeah. my one of my lesser professional moments that I can
What are you
admit.
talking
Sorry,
about?
I didn't.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. You were pretty spot on.
Yeah.
You said Rashawn Gary was going to be a project, and you said Darnell Savage was going to be an immediate contributor. I think you were good.
It wasn't terrible. It was more emotional than I would normally get, I would say.
Like, come on. You were good.
Yeah. The thing with Gary at 12, you know, I don't think I fully gave him credit for the potential that he had at that position, and it makes sense in hindsight. But my biggest issue all along was there were too many question marks with Gary when you're picking in the top 12 and you don't get a pick there that often. And that was my biggest concern. And I think that's still a fair assessment, even though I like him much more now than I did at the time, but he still has a long way to go.
And he's probably going to come through.
I hope he does. That'd be amazing.
Andy, we'll always have family night fireworks, buddy.
I don't know what that means.
No one can take that away from us.
How much can you glean from a player's videos that they've been posting? Because Rashawn's been posting a ton of.
Not a damn thing.
Can you not, like, you can't tell anything, can you?
No.
I mean, it's good that he's working, I guess.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Great. Guess what? Guess who else is?
Everyone.
Yeah, I know. I'm just curious.
All right, Miami,
Maggie.
make this pick. Jesus, we're like, what?
49.
4 picks
What?
away? 5 picks
Four
away?
What
picks
number
away from
are we
trading
on?
down.
4 picks away
26?
from trading down?
26?
We're at 26.
Come on now.
Oh, well, I'm not mad the Vikings don't have 2 first-round picks anymore.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
They didn't get a ton either. It was like a 4th and a 5th, 4th and a 6th. It wasn't anything
It
too.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Maggie, who do you want left? Who's your top 4?
Blacklock, still there.
Yeah.
Or Queen. For your thing for Packer Report.
Not or Queen. Come on, stick with it.
No,
Blacklock.
Nagler, let me do this. All right.
Come on, Loney.
I think that the Packers have undervalued inside linebacker for a very long time. And if somebody like Patrick Queen is still on the board, who can be an every down coverage linebacker, and that's no disrespect to Christian Kirksey because I was so high on him, but given the Packers utilized BJ Goodson a little bit as their run stuffer, if they can bring in a guy like Patrick Queen to play the middle of the field and he can actually drop into coverage and cover both tight ends and running backs, how do you say no to that, Nagler? Fight me.
I
but
get
Maggie-
Blacklock and he'll free up Kenny Clark to get the fuck up the field and destroy
Oh,
people.
shit. Maggie just said, fight me, Nagler. Damn, I never even said that in my life. Oh, shit.
I told you it's her dark side.
You say that
Maggie
with
just
every
straight up was like,
Andy, the comments turned on me last time you talked about my dark side, so don't do that.
Oh, they did?
No, Maggie, don't worry about comments turning on you.
That's
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 don't worry
funny.
about that.
No, they're all very nice, guys. Everybody's nice.
Maggie, but in all seriousness, what's your favorite podcast? Pack a Day or Packs What She Said?
Oh, shit.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Maggie's like, later.
I'm out.
See ya.
She's like, I'm
Bye.
out.
It's okay.
Out.
Maggie. Say Pack a Day. It's okay. I give you permission.
How about
Perry,
Perry is my favorite?
don't yield the high ground.
That's fair. I stuck with you with some pretty awful hosts. So that's
someone
fair.
with Jake Westendorf. What is going on?
I mean,
nobody else
I'm
was
gonna-
nice enough to go with him.
See, I don't have a dark side.
I'm just going to say this right now. My grandparents are very much on board with the Perry pick for Cheesehead TV co-host. So just let me know.
Thank you. That's so kind.
My grandfather's sleeping right now. You can see him, Robert Bruner. He's in the Zoom.
Where is he?
He's
Put him on the
completely passed
big
out.
thing. Take him on the big
Here we go. There we go. Let's spotlight him.
Come on.
There we go.
Yeah. What's up, Bruner? What is up?
He's been in the Zoom the whole time. Oh yeah, he's passed out. He was passed out for a while. Now he's on. He's
Look at that
he's awake now.
blanket. Look at the blanket over the chair. Come on.
Yeah, he's on YouTube. There's only like 2,000 people watching right now. It's fine.
It's only.
Okay, we'll
Jimmy
cancel that
Kimmel's on my
spotlight.
TV. Why the fuck is Jimmy Kimmel on my TV? You're right.
Right, Miami. Let's
Come on, Miami, pick up the pace.
I feel like they've picked like a billion times tonight.
100 times. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 picks to the Packers. Pick, people.
4 picks. All right. So
Dolphins having talks with the Packers about moving up. The Packers
There
are
it
looking
is.
like they're moving up.
There it is.
Yes.
But for who?
What I love is that it's right behind or right above Seattle.
Right above Baltimore.
So, you know,
Maybe for the
Schneider
long
was
haul.
like, oh, yeah, you like our pick? Like, oh, the Packers are traded. It's on. Packers are on the clock.
Here we go.
Let's go, people.
So wait, are we trading up? What's happening?
Yes, they have. They're at 26 right now.
I don't believe you.
Come on, Mankey, keep up.
Why am I behind?
I don't believe you. I can't.
Cheesehead TV, son.
They traded 136 and 30, so not bad at all.
That's
Was
not
that
terrible.
bad?
No.
That's nothing.
So wait, Packers just traded up? Seriously?
Yeah, they're on 26. They're on the clock.
Yes,
Lisa,
Can't handle this.
Packers are on the
Lisa,
clock.
run the fucking. We have a graphic. It's terrible, but run the graphic, Lisa. Run it.
And they just scanned.
Did you
the
tell
Jordan
her on
Love. It's not
Slack?
the pick,
Did
but they
you tell her
scanned
on
it.
Slack?
I'm telling her. I got her. I got her.
Yeah, this looked like Jordan Love is
Let
going to
me
be.
run it, dude.
Look, let Emory talk, people.
No,
There
no.
we
I'm
go.
just saying it looked like Jordan Love was going to be the pick. They're showing the family shot, but I thought it would have been a linebacker.
Oh my God! If they traded up for a QB,
No way. No
oh
way.
my God! Let's go! Let's go! That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
Oh, Z Smith just posted eyeballs.
Eye emojis.
Matt LaFleur, what's up? Brian Gutekunst, what's up?
I have a stomach.
They
ache.
traded up for a QB? Get
We
the
don't
fuck
know.
out of here.
We don't relax.
No, no, they're just showing.
Get out of here.
House.
They're showing the Packers. Brian Gutekunst clearly trying to connect to the Cheesehead TV Zoom at the moment.
Really?
No.
He's just in spin and there's no moderators. He's like, what?
I texted Jason. I said, can we get LaFleur on? He said, no way.
Oh, look at that.
He's on the phone. They're calling whoever it is.
Pick is in.
Come on, the pick is in. Oh my
This is
God.
epic.
That's a pretty solid basement right there.
The pick hasn't even been tipped on Twitter yet.
He's calling. He's calling. He's calling.
The draft, the pick is in. Who is it? Oh my God. I'm so excited.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, Roger Goodell.
All right.
So what happened? Tell me.
We'll find out.
That happened.
Oh my God, who is it?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, tell us.
It's Jordan Love.
Jordan
they
Love.
traded up for a quarterback. On, people.
Back. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Holy
Bad that I
crap.
hate it. It's bad that I love it.
That's the heir
What
apparent.
is happening
There's
right now?
no debate. There's no guessing.
I
There's
love
no, oh my God, maybe they're just no. That's your heir apparent from Brian Gutekunst.
I love
Wow.
it. I love
Brian
it.
Gutekunst with a statement pick. That is a statement pick.
That is a statement.
That is a statement pick. That is Brian Gutekunst planting his flag.
On the table.
Holy
I like what Chris Lamb in the chat says. 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks in a row.
wow.
Is Jersey also on here?
I don't care. I love
Oh,
it.
please tell me he is.
Jersey, who had Jordan Love as their foobar? Because it wasn't me. So we need to know who picked Jordan Love as the foobar today.
Wow. 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 That is amazing. That is history in the making.
Maybe
1919 Green Bay Packers, 2020, the 101st season of the NFL. An African American quarterback, our second African American quarterback. Holy moly! Wow, that is amazing. The third. This is the heir apparent to Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, baby. I got nothing but love.
I mean, I'm in love, baby. I'm in love. That's all I can be. That's what I get.
You're a Packers fan. What are you gonna do?
Here's right here,
He's
people.
a developmental guy with a lot of upside.
Look,
Hey,
right
really-
there.
Aaron.
Willie
Really quick.
Davis, okay? Willie Davis.
Oh, boy.
I just want to give it up right here. RIP, the greatest freaking all-time sack leader for the Green Bay Packers. We have lost a legend, and we're going into 2020. First-round draft pick, Jordan Love, quarterback, Green Bay Packers. The future of the Green Bay Packers has just been decided by Brian Gutekunst. Holy
If anyone's
moly.
freaked out, go and watch Michigan State tape from last year or Fresno State tape from this year. It is insane. It is NFL throw after NFL throw after NFL throw. And holy hell, avoid BYU and LSU tape because you do not want to look at it at all, and even a little bit.
I love all the Minnesota and Chicago fans trying to hate on our chat right now. That is like the
Who
greatest.
cares? Who gives a
It's
shit?
hilarious.
The Packers now have 2 quarterbacks, maybe 3 better than the Bears. So there's that. I'm tweeting that also.
Wow. Come on.
God, I'm so
Cody.
Wow.
I hope that video is available soon.
I mean, here Lisa played the video on YouTube. Emory, let's get your take. You're kind of our special guest. Let's get your take on this pick. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, again, Jordan Love to me is a guy that, and here's what I like about what he did at the combine. We asked him questions on the podium and asked him questions off to the side to maybe get a real answer. Asked him questions at the Super Bowl off to the side, and he was consistent in his answer. I was asking him about losing everybody. You're talking about 4 NFL players, 1 guy's playing in the CFL, and your coaching staff. So you had a whole new thing going on at Utah State. Was that a big reason why the numbers dipped this season as opposed to last? He was like, no, I just have to play better. And he had every opportunity at 2 different spots to throw that whole situation and make that an excuse. He didn't. So he owned it and said, he had to play a little bit better. Yeah, we had some things that moved around, but that still doesn't, take me out of the equation. And so when you watch him play, again, from the live arm, he played well in big games. I thought he played a good game against Michigan State last year. There were certain throws he had in LSU where you were like, okay, that's what you want to see. But he played better. I thought he was a better project than Josh Allen was when he came out of Wyoming. And he, again, Love played better in bigger games than Josh Allen. So I'm not surprised he went in the first round. I do think he needs a year to really work on his mechanics, to tighten that up. Just how Aaron Rodgers had to work on his whole throwing mechanics. Remember how he used to hold the ball like this at Cal?
Yeah.
You don't even see that anymore.
Up. Right.
Yep.
So I think when you look at Love and how he plays, as far as like trying to throw from different platforms, if his feet are not under him, that ball will sail, and that's what leads to some interceptions or him missing the layups. So when you look at how well he played in 2018, granted he had 2 receivers that were in pro players, tight end, and the tailback. All of that changed, and you saw him trying to make some things happen. So I think right now, and the good part about him coming out early is that he still has upside. So this year with Green Bay would have been his senior season in college. So he still has room to grow. And now LaFleur gets his hands on a guy that still has some moldable clay left on his frame to get him where he needs to be. And there's no rush because
that's the key.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Thing is the key.
Yeah,
you get a guy.
no rush.
LaFleur groomed.
Exactly. So
Not a guy with a bunch of fucking habits, not a guy who has a history that you can try and go, oh, we need to mold an offense around what he's comfortable with. No, fuck all that.
Well, here's
a
the thing
guy.
too. There was some.
This is the offense. Get with it.
There were some clues that were left there last year on the type of quarterback he liked. You know, think about who he brought in as an undrafted free agent that kind of stuck around for a long time in Manny Wilkins. They throw the same way.
So there.
They have the same like whip of an arm, almost like going from third to first. You know, so they have that ability to really get it out quick. They're athletic. And so he saw a lot. He sees that in Jordan Love, obviously on a grander scale, and a guy that has upside. Wilkins was a guy that was maxed out because he was a senior. But you look at Love Jr., you know, coming off a bad situation, but you saw glimpses of it in 2018. That's why he went with this one as opposed to any other quarterback. So I like this fit personally for Green Bay because he'll get the opportunity that I think DeShone Kizer never got.
All right,
Here's
Emory, let me
Wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait.
Nagler. I'm muting Nagler. Okay, so here's the thing, Emory. Here's the thing. This is my Zoom, and he's gonna move the thing. I know he's gonna think. Here's my thing. What I'm gonna play devil's advocate, right? Because I'm a diehard Packer fan, okay? And I don't know shit. And this is why I'm muting Nagler, and he's gonna text me, and he's gonna be very annoyed with me right now. But I need to know. What was the pick you were going to take if you didn't take Jordan Love right now? Like, what was the pick that we missed out on right now?
Patrick Queen, because, you know, you look at Queen or you look at Jordan Brooks because Murray is going. So any one of those inside backers, I thought Green Bay missed on. But, you know, you get a quarterback, obviously you're going to need to get one. It's the best to take one when you don't need one. And this was a good year to take one for them. Otherwise, you find yourself needing one, and you have to, you know, find hella high water to get up high to get one. But I think they missed out on a very good inside linebacker in Queen or Jordan Brooks.
Thank you, Nagler. I'm sorry, and I know Lori Severino. You're totally right. I am a bully, but sometimes the diehard Packer fan has to take over for all the reporters because it's like, look. When we look back on Packer transplants a year from now, whatever we are, Nagler and I are going to look back at this moment. We're going to bring this clip of Emory. So I want to bring in Andy Herman. Okay, to me, and like the Zoom is my thing. Nagler's got the main show, and he can always oversee me, and we're on the same page actually. And Emory, I just want to say, dude. Fucking, you are awesome. So let me just say that. Okay. So thank you so much for being here on the Zoom with all our Patreons and all. You are on with diehard Packer fans, and like we really appreciate like everything you have to say. Like honestly. So, Andy, what do you think? Where are you at? Sorry, I gotta unmute you, or you unmuted yourself. Where are you at? What do you think? Where are we at?
Yeah, you know, the problem that I have with the Jordan Love pick is if you're going to take a quarterback or certainly move up for a quarterback, to me, it has to be this scenario that you just cannot pass on. You know, one of the top quarterbacks happened to fall to pick 30, and you're just like, you know what? He's the best player on the board, basically what happened with Aaron Rodgers, and we're not going to, you know, look a gift horse in the mouth. I don't feel like that's what happened with Jordan Love, and obviously not enough where I thought they needed to move up. Now, the pick that they gave to move up for him was nothing. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. And if they think that's their guy, the fifth round pick or whatever it was that they gave to move up is, like I said, completely irrelevant. But you have to hit on this pick. And another conversation that I just had in a podcast a couple of days ago is one of the absolute best ways that you can go about building a team right now is if you can surround a young rookie quarterback who's not making any money with a ton of talent. And I know it didn't turn out exactly correctly, but the Bears could have been there with Trubisky. The Rams were almost there with Jared Goff. The Eagles were there with Wentz before he got hurt, and they basically did the exact same thing with backup Nick Foles when they won it. But that's the formula for success right now is young rookie quarterback, spend everywhere else. You can't do that with Jordan Love. Like the best case scenario with Jordan Love, you can't really do because by the time he's ready to start, unless you're cutting or trading Aaron Rodgers, which we've seen crazier things happen, but unless that starts getting in the conversation, the best thing that you can do with him, you can't necessarily even do anymore. Now, if he by year 3 or 4 shows that he's ready to take the reins, and whatever happens with Aaron, and you give him his 5th-year option and things like that, but the rubber meets the road at some point. We've seen this story before, and it doesn't always play out great. So either they missed out on that window to have a really talented player on a super cheap contract, or you've got a really difficult Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love decision down the line, or maybe in a perfect scenario, you keep him for 5 years as the backup to Rodgers, and again, you still miss out on that great window. So there's not a ton of upside there, but if he hits, if the Michigan State tape, the Fresno State tape, the really good with Jordan Love hits, he's a top 5 player. But there's so much inconsistency there.
That is amazing. 2 things. I want to take 2 branches, okay?
Yeah.
One branch is, all right, everyone knows replacing a legend with a legend is fucking nightmare, okay? It's never worked. It's never great. Brett Favre, I have a video where I call Brett Favre a traitor, okay?
You had a video.
I put it private, Nagler, and I will mute you. I'll do it again. So I'm just saying Brett Favre is a traitor. I love him. He's a legend, but he was a traitor. He went to the Minnesota Vikings because he was mad at Ted, okay? It's never good. It's never great. But at the end of the day, Lombardi created a trademark. That fucking trademark is a G, okay? You carry the motherfucking G. It don't matter if you're Bart Starr over here, this legend. It don't matter if you're Brett Favre. It doesn't matter if you're Aaron Rodgers. At the end of the day, we need people. And Jordan Love is now the heir apparent to carrying the G. And if Aaron Rodgers is not on board at some point in 3 years, that's where we are. And so to me, this is a Matt LaFleur signature pick. He went to Brian and he said, Brian, I'm going to be here for a decade. If I'm going to beat Lombardi's legacy, I'm going to be here for a decade. And I need to make a pick.
I just want to point something out. I'm not saying, and this ultimately falls under, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Aaron Rodgers in 2020, in his contract, has $5,240,000 guaranteed. That's the guarantee. That's his guaranteed salary. 2021, 2022, 2023, 0. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
It's the most important position in sports, period. It's the most important position in sports. If you find your guy, if you fall in love with your guy, you take it 100 times out of 100. And you just got to get it right. They have to get it right if they're willing to trade up and take a quarterback when they've still got Aaron Rodgers under contract and he wants to play till he's 40.
This is the ultimate kick in the ass for Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
August 8th, 2019, I tweeted, they will draft a quarterback next year. Book it. And this is why. This is the ultimate kick in the ass for Aaron Rodgers. Now,
He plays best with a chip on his shoulder.
they 1,000,000,000% think that Jordan Love is the heir apparent. But they would not have made the selection if they weren't all in and thinking this is the guy who not only will spur Aaron to greatness, but also be able to take over when his contract is up. And or we can cut him.
All right. So I'm going to now bring in, I want to start with CD and Jelly. Let's get CD's take. Let's get Maggie's take. Let me bring in CD because we haven't talked to him at all. And CD, sorry, buddy. It's been a crazy night. I just unmuted you. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. CD and Jelly, Tundra Vision, one of the original blogs for Packers fans ever in the history of Packers fans on the internet, by the way.
Correct.
So just going to give you a shout out there, CD. Let me know what you think of the pick.
I'm struggling with it, you know. There's a point where I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with Aaron. It's like I've been saying for years, yeah, we got to get that heir apparent for Aaron Rodgers. It's got to happen. Also, we didn't. It's like, okay, whoa, I didn't want it now, I guess. When it actually happens, it's like, wait, no, I was just talking. I didn't really mean it for anyone to listen. I think, you know, the part I'm struggling with is the trade up. I think there are a couple good players, and I think Emory touched on that, between Queen, Brooks, even Love. I think any of these guys come to you at 30. You take best man available, and if you're in love with this Love guy, it's great. I'm questioning why you traded up for him, because I think you're right. And you know, Aaron, I guess I'm interested, since you're opinionated on it, is the trade up even sending more of a shot across the bow to the present guy quarterbacking for the Packers? Because I mean, that's more than just calling to you and saying, "Oh, we had to take Aaron Rodgers to 24." I mean, what were we supposed to do? This was no, we're gonna go get him.
I'll tell you this. I don't know much, but I know this. I tweeted immediately after the pick was made, Brian Gutekunst throwing his nuts on the table. I'm having some fun. I'm having a good time. That tweet was liked by Randall Cobb. Friend of Aaron Rodgers. Who knows what's up? I mean, this is Gutekunst saying, this is my guy. After he was going to take Locke last year. Gutekunst, I want my quarterback. And who knows with LaFleur has plausible deniability to say, oh, you know, I get my input about a certain prospect, but I want you. I want to win games. But ultimately, that's the next generation. Period.
It's generation now. I mean, we picked him now. Remember all the drama we had even for a couple of years with all the Favre haters and saying, oh, put in Rodgers now. We knew he wasn't ready. But I mean, there was still that pressure building for 3 years. I'm interested to see what's going to happen with this, because I think it does send a message, and maybe it's going to be a real positive. Maybe it's really going to.
I mean, it lights a fire.
Yeah.
Right? It has to. How does it not?
I also feel like Rodgers has been hurt a lot the last few seasons. You know, like, think about his durability all the time.
Correct.
And yes, he wants to play till he's 40. Can his body play till he's 40?
That's a great idea.
Hold on.
You keep going outside the fucking pocket and pulling the ball.
Okay, I'm gonna mute everybody.
No, that wasn't my point. I just think like taking.
Oh, I'm Corey Bakey. I'm gonna mute everybody because people are talking. Okay, good.
Okay, QB1. Okay, QB1 is still fucking QB1. Okay, let's.
Oh my God, Corey, he's my favorite player. Yeah. I love football. I think it hurts the most because it makes us think about him retiring. It makes us, reminds us that he is.
Tell the truth. Speak the truth.
But I also want 20 years of great Green Bay Packers football.
Yeah, I agree. I
so
remember.
Many picks to take great players. Michael Pittman Jr. is still around. Yep. Take him in.
Come on now.
Let's not pretend either. Like, if the Packers had taken a quarterback instead of Derek Sherrod, Nick Perry, Dayton Jones, Demarius Randall, Rashawn Gary, would it even have mattered to the roster construction as a whole? Like, they haven't exactly been hitting home runs out of the park with the first round pick over the course of the last decade anyway. They've been crushing it in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round. They can still do that, and they have an insane lottery ticket at the quarterback position.
Well, and to your point, Andy, we talked about this last year in training camp. I remember the moment because I was setting the lights for you and Nagler, and I was like seeing Titletown in the background as a producer, and I was like, that's so beautiful. And you and Nagler were talking about it, and that was exactly the point. The point was, back in the day, Ron Wolf, he got quarterbacks. He collected them. Because guess what? That's the most motherfucking important position in the NFL. Don't let anybody let you forget that that's the truth.
Okay.
And it's
wait. All right. Yeah. I just gotta say, my DMs from
no,
TJ
no,
Lang
because
right
forget
now
about
are
your whole
amazing.
forget about your whole QB wins thing, Nagler. QB wins are a thing. If you have the certain quarterback, you're gonna win. If you have Elway in the fucking Super Bowl, you're gonna win against the Green Bay Packers because Elway is gonna put everything on the line and he's gonna like make it happen because he's got to win the Super Bowl, and that's a QB win, right?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I got to respond to somebody on Twitter.
What is TJ
thanking-
Lang saying about you?
Just stuff. It's hilarious.
All right, I'm gonna let Maggie needs to tell me what she needs. Well, I need to understand what Maggie needs to say about this, and then I want to reach out to Patreons because I feel like everybody. I have a lot to say, and I'm just gonna mute myself. So Maggie, take the shit.
All right. So here are Maggie's thoughts. I'm glad Perry said what she said because I think that there is an entire generation of Packers fans, including a majority of Packers fans, probably of Twitter age, that are now going through something that a lot of older Packer fans went through. Not older, but of a different generation Packer fans went through.
It's okay. We're older. It's fine. It's fine.
with
we
Aaron
are
Rodgers
old.
and
We
Brett
know.
Favre. And now that social media is a thing, we can fully imagine that this is exactly what social media looked like when Aaron Rodgers was selected at pick 24, with Brett Favre still, the starting quarterback for the team. I think that this is Goot's pick, just like Ted Thompson had Rodgers, just like Ron Wolf had Favre. I think that it was bound to happen, but I don't think it happening now means anything for the next couple seasons. I think that this is an insurance policy, but I also fully understand the frustration in the chat and from everyone that we're seeing when you think about the Packers being in win now mode. You just completed a 13-3 season. You were one game away from the Super Bowl, and you had an opportunity to either shore up your defense or grab a weapon. So I fully get why everybody is frustrated here, but I think that if Jordan Love proves to be the player that Brian Gutekunst thinks that he can be, and we have a seamless transition of 45 years of great Packers quarterbacks, this isn't going to matter in 3 years.
I mean, he loved Deshaun Kaiser.
Nagler, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. Nagler.
I was done. He's okay.
Maggie, I'm gonna mute Nagler for 1 second. Listen.
All
Maggie. Okay, I'm just gonna say one thing. How much do you think, and I want Emory and Andy to weigh in on this, okay?
All right.
How much do you think, and I know this is speculation, and I want Nagler to weigh on this eventually. How much was this Gutekunst, and how much was this Gutekunst and LaFleur together? Because in my mind, LaFleur is looking for his 10-year thing, right? And Rodgers is the beginning of Rodgers. Okay, if you look at Lombardi, if you look at Lombardi on an 8-year window, right? I know a lot of people, this is hard for them because in America right now we do quarter to quarter, and luckily the coronavirus is telling us that that's fucking dumb as hell. And there's a reason that Warren Buffett is richer than all of us, right? Because he thinks bigger than us. So Lombardi thought way bigger, right? He had these players from the late 50s that were amazing, and he molded them and he created them into this image that then allowed him to catapult into Horning and Starr and all of the players that we know in the later years, what became of Super Bowl I and Super Bowl II, right? So to me, is LaFleur thinking of that right now, where he's like, I have Rodgers to catapult me into this era, right? And Jordan Love becomes this springboard into the next era of the Green Bay Packers.
So, Corey, I'm going to give you some bullshit. All right. But this is because I love you. All right. I firmly believe that Jordan Love was the best player available on this board, regardless of who you asked, right? So whether LaFleur wants to say that he went and got his guy, if Gut wants to say he got his guy, I think that Jordan Love was the guy on the board. And I think that he's an insurance policy. And I get the frustration from other fans, but I think that if you have a guy like Jordan Love and then you have Aaron Rodgers go down with a knee injury circa a couple seasons ago when they had Brett Hundley, maybe Jordan Love is the guy that actually keeps you in contention. And that's not a knock against Brett Hundley, but maybe for the Packers, this made sense because he could be that guy. And Andy, I know that you love Tim Boyle, but
not now, not ready.
I just
too soon. All this means is that they're going to get a future first for Tim Boyle, Maggie.
We talk about needing a wide receiver and a run defender, and I fully get that. And I think the Packers need an inside linebacker. But if you look at what happened when Aaron Rodgers got hurt against the Bears and DeShone Kizer stepped in for a whole quarter and a half, the chaos that ensued. That's not to say that Jordan Love is going to come in and, Aaron Rodgers is going to get benched Mikowski style because he just gets outshined immediately. But I think that there is some value there in saying, hey, we're investing in our future by also investing in right now in case something happens right now.
So a couple of things, really quick on Jordan Love. So first of all, one of the really bright spots, he's only 21 and a half years old. So he's not even 22 years old yet. Was throwing dimes against Michigan State when he was under 21. You love to see some of that stuff. A couple of things that I really struggled with. So one is just accuracy. So when he had a pocket, when he had an open receiver, this is from Mike Renner from PFF. When he had an open receiver downfield 5 to 18 yards, 14.1% of the time he was inaccurate. Compare that to Joe Burrow, 5.1%, Jalen Hurts, 5%, Tua, 4.3%. It's not even the same stratosphere. And then the other thing is, it's one thing to be up and down with interceptions. It's another thing to not necessarily show that you're learning from them. The BYU tape was a great example of that, where he basically threw the same interception twice in the same game. And just throughout his career, you would see him not necessarily react to coverages the way that you would have liked to after he's made mistakes previously. So those are the concerns I have. Like I said, the upside is immense. The upside is tremendous. There's some legitimate concerns though with Jordan Love.
All right. So Emory, after hearing all this Packer BS, what are your thoughts? So
I think it's pick one, so you got to pace yourself, man. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So you got a lot of draft left, like Aaron said, it's a lot of ball game left, a lot of draft left. But the Love pick, he was my number, I think 5 QB. I got to look at it.
Number 5 QB. Wait a second.
Well,
okay.
I could tell you guys.
Who was your number 5 QB? Okay.
Yeah, because number 1 was Burrow. Number 2 was Jalen Hurts. 3 was Tua. 4 was Tyler Huntley because I love his efficiency. And 5 was Jordan Love. So for me, I'll tell you what I had for Love's weaknesses, since we're talking about that. He tends to predetermine throws, which leads to some bad interceptions or near interceptions, especially in the underneath coverage area. The placement can be up and down, which also leads to interceptions or near interceptions. Although his release is smooth, his mechanics looks to be a bit robotic and herky-jerky, which can throw off timing of a play, and he also makes head-scratching decisions. So those were the weaknesses. But the strengths, smooth, easy release combined with excellent velocity, makes for some beautiful throws. He shows the ability to make good off-balance throws. He has good touch at every level of the field. He can really drive the ball if he has to, which is important up there in Green Bay. He has above-average athleticism and can be used in a run game, boot game, waggle, sprint out. He can excel in all those things, and he still has that upside that we talked about earlier. So it's again a lot of he can do this, but yeah, sometimes it's a little inconsistent over here. But he can do it, so it's there. If it wasn't there, I would be more worried about him. That's why I look at a guy like Justin Herbert, it's never there. And it's all, well, you hope that he can get this, and this, but you never saw it consistently. You saw it consistently in 2018. This past year, you didn't see it as consistent. And there were some other situations around him that could be explained. So at least you saw it at one point with Jordan Love. I know quarterback going in the first round, you kind of think at some point he's going to take over. We've seen this time and time again. So I do think this is I thought this was a pick where both the coach and GM were on the same page, because you don't make a pick like that in the first round if you're not on the same page. It's like we saw with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, they're on the same page with the pick. It's just that it's weird because we're looking at the Packers take a quarterback when in our heads, Aaron Rodgers still can play, which is true, but for how long? And you want to have a backup plan ready to go day one, so you don't have any.
Well, yeah, I mean, we Andy and Aaron and I sat on training camp for family night, and we were watching, a bunch of trash at number 2 and 3. I'm sorry, but like at the end of the day, like the Packers have done a very poor job at getting a second and third ready to go backup quarterback for Aaron Rodgers. So at the end of the day, even there, they've made a good pick. I think that's interesting though. So he's 2 picks ahead of where you would be if you were trying to draft as any other team in the NFL, right? Like they jumped. Like they put to number 3, and really he's number 5 in your book.
Well, because I look at it a little bit differently. I'm more big on situational awareness and efficiency. And so you go back to 2018, my number 1 quarterback was Lamar Jackson because he affects the game in a different way. And when I look at how I graded, let's say Jalen Hurts, how he plays in clutch situations is huge. And you can trust him with the ball going down the field. You saw this as a true freshman. If it wasn't for Deshaun Watson doing Deshaun Watson things, he got Alabama to what looked to be the game-winning points with 1:36 left in that ball game as a freshman. And Watson went right down the field and scored. And you saw him step in cold, needing to win that game against Georgia in the championship game, the SEC title game. Did that, throwing the football after getting humbled, benched on the side, and having to go back in and have to really work on his passing. Then you see him go to Oklahoma, shorts, off season, got there in the summer, took over the team, became a Heisman finalist, and put up prolific numbers. So Hurts plays the pro game, I think, because he's efficient. It's like Dak Prescott, and that's why I had him rated higher than Jordan Love.
Gotcha. I mean, but you could look at that, and you could go, Dak Prescott has had a subpar
Really
career based on what he drafted at, I guess. I mean, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers' career than Dak Prescott's career.
Felt like last year when the Packers made a first-round selection, every Packer came out of the woodwork to welcome him to the team. So far, the Packers have only retweeted Oren Burks as the only person that's welcomed Jordan Love to the team. There may be more. I haven't checked.
Wow.
But
holy
right now,
politics, the holy inside politics, Batman.
Yeah, that's the only person they've retweeted so far.
Well, if you're like a player right now, and you welcome Jordan Love, you are literally asking for Aaron Rodgers to come at you. Did Nagler
as a receiver,
leave
you
because
can't
he's
say
scared or what? What happened to Nagler? Perry, do you know what happened to Nagler? I don't
He's
know.
out. I just let him in.
Oh. All right. So we're gonna bring this up to questions. I'm sorry that I was a douchebag.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
You cannot unmute yourself because the host muted you. Oh, that's great.
Nagler, Emory did a really good job of answering my question, but I'm gonna give it up to the Patreons right now. Are you ready?
Why am I here? Why am I here? Wait.
I feel bad for Jordan Love too. This is not going to be a welcoming for him. Exactly.
No, it's not. All right, I'm allowing everyone to unmute. Perry, you can hear me, right, Perry and Andy?
I can.
Yep.
Okay. So Nagler, we're gonna open this up to Patreon questions. I'm allowing participants to go ahead, guys. If you got any questions,
I can't hear you.
Jordan Love, anything. This is okay. We're gonna mute Nagler. We'll figure that out later. Any questions? I just allowed you guys to ask questions. I know everybody on the YouTube chat is yelling at me.
I got a question for Andy.
Yes, sir.
So we're just gonna move on from the Jordan Love pick. So you were talking.
No, you can't move on from the Jordan Love pick.
We're gonna move on. we're gonna move on. So at 30, you were saying wide receiver might be a reach, might not be a reach for the Packers, but doing my own mocking and whatnot, I don't really see any guys really being there at 30, like other than like project guys like Edwards, who didn't even go to the combine, or Claypool, who didn't really have the production, but he certainly has, you know, the body and the speed. So who are you seeing for us who might be at 62?
Yeah, at 62. So I think, first of all, I would not be surprised at all if they moved up again in the second round and were super aggressive in trying to address that position, if for no other reason than probably trying to make QB1 a little happier than he probably is sitting right now. Michael Pittman certainly would be a player that I could see them targeting. Chase Claypool, whether they view him as a receiver or as a tight end, certainly a player that I could see them targeting. Even a Cole Kmet, if he fell down a little bit further into the second round, could be somebody that I could see them going after. Those just off the top of my head. And again, even into third round, a John Hightower, a Devin Duvernay, players like that, I could easily see them targeting. So there's still going to be receivers that they can get aggressively into day 2 and even into early day 3 that could help this team. But off the top of my head, those would be probably ones that would come to mind.
Yeah, I just got to say, last year the Packers were tied to Drew Lock. Almost took him. Denver took him before they could. The fact, that they come out again and this time trade up and draft a quarterback, like this is something they've clearly been thinking about for more than a year now. And they pulled the trigger tonight. And then it's also just kind of crazy the fact that this happens 15 years to the date from Aaron Rodgers being drafted by the Packers. It's kind of poetic in a dark sort of sense, but yeah, I don't know. It's big. It's crazy. I think a lot of people are forgetting there's still 6 more rounds of the draft to go based on the reaction people are giving on Twitter. But it's a crazy time for the Packers right now.
Yeah, so Tim, I want to piggyback on that, and I want to ask, I don't know if there's any Patreon members in here that are like super unsatisfied with the pick, but that I guess is my question then. So if you are disappointed with the way that night 1 went of the draft, like is this whole draft a wash for you, or is there any sense of optimism that like we can recover from this, we can go wide receiver, inside linebacker, interior defensive line, and then all of a sudden like this can be a 2020 like stellar draft class? Or does the Love pick for you suddenly make it so that you don't really care about what happens the other 2 nights? And I'm just curious. There's not really a right answer here. It's just, we're just talking football.
I think like others have said, there's plenty of depth in the draft. So tomorrow and Saturday, we can still get some really good players that can help us out next year.
Yeah, I guess that'd be a question for Emory. Are there any starters that could start in the second or third round that we could still pick up that would help us?
Absolutely. Because what I do when I grade prospects, I grade. This year I have 689 prospects graded in my draft guide, which you guys can get at footballgameplan.com/20 draft guide. So in the individual scouting report, so I have 120 wide receivers graded. I have over, I think, 80 corners graded, breaking down in boundary, slot, field, inside backers, outside backers, edge rushers, 4-3 ends, 5 techniques, tackles, nose tackles. So there's a ton of players left in this draft, in my opinion. So I've always said each draft to me is a deep draft because of how deep I go. So absolutely, to answer your question.
I'm trying to get the Packers.com. Brian Gutekunst is having a press release right now. I'm gonna put that on audio on my mic because that's how I fucking roll up in this piece. Everybody, if you have questions for Emory or Andy or Maggie or anybody at Cheesehead TV Patreons, I'm sorry that I haven't. I'm sorry that I had to mute everybody, but please ask whatever questions you need.
Yeah, I have a question. I was watching also the AJ Hawk and Pat McAfee broadcast that they were doing, and they had Jordan Palmer on there, and he said that he had been working with Jordan Love. And I was just wondering if there was any insight there of this last season of his, where they said that he threw a bit more interceptions than he had in previous seasons, and it was due to offensive changes. I was just wondering if there was anything else there where maybe, this last year was not the greatest for him, and there's more upside there than not.
Andy, you want to answer that?
No, because I totally missed the question because I was reading something. I'm so sorry. I'll have Maggie take that one. That's what I meant. Maggie's the expert on that exact question, so I'm going to lean on her.
Okay, well, I was also reading something, but
I'm so sorry. Can I
Everybody's
get a
on Twitter.
Short and repeated version of it? I'm so sorry.
I was listening to AJ Hawk and Pat McAfee, and they had Jordan Palmer on there, and he was talking up Jordan Love, and he was basically saying this last year was he had a little bit more interceptions than previous years because of an offensive change.
Yep.
And he was just stating that, he'd been working with him, and there's more upside there than what you guys are leading on to. So I was just wondering if there's, anything more.
No, yeah, I can't, I can't understate it enough. The upside is tremendous. You look at the arm talents, you look at some of the NFL throws that he's able to make. He's able to throw with anticipation. You would love to see some of that stuff with more consistency, but the Jordan Love truther would certainly say, the coaching changes that have happened over the course, I think it was either last year or the year before, have certainly caused some ill effect. He did not have the talent around him this past season. He tried to take everything on his own. And to an extent, you have to give him credit for that. Like, people will be upset with Aaron Rodgers sometimes because he won't force throws in, even maybe when they're down a little bit and trying to rally from behind. Well, that's not been an issue for Jordan Love. He's not afraid to kind of take everything on his own and try to win the game when the talent around him isn't there. And I said earlier, the LSU game is not a pretty game to look at. I mean, the other 10 players on his offense were outmatched in every single position by LSU's defense. What do you want Jordan Love to specifically do in that situation or scenario? So there is truth to that. And that's why I say you go back to his 2017, 2018 stuff, specifically 2018 against Michigan State, and it's a lot better. And I think there is some truth to that, to exactly what they're saying.
Thank you. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
All right, before we get into Jordan Love, all right, can I see, here's what I want to see. All right, Packer fans, if you've got something to show me on video. We want to see this shit. I know some of you have turned off your video because you're like, oh, they don't care about this video. I want to see something cool. Corey Jenner John's like, no.
Becky, I want to say something quick. I feel like this is really interesting because the Packers went 13-3 last year, and what this draft pick says to me is that the front office really doesn't think that they have a lot of holes, when obviously that's not the case. I don't know. I think that's what's really interesting to me.
But is it really okay? Here's the thing, though. Okay, I hear you, and I think that's a really good point. Okay, is it more that it's not about holes and it's about I got to get a guy that's gonna be my 10-year pick, right? And I'm gonna just jump a couple levels up so I can get that guy. And now I've got that in the bank, right? And now it's like, all right, like we were right there. And like, here's what I want to ask you, Corey. We had David, we had Corey Lindsley on the show, and we've all seen what the 49ers did in 2 or 3 years with this offense. I hear you, but is it like, I don't know. There's part of me that's like, is this a case of we switched offenses. We didn't switch defenses, but we switched offenses. And is it just a case of like, we got to get our shit together and we just got to be on the same page?
Oh yeah, that's completely fair. Yeah. Yep. No, I agree. The reason why the pick really surprised me was because there's so many other needs, and it was just like, wow. And I think that's what was most shocking to everybody else was the quarterback position was the last place that everybody expected a pick to go, especially in the first round, especially after moving up 4 picks. I think that's where all the shock and awe comes from. I think he's going to be a really solid player. I just didn't think that 26 was the right spot.
So you think we reached at quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, Emory said it, right? It's Emory was like, he was my 5th quarterback. So if you look at that, you're like, but here's the thing that we all know, right? It's like, if you're the GM or the coach of an organization and you pick a guy, that's your guy. And sometimes like picking that guy becomes the thing, right?
But with that goes, you're going to live and die with this guy, though. That means
exactly.
So, I mean, it's kind of it's a two-edged. So you can't.
All right. Well, that's a very good point. Let's bring it up. Everybody on the Patreon, let me know what your thoughts are. If you have something to
Corey,
say. Yes, sir.
Corey, I have a quick question, I guess, and a point. To me, I mean, it's called Title Town. And while we were 13-3, when you look at the way San Francisco 49ers just pushed the defense around all over the field, and all dominant defenses always had that sideline to sideline physical defender. I mean, we could even go back to when Kaepernick used to run all over Capers defenses. The whole middle of the field was wide open. And Patrick Queen is sitting there, or they could have offered a better pick if they really wanted Kenneth Murray. And you've got a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers for a few more years. When you're that close and you don't get him a weapon, we know we don't have a number 2 receiver. And then you have a guy like Queen sitting there, and we know he's going to go to Baltimore to the Ravens and become an all-pro. He's got that kind of talent from sideline to sideline. And now, look, Jordan Love might become a great quarterback. But how many years did we suffer? Like how many times did we get to the championship game and Mike McCarthy loses his gonads in Seattle? So, he does on 4th and 1, we never go in. How many times we were so close? And it's true. I mean, we got 2 tremendous Hall of Fame quarterbacks and 2 championships. But really, when you look at a physical team with a good mobile quarterback, most of the time, Pettine's defense and the way we're configured is not going to be able to keep them down. So Rodgers has to play like it's got to be.
I hear you. But here's the thing, okay? Like, I was at the NFC Championship game in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It was the 2nd coldest game in NFL history, right? Yeah. 2007.
Yeah, the Giants.
And 2007, we lost to the Giants with Brett Favre as our quarterback.
Yep.
Brett Favre, 2 years later or 1 year later, decided to join the Minnesota Vikings and then the Jets and whoever the fuck else he played for. And you know what? 3 years later, we won the Super Bowl. Right? So if you look at right now, right, we are in a position where in 4 to 5 years, so Aaron Rodgers gets us these 5 years, and then it's basically what he wants to do. And Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur have made their decision that, hey, Jordan Love is going to be this guy. So I hear you, but it's like, dude, it's crazy that the end of 2007 NFL season, 3 years later, we won the Super Bowl.
That's true. It was tough living out here in Jersey when the Giants beat the Packers. And even
yeah, well, you know what? It was tough in 2007 going to the NFC Championship game, and I was literally going from New York to Green Bay, right? And all the Giants fans, and I'm looking at them being like, ha, 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 I'm going to Green Bay. We're going to beat you because we have Brett Favre. Yeah. And that didn't happen. But anyway, it's a very good point. I just want to point that out. Andy, you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think always one of the most important things to remember in a situation like this, Brian Gutekunst absolutely knows unequivocally that this pick will be beyond hated by Packer fans and Packer Nation. He knows that he could have stayed there at 30, taken another position. Honestly, not taking a quarterback would have been the easy way out. He had to go out of his way not only to draft a quarterback, but to trade up for a quarterback when Aaron Rodgers is on the roster. That is legitimately the most difficult and awful decision that he could have, had to make in that situation. So the only thing that can tell you is that he was that convicted on the player, that he was that convicted on the pick, that he was willing to, take all of the hatred from the fans, take all the angst, take all the upset emotions, and probably the anger from his quarterback potentially as well, and his quarterback's agents, and take all of that and take the pick anyway because he was that convicted about it. So if you want one thing to really hang your hat on, it's that he had to go out of his way to make this selection and was that passionate about it that he was willing to go up and take all of that hatred along with it. So that was not the easy move, and he did it anyway. So I think there's some solace to be, or at least a point to be made there.
I agree with that. Anybody else with any questions? Go ahead.
Kind of piggybacking off that, I understand the incentive of young quarterbacks, especially with the fifth-year option, but does some of this lose its luster when Jordan Love will already be so progressed in that five-year contract, essentially, that, the whole build around a young quarterback, you have a lot more cap space, especially with Rodgers for the next 2 years. We're not getting any breaks on that. And especially with the cap going down next year, potentially due to the virus and loss of revenues. Is this some type of ebb and flow where they're trying to, catch the middle ground? Because we're not going to catch 5 years of a young quarterback without a large cap number.
That's a good point. Andy?
I am so sorry. I just got an email about the press conference tonight for the Packers. Sorry about that.
Oh, Goody's on. He's live. I've been trying to take his press conference the whole time. Say that again. Ask that again, Andy, because he's actually the best to answer it.
Andy, one of the incentives of the young quarterback, as everybody knows, is that 5-year cheap contract, and where you can throw money other places, where we're not going to see Jordan Love or the quarterback position. The capital used at it is still going to be pretty high for a few years, no matter what. So does that de-incentivize Green Bay making this decision so much in advance? Because it worked for Jimmy Garoppolo technically, but in a very weird way. And it's a tough transition. I just don't know how Green Bay will maneuver it without the incentive of, we're going to have a cheap guy so we can put money elsewhere.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was mentioning a little bit earlier with my initial take is, and that's why I think it's a tough decision to make, is because what's legitimately the dream scenario here? You could argue that the dream scenario is that Jordan Love looks amazing. Maybe Rodgers goes down for like 4 weeks and he looks absolutely incredible, and you can turn Jordan Love into a top 5 pick. That's the dream scenario, is that some team's willing to give a king's ransom for Jordan Love because of how he looks in preseason and maybe in some limited game action. He's not going to be the quarterback for the next 3 years. So then you talk about, you're probably paying a decent amount of money for a backup quarterback. You're not getting those, cheap 3 to 4 years where you can go out and expend a ton of money on other positions on the roster. If you think that he's the quarterback in year 4 or year 5, that probably means some sort of messy divorce from Aaron Rodgers, which is never fun. So, what's the end game? And I think that's the question that's going to have to be answered. But again, Aaron Rodgers is one severe concussion away from never playing football again. And it's the most important position in all of football. So I think if you have conviction on that guy, and I've said this, if I'm the Chiefs and I have Patrick Mahomes and I think Jordan Love is the next Patrick Mahomes, I'm taking Jordan Love. I don't even care if I've got Patrick Mahomes in my prime because the position's that important. So it's tough to reconcile.
We haven't even addressed Tim Boyle. The laser show may be gone.
We're not talking about that tonight. It's too soon.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Andy just said, right? I mean, I totally agree with what he just said, that it's just an injury away, right? We know that Roger wants to play till he's like 40, 45, but you don't know, right? You can't predict injuries, right? So what happens, or if you're not prepared for the backup quarterback position. I agree, Tim Boyle is good as Andy thinks, but like you got to think about the future, right? I mean, I'm not leaning towards whether it's a bad pick or a good pick, but let it play out, right? I mean, the big boys sitting up there, they get paid to make decisions, tough ones at times, not to please the, so to speak, the cheeseheads, but I mean, that's what they do. That's what they get paid to do. So let's see, a few years down the line, we'll know whether it was a good pick or not so good pick. And again, I mean, Patrick Queen was available, so maybe the fans would have been pleased if, they would have picked up Patrick Queen instead of Love. So I'm not leaning one way or the other, but it's just what people, they look at all the mock drafts and what the experts say that, okay, this is what they are tying up Packers, to pick. And if they don't, they get disappointed. But you never know how it's going to play out. So.
Yep, you make a good point. Everybody's waiting for the Gutekunst presser right now. Apparently, Brian is going to speak. So I want to give a shout out to Mike D with the Lambeau Field. I like that. That's good shit, dude.
I've been using this for work every day.
Nice. That's your Zoom chat.
Yeah.
I like it.
This is from when I was there. I think last summer for training camp. I'm in Connecticut, and I've been there. I was there 6 times last year, I think, including the playoff game in versus Seattle.
We're gonna let Aaron Nagler in. I just let him into the Zoom. He just came back in. So Mike, thanks for the support. What do you think about the pick?
I'm actually not surprised. I told one of my coworkers earlier tonight. I actually thought they were going to take Jordan Love. I thought a quarterback was in the marks. They talked to Jordan Love a few times. So I think that I'm not surprised at all.
All right.
If Rodgers gets hurt, you need a backup. So I support the pick. I'm okay with it.
All right.
Maybe
oh, sorry.
I would love a wide receiver, but
yeah, well, you and everybody else. Come on. Everybody wants like the magic number 2. So Nagler's back, Mike. So I know you're excited about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. Lori Severino, before I bring Nagler back, Lori, you called me a bully. I'm gonna give you a chance to give you some video. You know what I'm saying? I want to see
you are
it.
a bully. It's true.
If you're gonna call me a bully, I need to see the video.
I'm right here, Corey, and you.
Oh, there we go. That's what I thought.
Like,
where's she at? Where's she at?
Right here.
Trying to find her.
Wait, just so you all know, that's the Packers' hold music.
Lori. All right. So you're calling me. I'm gonna spotlight you on YouTube. So thanks for being a Patreon.
My hair's not combed.
Well, we appreciate the support. I saw you on there the whole time, and I know you called me a bully, so I'm just gonna respond. Nagler, he deserves it.
He doesn't deserve it, but I'm happy you unmuted him and he's joined again. We all have to play nice.
That's right. What do you think
love
about?
Is the word.
That's true. What do you think about the pick, Lori?
I'm disappointed by the pick, but
all right.
We'll see.
You want to live in the present and not the future right now?
I want to live in the present. We'll see what tomorrow brings, and it better bring a wide receiver.
All right. Round 2
will.
better be.
Come on.
It will.
You really think they're going to go out of the second and third rounds and not get a wide receiver? Really?
I know. True.
Come on. All right. Well, Nagler, welcome back to the show.
Hi.
Is that the Packers hold music?
Packers hold music. I'm waiting to talk to General Manager Brian Gutekunst about what the just happened.
What do you think just happened? Are you going to go live after that?
Yeah, sure. I'll do a little extra cheese.
So
I'm drunk as hell, but I'm there.
So Nagler, I think we should end the stream.
So Banky.
It's 12:30.
Correct.
Is the draft still happening?
No, it's over.
This is me, social distancing.
Word.
Nagler.
People are very mad on Twitter. That's all I'm gonna say.
Very mad.
I'm Nagler. I'm mad. What happened?
No, people on Twitter are very mad.
People need to get over themselves.
Correct.
History is for smart people.
All right, guys, I gotta dip out. I gotta go record Pack a Day. But
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you, Maggie.
thanks for having me. See you later. Stay sane.
Perry, Andy.
Corey,
we're out of
we
here.
need
You have
to
any?
shut this down. I'm gonna talk to Brian, and then I'll do an extra cheese afterwards.
Okay, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
This Zoom is over.
Thanks. It was a great fun
Guys, that was
time.
amazing.
It's
Yeah.
been real, boys.
Enjoy
Been
it, guys.
peace.
Thanks, guys.
Jordan Love,
Awesome.
newest Packer.
Thanks,
Jordan
guys.
Love.
Quarterback, 26 overall.
Thank
Nothing
God.
wrong with the
25 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. Yikes! Led the FBS in INTs. The opposite of Aaron Rodgers. Correct. They definitely knew something. Or the Seahawks were going to take them? I doubt it.
First round, so they knew something.
They must have.
The Seahawks were going to get a quarterback?
No,
they're going to trade out.
They're going to trade out.
Yeah, because I was counting the picks. I thought it was going to be
Why are we ending the Zoom? Let's keep
Patrick
chatting.
Queen. Sorry. I'll shut up.
The Georgia.
All right, guys.
Later.
Have a great night.
Love you guys.
Have a great night.
Okay,
Love you
go.
guys.
Later.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for the support, people. Joseph.